Chapter 1088. It was supposed to be a perfect world, but it had been repeatedly tortured, suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, shattered into pieces, and an ancient life form was about to awaken. Everything was pushing this world to a dead end, and there was no way back. It was so perfect that it made people despair. They believed that as long as this news was made public, the realm of the gods would be in a war before the demon world could even attack. There are several ice giants under the deep-sea glaciers of the northern and southern ice realms, and Yun Nuashing paused and looked at Xian, who was leaning on his shoulder, and said, "Xian and I met one many years ago. It was a nirvana behemoth, and it was almost dead at that time. It was really dangerous, and we even walked around in its body." Xian recalled the incident in the Earth Grotto, and then thought about what she just learned, and her face turned pale. "Did we walk around in front of Hell's Gate?" "No. At most, we jumped around in front of the Gate of Reincarnation." Yun Nuashing shook his head. Everyone's cheeks twitched. Oh, and Yun Nuashing remembered something else. "This is even more serious. Yuan Shi, Xian, you've seen it before." Xian and Yuan Shi were stunned and pointed at themselves in astonishment. "Huh. On the way to the Nirvana Behemoth City in the East Sea, we saw that dragon," Yun Nuashing said in a low voice. "At that time, I didn't recognize it because I didn't have any memory of it. Now, I remember that it was the dragon of the stars, also known as the dragon of the world." "That's right, just like the legend you heard. It was a world-class life form. F***CK. That thing has already awakened." Yuan Shi jumped 20 meters on the spot, and his handsome face was pale. Yun Nuashing was stunned for 3 seconds, and because a few girls were leaning on him, he didn't jump up, but he still shouted, F***CK. One of them has already awakened. Everyone stared at him blankly. This guy didn't realize it himself. F***CK. I'm afraid the first batch has already awakened. Even if there isn't, it's almost there," Yun Nuashing exclaimed. When everyone heard this, they also screamed. Once those damned things woke up, there would be a large number of them. Yun Nuashing hurriedly stood up. The Book of Epics and the pendant lit up at the same time. With a wave of her hand, the light model of the deity world, which was more than 30 meters in size, appeared in front of them again. Everyone spread out slightly and surrounded this model. This was not the first time they had seen it, so they were rather calm. "I don't know if it's too late. Even if it's discovered, there's no point in using it. There's no one in the realm of the gods who can deal with a fully awakened world-class being." Yun Nuashing's face darkened, but she didn't say anything. She waved her hand, and the Book of Epics released a golden light that swept across the god world. The colorful lines dimmed one by one, and all the colors that represented energy gradually dissipated. The god world became a model condensed from azure light. There's no reaction?" Chu Yingzhan anxiously scratched her head. Yun Nuashing ignored her. The second ray of light from the Book of Epics streaked across the sky. Then, the azure light of the god world dimmed even more. When it dimmed to a certain extent, dots of light suddenly appeared beneath the ground of the god world. They were dim and weak, like the stars in the night sky. They were so dim that they were almost invisible. However, they did exist. There were quite a lot of them, and they were scattered across the entire god world. However, they appeared sparse. What made their hearts tremble was that they saw a few extremely bright dots of light. They were moving above the god world, and they were definitely not underground. Moving? Xian was slightly stunned. "Didn't you say that world-class beings are very chaotic and violent? Why isn't there any turbulence and destruction? If it's a being of that level, it can easily smash a huge hole in the god world. But compared to the destruction caused by world-class beings, the things that have happened in the past few years are too peaceful. Yun Nuoshing was also stunned and frowned. That's right, it's a little peaceful, but I don't remember wrongly. The world-class beings that I came into contact with were violent, manic, and impossible to communicate with. Even in their dreams, their weak sleep-talking could drive a weak god crazy. I tried to communicate with every world-class being, but the only feedback I got was a desire to destroy. It's as if they were born to destroy everything. Destroy, 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 until there's nothing left. But now, there are indeed 6 world-class beings that have awakened, and they are wandering around the god world. Feng Er said softly. She did not include herself when she said 6. Yes, Yin Nuoshing also felt a little strange. The scene of the world-class beings going berserk had long been imprinted in his mind. Now, seeing a few of them wandering around the god world without causing any disasters, he felt that it was even more unbelievable than the collapse of the path of reincarnation. He scratched his head and mumbled in confusion, I don't know what's going on. Is it okay for us to just watch them like this? Chu Yingzhan was a little worried. Those beings should be able to sense it, right? I can't feel it. The observers, uses everything in the realm of the gods to observe what happens within. No one can sense this weak line of sight. I can even project what a specific creature is seeing or the scene of its location. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. Chu Yingzhan was shocked. She quickly hugged her chest and took a few steps back. You perverted idiot. You didn't do anything wrong, did you? Yun Nuoshing. After a minute, he finally understood what was going on. He suddenly became furious. F*CKU, damn it, do I have to use the observers? I to do something so meaningless and without any substantial gains. What's wrong with your brain? Can't you think of something more meaningful? Everyone also thought of something at this moment. They stared blankly at Chu Yingzhan, who was blushing. Then they looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was furious and exasperated. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Star doesn't have much interest in that. What a worrywart. Xian glared at Chu Yingzhan. Chu Yingzhan thought for a while and put down her hand. That's true. That idiot doesn't have that kind of interest. Yun Nuoshing was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He whispered like a demon, one day, I will eat you. Chu Yingzhan stuck out her tongue and quickly shrank her head, pretending that she didn't exist. It seemed that her words had hurt him. She had to record it down. Patting his back, Xian signaled him to calm down. Then we don't have to care about the 6 active ones anymore. Yun Nuoshing took a few breaths of hot air and calmed down. It seemed that he was furious with Chu Yingzhan's words. He said, not for now. Moreover, I can't care about them. I can't do it alone. Even if I wanted to care about them in the past, I would have to pay the price of half my life. After all, they are directly created by the great deity. If they were so easy to deal with, they wouldn't have caused a disaster. We can only pray that they will be a little more at ease. After 1,000 years, we can wait for another. Forget it. I'll just blow up the realm of the gods and force them to sleep. Yun Nuoshing was discouraged as he spoke. He let out a long sigh and felt that there was no love in his life. Don't. Everyone was shocked. I think that the level of danger at this time has already reached the alert range. We can execute the final wither at any time. Yun Nuoshing thought seriously and even nodded. This time, it was everyone's turn to be anxious. When Yun Nuoshing saw them like this, he frowned and spread his hands. Then, why don't you think of a way? For example, gathering all the later god-level experts in the realm of the gods. Chuchen said weakly, damn, then I might as well just blow them up for peace of mind. Yun Nuoshing fiercely rolled his eyes. I admit that there are indeed some people who will respond to the call for various reasons. However, those who can be gathered, I'll be frank, those who are not heavenly gods are basically useless. Using numbers to gather them will only add fertilizer. Even the early heavenly gods are not that useful. They can barely protect themselves. There's no way. When Yuanshi heard this, he spread his hands honestly. This matter did not seem to have a normal solution from the beginning. It was as if what he said just now was true. There was already an ending. Ming did not speak throughout, nor was he surprised. He only stared at Yun Nuoxing with his deep golden eyes, trying to see through him and see what he was thinking. However, she quickly put on a helpless expression. She did not see anything this time. Brother, let's not talk about those 6 for now. Let's assume that those 6 are safe. Then, are there any dangerous world-level life forms that are preparing to awaken? Yun Nuoxing muttered to himself and shook the Book of Epics. A ray of light flashed past, and the stars scattered on the model of the realm of the gods gradually extinguished. Then only a dozen stars were left shining on the realm of the gods, evenly distributed in various large regions. Yun Nuoxing gritted his teeth. These are the ones that might awaken within the next 10 years. As for the danger, I don't know. I have never seen such peaceful world-level life forms. I can't make a judgment. However, I don't think that they can be classified as friendly, even if they are not moving. At most, they are a hidden threat, and this threat will become stronger as time passes. Xian and Mei Mao flickered and pointed at a place. Little star, isn't that the Earth Grotto? Why is there one over there? That is the otherworldly behemoth, the one that you and I encountered. It is a world-level life form that is immortal. At first, we thought that it was going to die. We even took the heart of Earth and saw its flame of life extinguish. In fact, it had just awakened a little, and then it was tossed into a deep sleep by us. The next time it wakes up, it will be completely awakened, Yun Nuoxing said in a deep voice. Otherworldly behemoth. Feng, repeated softly. She frowned slightly. I think I have heard of it before, but I can't remember. It might be a memory fragment in my bloodline. Does this name have any meaning? Yes. Yun Nuoxing nodded. It can communicate with the underworld. Legend? No, it is a fact. Those who are killed by it will be banished to the underworld. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. Underworld? Is it the underworld or hell? Yuanshi scratched his head in confusion, thinking that it was some other name. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. That is another dimension. The underworld is the underworld, and hell is hell. What kind of dimension is it? Chu Yingzhan asked. I don't know. I have never been there. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. In fact, the celestial realm has several great realms that are associated with it. They existed together with the celestial realm in the beginning. However, the barrier between the 2 realms is too strong. There will only be gaps occasionally. Only then will there be weak communication between the realms. Just like the demon world and the celestial realm. Xian and Mei Mao's eyes flashed. Then, where are the other realms? Yun Nuoxing pondered for a moment. Then he snapped his fingers. The model of the celestial realm suddenly shrunk and became somewhat transparent. Around the celestial realm, a few shadows gradually floated up. However, they were just illusions. They did not really surface. Some of the shadows were even bigger than the celestial realm. The Southern Plains demon world was created by the demon race. The Northern Wilderness demon world has existed since ancient times. Among the associated realms, it has the thinnest barrier between it and the celestial realm. The others, celestial realm, the barrier between it and the celestial realm is too thick and cannot be broken. It is now known that the exit of the celestial realm is connected to a distant world. Hell, the exit is in the celestial realm. However, it does not appear at a fixed time. Little She has been there before. I have not been there, so I don't know much about it. Underworld, unknown. Yun Nuoshing pointed at the black fog that was almost twice the size of the celestial realm on the display. Other than the demon world and the demon world, the rest of the celestial realm were all black fog. It's said that the underworld broke away from the celestial realm a long time ago. In fact, it was originally a companion world of the celestial realm. I'm probably the only one who still knows of its existence. There was no news about the underworld in the primeval age. I used the observer's eye to search for it for many years before I was able to complete this model. This is the true appearance of the celestial realm. As the reality realm, it has a higher priority than these companion worlds. While it protects the celestial realm, it also protects these companion worlds. The great samsara has never affected them, only blowing up the celestial realm into smithereens. Chu Yingzhan suddenly raised her hand. What about the underworld? The underworld is the underworld. It has nothing to do with the celestial realm. It is located in a special space. You can't go there using normal methods. If you want to go there, I can take you there. However, you can only go there once in your lifetime. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. Forget it. Chu Yingzhan shook her head vigorously. It's nothing much. Those associated realms will not have a direct connection with the celestial realm. It is already the 139th era. Other than the demon realm and the demon realm, the other realms, hell appears and disappears. It is a little strange, but at least it exists. Jin Jinwang has also been there. They should have some way to open the gates of hell. As for the other two realms, there are rumors in the celestial realm. Although no one has really seen it, at least there are rumors about it. Only the underworld is really a legend among legends. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. But in fact, it is a space that is born from the celestial realm. It has different rules. It is not a big deal. You can just treat it as another world and then communicate with the celestial realm. Although this world seems a little small. Don't worry about it. If there is nothing, we will not go there. Let's just take care of our own matters. Yun Nuoshing sighed and waved her hand. The few clouds of black fog disappeared. She looked at the stars that were shining on the celestial realm again and frowned. She was a little upset. With a wave of her hand, even the model disappeared. We are not going to care about it. Yuanshi raised his head. There is nothing to study. No matter how much we talk about it, it will not change the result. World fragments, demon world, world beings, the great reincarnation. These things are really coincidental. They all come together. Any one of them is fatal. I am now considering whether or not it is time to move. It might be more comfortable to live in another world. Yun Nuoshing frowned and sighed. Why are you running away? Chu Yingzhan's eyebrows twitched. She could not help but mumble. Running away? What do I owe this world? Yun Nuoshing glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Even if it is to carry out my duty, I have carried it out for several eras. The backup plan I left behind had maintained the stability of the celestial realm for 70 eras. If I did not leave the 9 divine temples behind and let them continue to manage the pillar of creation, perhaps the celestial realm would have been destroyed by the destructive ripples caused by the chaos of laws after several great reincarnations. The pillar of creation would be greatly damaged in each great reincarnation. The only thing I can do is to give this world a quick death. I do not owe this world anything. On the contrary, it is this world. Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth and paused. He mumbled for a while, and his expression became a little complicated. He did not finish his words, but everyone already knew what he was going to say next. Whether it was during the ancient past or in this world, the world itself was not guilty, but the people above it had never been very friendly to him. All the fatal things that were not exposed on the surface were only borne by him silently. He did not want to say these things. Even if he said these things, no one would be grateful to him, and he did not need these things. The observer, these jobs that were hidden in the dark had to bear what ordinary people could not bear. He had already endured it for many years. He was not a saint. On the contrary, he was a great demon. It was extremely rare for the demon king to save the world. Perhaps there were exceptions, and he himself was one of them. Since the world hated him, then let him disappear. From then on, he would no longer be involved. He would laugh at everything that had been destroyed in the ruins. Only his voice would echo in the void. The air was silent for a long time. Then Yin Nuoshing suddenly swung his hand and turned around. His expression was cold, and his tone was cold. I don't think this world has treated me very well. I hate everything except the realm of the gods. Everything. In this era, let this world live and die on its own. What does all this have to do with me? My footprints can be seen everywhere in the void. There are also people in the other world waiting for me to go there. Why should I stick to this and make myself unhappy? Everyone stared at each other and winked at each other for a long time. In the end, their gazes all gathered on Xian, Feng, and Ming. Their eyes were fixed on each other, and they were sweating. However, this time, Xian and the others did not say anything. They just quietly watched Yun Nuoshing walk away. After a long silence, they gently walked up to him and accompanied him on his left and right. However, they did not say anything. Boss has also reached the limit of his tolerance. Nightmare scratched his head and sighed. He was fine before, but when he saw the signs of the collective awakening of the world-class life forms, he broke down a little. After reincarnating for dozens of eras, he only had a few days of peace before they appeared again. Although it has been dozens of eras, the consciousness has only stopped for a short time. Under the heavy pressure again and again, even a saint would be furious. If it were you or me, Yuanshi's cheeks twitched and he sighed. He would have broken down a long time ago. If it were me, I would have broken down even faster. Being an observer is not something that ordinary people can do. Nightmare sighed and flicked his bangs away. Chu Yingzhan rubbed her hands a little uneasily, looking at the people walking around the lake. Her expression was a little gloomy. Did I say something wrong? They looked at her, and then looked at each other. Yuan, she said softly, no, you just brought up some bad memories of Little Star. I guess you pushed the pace of the world's destruction. Chu Yingzhan mumbled, I didn't do it on purpose. Who knew that idiot? Ugh. Okay, I was wrong, okay? Seeing her younger sister and brother looking at her with disappointing eyes, Chu Yingzhan could only smile bitterly. She thought to herself that she would just speak less in the future. Don't worry. Although Boss is always competing with himself, he won't drag you into it. Nightmare crossed his arms and slowly raised his feet, following behind them from a distance. It's just that he's probably determined not to care about this world. Who knows? Yuanshi shrugged. Chapter 1089. The rumbling of the massive object reverberated between heaven and earth, shaking like thunder, the violent earth element, and the energy of heaven and earth intertwined, occasionally colliding violently with each other, causing explosions that sounded like meteors crashing into each other, causing ripples to appear in space. Massive formations that numbered in the hundreds of thousands or even millions continuously rose from the surface of the earth. Countless large rocks fell from the surroundings and were captured by the formations, turning into floating boulders. It was a floating island formed from a massive boulder. It was several million kilometers long, and the light from countless formations condensed into a dazzling sea of light that carried this massive floating island into the sky. On this floating island, there was a massive and bustling city. Surrounding the city were various towns and cities of various sizes. The countless people who lived on the island had long since been notified by the ruler of this place. At this moment, the timid ones had all run back home and calmly stabilized their furniture amidst the continuous tremors. The more daring ones floated at the edge of the floating island, rising with it. They could not help but exclaim in amazement as they looked at this massive project. Outside of this place, there was an even more exaggerated purple-black barrier that encompassed this massive area. It was in the shape of a goose egg that arched high into the sky. What happened in this space would not be known to anyone. The massive crater below would also be filled up. Once the formation barrier dissipated, everything would be settled. Not even a single trace of energy would be left behind. It would only give people the feeling that a city had disappeared into thin air. As for what other people thought, they could make their own guesses. In any case, the Yuan family would not accompany the beginning of this chaos. Wow, how spectacular! Yuanshi pressed down on his messy long hair and raised his head to look at the massive floating island that continued to rise in his line of sight. He could not help but smack his lips. Sister, I didn't think that you would actually be able to deal with all of this in an hour. Yuan Qian crossed her arms proudly and flicked her long hair in his face. Of course, don't you know who guided me? We've already made some preparations when the Celestial Organization sent people over. All that's left is to mobilize a portion of the people and call back those who went out. In 8 hours, everyone in this city should have gathered back. At that time, there won't be any problems moving. After all, the Yuan family has such a rallying power. More importantly, it involves the Celestial Organization. Many people don't want to be entangled in it. Yuan Shang clasped his hands behind his back and smiled, moving all the cities and towns away and digging a huge hole. With the help of the Yuan clan's formation masters and some powerhouses living in the city, it's not a difficult task. Now, the only thing left is to relocate. Yuan Shang muttered to himself for a while before he turned to look at Yun Nuoshing and said, "Do you really not need our help? For such a large-scale movement, even a God-Emperor expert would need a few people to assist him. It will be tough for you to do it alone, right?" "Oh, it's fine. Just leave it to me. It's just moving things." Yun Nuoshing smiled and gave him a thumbs up. She grinned and said, "Oh, there's another piece of good news. Old Master Qin, I just sent a message." "What happened to the Qin clan?" Qin, Yin was a little nervous. "Relax, girl. It's not a big deal." Yun Nuoshing looked up and said, 4 hours ago, I confirmed that those wretched people had already contacted the Qin clan. Just now, the old master sent me a message saying that they had already arrived at the 9 god temples. I had already left behind a formation diagram that contains my power. It leads directly to the 9 god temples. Right now, I am settling the Qin clan down and making contact with the people in the 9 god temples. The Qin clan has already moved. That's fast. Nightmare was a little surprised when he heard this. Then he frowned and said, "Those people are confirmed to be from that god. The divine power contained in the medallion he was holding is not fake. In fact, it is very fresh, so everyone left together." Yuanshi shrugged. "That's true. The forces of God are not fun, no matter what. What I don't understand is that their way of doing things is a little strange." Nightmare scratched his head. "I just feel that something is not right. What you're thinking must be since you're a heavenly God expert, as long as you appear alone, you'll be able to intimidate the entire God realm with your strength alone. At that time, you'll just have to make everyone submit to you, right? After that, you'll kill all those who refuse to submit. Yun Nuashing said with a smile. Yes, 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 that's right. Nightmare nodded so hard that he could see his shadow. There's nothing to explain. Yun Nuashing tilted his head. It's very simple. That heavenly God is still in the process of recovering. It might have already recovered to its peak. At this time, it can't let others know about its movements because there are other heavenly gods as well. If they know that the guy who wants to unify the God realm is stronger than them and has such a shocking plan, even if they have to sleep for a few more decades, they will take advantage of the fact that he is still in the process of recovering to give him a fierce blow, the kind that will penetrate his soul. So he can only keep a low profile and not let anyone know. However, he does not want to mobilize others after he has officially come out of seclusion. So, Xian and the others immediately understood. A bunch of sneaky fellows. But even if they know, it's useless. After all, he is a god. Yuanshi sighed and shrugged. In the sky, the millions of formations surrounding the floating island were fusing together to form an even larger formation. The enormous force generated allowed the island to float steadily in the sky. The tremors also gradually disappeared as the island stabilized. Then, the huge formations all fused into one and finally sank into the floating island. They were attached to the God Formation, allowing the God Formation to provide eternal power. Unless it was destroyed by someone, it would definitely not fall. Boom! A terrifying explosion of energy caused the entire sky to tremble, startling countless people. They all looked up in astonishment and saw countless stars twinkling in the sky. The sky was shaking, as if the stars in the sky were about to fall to the ground like meteors. Some of the sparks were even gradually extinguishing. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked around. Then he fixed his gaze on a spot and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yuan Shi and the others turned their heads in astonishment and were somewhat confused. Little star, is this your barrier being attacked? Is it being attacked? Yun Nuashing nodded. Yes, it's being attacked. Look over there. A group of people turned their heads and looked in the direction he was pointing at. It was near the dome of the barrier. A few people had appeared out of nowhere. Their hands were flashing with a huge amount of energy, and there was a faint divine power emanating from them. However, those people were only high-level gods, and were not that powerful. They should be holding post-god level weapons or something else. Yuan family, we have decided to treat you kindly and allow you to follow our god, seeing that you are also a force of gods. Do you know that in this chaotic world, the glory of the past is not worth mentioning? The so-called geniuses and the so-called forces of gods are all ants. Their lives are worthless than grass. I never thought that you would make such an irrational move. In the sky, the Emperor God expert who had launched attacks that were more powerful than the previous one laughed faintly. He held a scroll in his left hand and grabbed downwards with his right hand. A huge energy palm that was 10,000 miles long slammed down with monstrous energy. Every attack caused the barrier to shake violently. They had been monitoring this place all this time. After passing down the god's instructions, they did not leave immediately. Previously, when they saw that there was some movement here, they had already guessed what was going on. Now that they saw this huge barrier being erected, they sneered disdainfully. It seemed that the Yuan family had chosen the most dangerous path. Could it be that they thought that they could deal with everything just because they had a god in their clan? Those past glories had come to an end. The god that existed now was the real god. He could truly control everything. Rumble! The starlight in the sky became denser. Streaks of starlight appeared from the dome of the barrier. The mysterious colors of the star field appeared and gradually filled the entire barrier. The people on the floating island were initially frightened when they saw that the sky was shaking. However, when they saw that the barrier was becoming more stable and that the powerful attacks could not even cause a ripple, they gradually relaxed. It seemed that the people protecting this place were stronger after all. The Emperor God expert did not hide his voice. He gradually increased the strength of his attacks. However, when he saw that the barrier was not shaking, he could not help but frown. He coldly asked the people beside him to help. With the god's order on them, they did not have to worry about not being able to break this barrier. Seeing that the barrier was shaking violently, but not even a crack could be seen after a long time, everyone was silent for a while. Xian tilted his head and looked, then repeated, "Little star, your barrier is under attack. It's fine. It's just little worm's subordinate. It's just a little worm. Even if it's wearing little worm's shell and claws, it's just a little worm. It's just using the god's order as a brick. It doesn't know how to use it at all. Other than being used to store garlic, it has no other value." Yun Nuoshing shook her head. Of course, there is still a trace of the power of a god. However, that's all. It can't even break the god's barrier of the Yuan family. It will take another 10 minutes for the space to stabilize. Yuan Shang glanced at the formation, then glanced at the people outside. He frowned and said, "I didn't expect them to appear, just as we made a little noise. It's normal. A god force that once produced a god would not be willing to submit to others. When they came to give orders, they would be mentally prepared to face resistance. However, it's fine. We can just destroy it. If we can't use it for ourselves, then we can destroy it and not let others come into contact with it." Yin Nuoshing did not care. It's just a futile effort. Oh, there's still 10 minutes, right? Then let's play. Yin Nuoshing muttered to herself. Then she smiled mysteriously and snapped her fingers. The barrier that was already covered by the stars in the sky suddenly trembled and shrank a few times inwards. Only the shadow of the barrier that was exactly the same was left in its original place. Seeing that she was slightly interested, everyone looked at the sky calmly. This fellow had a half-black smile on his face. It was obvious that he was going to cause trouble. "You don't respect the orders of a god. Then go to hell." A god-emperor powerhouse with flying hair roared. His palm, which contained a trace of the power of a god, suddenly slammed down. It shook the barrier until it was on the verge of collapse. Cracks suddenly spread out. Seeing that the barrier was collapsing, everyone was stunned. Then they all laughed coldly. "A mere god force. Don't think that we don't know your background. There's only a half-baked god left in this era. He doesn't have the ability to protect your family at all. In front of a powerful god, you're just an ant. What god force? In this era, you're nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. Everything is about to be rewritten. It's time for the god realm to be reshuffled. Those who defy fate will eventually be defeated. Only those who obey the will of the heavens can survive." An old man roared. "Yuan family will give you one last chance. Follow my clan and become a slave or a servant. We'll let you live. In the future, my clan will conquer the outer space, and we'll ascend to the heavens together. If the barrier shatters, we won't show any mercy." The people in the city who heard these shouts were speechless. These fellows really thought that they could shake their barrier. Many people calmly stood on the streets or simply floated in the sky. They looked at those people calmly and sneered in their hearts. There were also many people who were silent. What did this era represent? They didn't know much about this era. There were many things that they didn't understand. They could only remain silent and go with the flow. Only the sound of energy explosion reverberated between heaven and earth. The gods' emissaries couldn't help but laugh angrily. The Yuan family had tacitly agreed with their answer. In their opinion, they were simply courting death. Therefore, they were going to exterminate them and let everyone in this world see the consequences of defying the god. Stubborn. The crumbling barrier fell into their eyes and caused them to laugh coldly. They fiercely clenched their hands, and a terrifying force directly tore the barrier below into pieces. However, the moment the barrier shattered, a wave of energy surged out like a counterattack. The emissaries waved their hands and dissipated the energy. They were about to step inside when they were stunned. Then, their faces turned green and white, as if they had eaten a dead fly. What appeared in front of them was an identical barrier. Flowing lights and colorful energy covered the barrier, as if mocking them for only killing a shadow after fighting for so long. Puffed. Seeing the emissaries' expressions, someone couldn't help but laugh. Boom. Several monstrous torrents of energy burst out from the energy barrier. They didn't even blink as they bombarded the bodies of those people. Immediately, they were sent flying several hundred meters away. The heavenly gods' token protected them and didn't let them be directly annihilated. They only let out a few muffled groans and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Bastard, how dare you defy the god? The old man was furious. His white hair fluttered in the wind. He held the scroll in his hand and spread it open. Suddenly, a terrifying energy, which was strong enough to distort the world, fiercely hit the starry barrier. Boom! The energy that contained a portion of the heavenly god's power was indeed not a bluff. When the starry sky barrier bore the brunt of the powerful energy, it immediately began to distort violently. Starry sky vortexes appeared on the barrier, twisting rapidly to offset the astonishing energy. At the same time, cracks began to spread rapidly in some corners. God, laughable to the extreme. In the past, those experts above the heavenly deity realm who crossed the broken path didn't even call themselves gods. A mere heavenly deity, even if you are at the peak of the heavenly deity realm, I wouldn't call you gods. You really think too highly of yourself? The corner of Yun Nuoshing's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He was only speaking softly, completely not putting the so-called god's token in his eyes. It was just a few words written by the God of Heaven that contained a small portion of the power. It was not like he could not write. He could just casually write a pile of words to smash someone to death. Brother Yun, it's done here. We can set off at any time. At this moment, Yuan Shang returned and informed Yun Nuoshing. Then, he calmly raised his head and looked at the sky. He smiled faintly and said, "How magnificent! The power of the gods." Huh? Although I could vaguely see less than a billionth of its power in some of the Yuan family's top secret records, it is far less shocking than seeing it with my own eyes. It's only a billionth of its power. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to lead the Yuan family away, he suddenly smiled. All right, since you guys came here with such fanfare, it won't be fun if I don't greet you guys. Xian, you guys go to the island and stay there. Everyone, go. Don't stay behind to watch the show. I won't care if you die if you get caught up in the commotion caused by the energy condensation. As soon as he said this, the group of people felt their hair stand on end. They hurriedly led the people beside them and fled to the floating island. At the same time, they warned the people who were floating in the air to watch the show. Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the group of people making such a ruckus. He shook his head and sighed softly. He glanced at the crack that occupied 1/3 of the barrier and felt a little displeased. What a troublesome fellow. Fine, I'll give you a warning this time. If you don't listen, Yin Nuoshing let out a long sigh and felt a little melancholy. However, this emotion only lasted for a moment. A moment later, his gaze focused, and he slowly raised his right hand. An extremely abnormal distorted vortex appeared in the sky. The distortion in that part of the space expanded from a small area to cover a radius of 1,000,000 feet in a few breaths. A soft hum spread throughout the space. The huge distorted vortex immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Their hearts tightened. Just looking at that place made them feel suffocated, and their chests feel stuffy. A brief hum sounded. Then, a spot of light suddenly appeared in the center of the distorted vortex. Without any pause, the spot of light expanded explosively in a short moment and suddenly became an energy ball that was 1,000,000 feet in size. It was a purplish-black energy ball. In the center of it, there was a huge, profound, and mysterious golden rune floating. It seemed to be a word that contained a large amount of information. However, no one could understand it. The moment they saw the golden rune, they felt a wave of dizziness in their minds. They were so shocked that they hurriedly looked away. Only then did they feel a little better. Gulp! A strange sound came from the energy ball. It was like a giant ball of concentrated liquid in the air like a sun. Its surface was constantly squirming, and an incalculable amount of energy was crazily gathering around it, falling into it. The purplish-black energy ball didn't reject anything. All the energy that it captured would be swallowed up by it, and then transformed into a destructive energy. In just a few breaths of time, the massive energy ball crazily expanded. The people on the floating island seemed to see a purplish-black sun slowly rising from the horizon, causing them to feel suffocated. Experience the power of the mythological era. Worm, the power of the void will bury everything. Yun Nuoshing chuckled in a low voice. His expression was a little gloomy. His voice seemed to come from the bottom of an icy cold spring, empty and cold. He waved his hand, and the purplish-black sun received his order. It let out an earth-shattering roar like a beast that had been released from its cage. It expanded uncontrollably, and in a few breaths, it almost touched the edge of the floating island. A gift for all of you. A gift for your idiotic sky god. Please accept it as a token of my respect. Yun Nuoshing chuckled in a low voice. He turned around and disappeared from the place. The huge floating island disappeared along with him. There was no movement at all. It was as if they were not there in the first place, but a projection from afar. Now that the projection had disappeared, there was only an infinitely expanding wild beast left. The purplish-black light scattered a destructive light that caused the space to tremble violently. Bang! The barrier suddenly disappeared, shattering into pieces all over the sky. Those people didn't suspect anything at all. A wave of energy covered their faces, causing them to be blinded by anger. The moment they saw the barrier disappear, they all shouted angrily, "Charge in!" The few of them moved. Just as they were about to charge into the Yuan family, they suddenly felt an aura of death. The purplish-black light was incomparably dazzling and fell on their dull faces. The golden runes were beating rapidly like a heart. The surface of the purplish-black sun lit up with an incomparably brilliant light. The energy that could destroy reality and shatter time and space was rapidly going out of control. No, retreat. The young sky god's emissary widened his eyes in horror. His soul was about to leave his body. When the purplish-black light shone on him, half of his body disintegrated in an instant. At this moment, he roared and hurriedly blocked the sky god's token in front of him. He was about to use a method to escape from this place. It was also at this moment that the extremely bright sun illuminated the world in a dazzling white. The out-of-control sun suddenly let out a loud noise, causing the entire world to shake violently. Chapter 1090. The sky was a clear blue, so clear that it was as if one could see through the sunlight and see the starry sky. In the distant sky, as well as the limits of one's field of vision, there was a bright blue light. Space was expanding without limit, and one could see the blue sky above and the white clouds below. Floating among the clouds were 9 huge floating islands, as well as an even bigger island beside one of the floating islands. On the gigantic island, there was a bustling metropolis. Surrounding the metropolis were a bunch of small towns that had their walls torn down. The metropolis had become a gathering place. Many of the small towns were obviously hastily gathered together. In order to not take up too much space, they had to tear down the walls and fuse them together. Even the metropolis itself was showing signs of being rebuilt. Naturally, there was no longer a need for a gigantic wall. That wall was once used to defend against the demonic beasts and invaders of the god world. But now, there was no need for it. Empty space was useless. Qin Heavenly Sacred City also needed to be transformed, whether it was the 9 floating islands or the floating island that was as large as another continent. The people who lived there could not help but raise their heads and look at the sky. They wiped off their cold sweat and sighed before continuing to do their own things. Their attention was naturally not on the clear blue sky in the distance, but on the huge object that was hanging high in the sky and occupying a part of the space in their line of sight. They were 40 gigantic suns, hanging high above this space, emitting bright colors. However, compared to the 2 bright and dazzling suns, they were too mild and weak. Their light was not strong, and they did not release light or heat. They also did not have a huge gravitational force to distort space. They just quietly hung in a corner of the space, restraining their light and heat. They were only gigantic balls of viscous liquid, neither hot nor cold, as if this world had much to do with them. This dreamlike scene scared the people inside the space at first. After a long night, when they woke up, they discovered that there were 40 suns in the sky. If it was anyone else, they would have twitched for a while. The people who had just moved to the island were no exception. The sky of the Qin family directly merged with the space. Even if Qin Hai was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel suffocated for a few seconds. When the others saw this dreamlike scene, each and every one of them was stunned. They had never seen such a scene in their entire life. These 40 huge balls of liquid were so close to each other, only a few dozen li apart. Looking from afar, they were stuck together in a row, just like playing with a ball. Even the starry sky didn't have such a magnificent scene. But suddenly, in this space, the power of the space madly gathered from all directions, condensing towards one place, faintly forming a huge storm. In that space, a 10,000 li-wide twisting vortex suddenly appeared. It stood erect in the space, and was still expanding crazily, attracting the attention of the people on the floating island. They all flew up to the sky to look at the huge twisting vortex that appeared in their line of sight. In just a short while, it had already become several 100,000 li wide. Oh, it seems that the Yuan family has also arrived. This scene is really spectacular. Was it like this when we first arrived? At the edge of the Qin family's floating island, near the twisting vortex, dozens of figures suddenly appeared. Qin Hai was also among them. He looked at the vortex that was still expanding and condensing crazily, and couldn't help but click his tongue. This little guy is really, I don't know what to say. How should I say it? Amazing? Oh, I don't think I can say that word. No matter what, he is still one of the ancestors of the Divine Hall. Although he has become like this now, there is a price to pay for underestimating him. The outcome is usually destructive. A young man with a golden body crossed his arms and said softly, "TSK, TSK, Little Star actually made such a big commotion when we were not here. The golden crowned princess couldn't help but raise her head. The thin feather cloak, wrapped around her body, was blown around by the space storm. Her jade-like hand casually pulled a corner of the feather cloak to cover her head. The 40 suns had restrained their light and heat, but there were still rays of light released. This place was brighter than any other place. At night, even if it became very dim, there were still spots of light that flickered, as if to show everyone that they were inextinguishable stars. You didn't receive it. Oh, you just came back. I forgot again. Qin Hai patted his forehead and shook his head with a bitter smile. Palace Master Jean and the Golden Crown Princess had only come back half an hour ago. As soon as they came back, they saw the sun hanging in the sky. The Qin clan had inexplicably appeared beside them. This space was expanding without limit. This made them all stunned. They thought they had walked into the wrong house. After asking their elders for a while, they found out what had happened during the time they were away. The power of the gods. TSK, I was just one step away. Back then, I followed Yuing and learned a lot of things that other gods didn't know. But I forgot to ask him about the step he took to break through the gods. The suppression of this era is too uncomfortable. Ning Qianxue rubbed a strand of ice-blue hair and couldn't help but sigh. The strong wind pressed her blue and white robe and long hair against her body, outlining her graceful figure. Her beautiful face was filled with longing. A gentle smile hung on her face, sacred and beautiful. The suppression of the rules of heaven and earth in this era is so serious. How did you cultivate back then? Palace Master Jean couldn't help but ask. Ning Qianxue scratched her head. I forgot. Everyone, in short, Ning Qianxue's beautiful face was slightly red. She coughed dryly. We were outside the god's world. I followed Yuing and cultivated, and that's how it was. But after he left, I found that I couldn't cultivate at all. The suppression of the rules of heaven and earth forced me to seal my god's origin. It was only until I only had a part of my ability to move that I felt better. Usually when I used the power of godly right, I felt weak and had to sleep for a while to recover. Symptoms after returning to the god's world? It's the same inside and outside the god's world, but it's more serious in the god's world. Look at those old ghosts nesting in the ground, and that zombie ghost who jumped out to cause trouble. That ghost came out to cause trouble before it was fully recovered. Ning Qianxue crossed her arms and curled her lips. They also knew about the god's world. Those little kids from your family went to the little divine lands, right? Is it okay? Ning Qianxue asked again. She was referring to Yao Hua, Hua Sheng, and the others. This generation's divine sons, divine daughters, and future divine kings didn't have the first and second generation divine sons. After all, there were only a few people in the 9 gods temple, so there was no need to set up so many. They all sneaked into the little divine lands after receiving the inheritance. Hearing this, Golden Queen's face darkened. Her beautiful face couldn't help but twitch. Forget it. I'll beat them up when I catch them one day. I wanted to let Little Star bring them in, but they slipped away first. Not long ago, they made a big scene at the Phoenix Mountain with the disciples of the 9 gods temple. In the end, an emperor god intervened. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Palace Master Jean shook her head helplessly. These little guys were really good at making trouble, one more troublesome than the other. Time. Palace Master Guang could not help but sigh. Unknowingly, those little fellows had already reached this stage. Gradually, they had all grown up. The image of them, when they were still little, was still vivid in his mind. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the initial god realm. Time flies. The mountain monarch and the others let out a long sigh. Stop sighing. There will be an impact from the spatial transfer. It should be over there soon. Let's get ready first. Palace Master Shui rolled her eyes at everyone and said softly, "The vortex that distorted reality spun crazily. Strands of silver-blue energy condensed and compressed in the center of the vortex. The huge spatial power made the space glow. When the vortex expanded to a size of 10 million miles, all the light suddenly shrank. The vortex collapsed, and a dazzling white light bloomed. At the moment when the sky and earth were separated, everyone could feel the extremely chaotic spatial power flying past them like debris thrown out by a tornado. Everyone was also prepared to resist the impact. Buzz. Dozens of people got into position. The energy barrier was about to condense, but there was only the turbulence of spatial power. There wasn't even an impact. In the dazzling white light, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared. It was a huge island about the size of the Qin family's floating island. The powerful onlookers in the city were stunned. They originally thought that after the vortex collapsed, a huge teleportation gate would appear. Then, a huge floating island would slowly squeeze out of the gate. What they saw now was far from what they imagined. With just a flash of light, the spatial transfer was completed. Moreover, there wasn't even a trace of spatial impact. It only caused a large-scale disturbance in the spatial power of this space, but it would quickly recover. The people on the Yuan family's floating island who completed the spatial transfer came back to their senses in a daze. Almost the first thing they did was to raise their heads. Because those big guys occupied most of their line of sight, it was impossible for them not to notice. Then, half of the people in the city fainted. There were some ordinary people in the city. Just seeing such a strange phenomenon made their hearts skip a few beats. Even the God Emperor had to use his power to calm himself down. The control of this spatial power. Empress Jin's cheeks twitched. They could also move such a big thing, but it would inevitably cause some shock waves. However, the floating island in front of them from the distortion of space to the complete emergence completely overturned their expectations. It only caused the spatial power to become chaotic. There wasn't even a trace of impact. The use of spatial power at the level of a deity and the power of rules. This is the power of a deity's rules. Little Star has recovered his power at the level of a deity. Ning Qianxue sensed a little and was immediately shocked. Then she was overjoyed. Unfortunately, that's impossible. Just as she finished speaking, the space beside her flickered slightly. A group of people seemed to float up from underwater. Their figures gradually became solid. In a few seconds, they appeared in front of everyone. The person in the lead was wearing a cape and clothes that sparkled like stars. Her colorful hair fluttered lightly. Naturally, it was Yun Nuoshing. When she saw everyone, she couldn't help but smile. Sister Jean, Sister Shui, welcome back. Empress Jean, and the others' gazes swept up and down her body. They frowned thoughtfully. Ning Qianshue's expression changed slightly. She walked forward and pressed on her hands. She said seriously, "Little Star, you want to get married?" Everyone, Yun Nuoshing was depressed. "That's why I said this dress really doesn't suit me." Even they said so. It was really like a young girl wearing the most gorgeous dress to get married. That was the dress that she had tossed around in the Qin family. Coming out from there, going to the Yuan family, and teleporting back all happened on the same day. This day could be said to be very busy. After tossing and turning for half a day, there was still some time before nightfall. "Your aura feels strange." Palace Master Jean frowned slightly. He looked at Yun Nuoshing and felt that something was wrong. Reality was unnaturally distorted around him, and there were no signs of the rules being fixed. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly. Although he had only recovered the rules of the second and third major realms of the divine level, his attainments in the use of the power of rules were superb. Ordinary gods couldn't even see his shadow even if they used their lives. Palace Master Jean felt this way because he subconsciously kept the power of rules in a disturbed state in his body. He could distort the rules according to his will anytime and anywhere. He didn't need any preparation, and he didn't need that kind of long time to use his power. Ning Qianxue pinched Yun Nuoshing's face and rubbed it with both hands. She said, "That's strange. What did you do? Even I can't see through you. Your rules are lower than mine." "It's nothing. I just recovered a little, about this much." Yun Nuoshing smiled foolishly, pulling a small distance between his index finger and thumb. Chu Yingzhan pursed her lips. "This guy ate 2 flames, and then he became like this. It seems to be the 5th and the 11th. Sigh, I feel like I'm a world away from him. Everyone." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes at her and shook his head helplessly. He spoke softly to pull everyone out of their state of shock. "Sister Jean, I'll leave the matters here to you. I think you probably know the details. We're going to the southern plains now. There's a party. I'll go and see what that god is thinking. I have to see if the situation requires me to slap him into the cycle of reincarnation. Everyone, don't you want to rest? You just moved that big guy here. He must be tired, right?" Ning Qianxue asked with concern. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. "I used the power of rules and the token of the 9 divine temples to throw him here. He didn't consume much energy. Sister Shui, if you have time, help Sister Jean. She likes to slack off. I didn't move the Yuan and Qin families here to watch them quarrel. Although they might not quarrel, it's just a precaution." "I won't slack off." Princess Jean glared at him fiercely. She reached out and pulled his ear. She said loudly, Where did you go after leaving so many things to do? Can't you rest for a few days?" Yun Nuoshing grimaced and quickly said, "There's no time for us to rest. Many things have happened one after another. Many things are going to happen. I have to find a solution in a short time. Otherwise, the realm of the gods won't be able to survive this era." Ning Qianxue trembled violently and suddenly became serious. What did you find out? What are you planning to do?" "Xian, Ming, remember to keep an eye on him. This guy is definitely going to do something stupid." Every time Yun Nuoshing showed this kind of expression and spoke in a serious tone, he would bring with him one after another terrible news, all of which only came after he returned. After all, this was an ancient heavenly god, an existence that once stood at the peak of heavenly god. Although he was weak now, he still had many secrets that no one could understand. He could see things that were very far away. "Sister Shui, don't worry. I saw a lot of troublesome things. Some things may have been brewing for decades, but no one knows. There are some things that I haven't told you. During that time when you weren't in the realm of the gods, the Book of Myriad Realms took you to other worlds. Seeing Sister Jean and the others come back safely made me feel a little relieved." Yun Nuoshing looked at Princess Jean and the others. He looked around and said, "The things that follow are very big, very big. The most ancient things can even be related to the mythological era, the moment when the realm of the gods was created. It was an earth-shattering disaster, but it's far more than that. With my power, I can only give the realm of the gods a quick euthanasia, so that no one will feel pain. There's no other way." Everyone felt their hair stand on end and goosebumps appeared on their skin. They quickly focused. Some of them had already started to take deep breaths to prevent themselves from fainting, especially when they saw Yun Nuoshing's unusually serious expression. They knew that he was not joking. He was warning them as an ancient heavenly god. The Nine Gods Temple had always trusted him. There were also a few people from the Qin family here. This serious atmosphere forced them to be serious. Everyone present smelled an extremely dangerous aura. I have an identity that I have never announced. The Nine Gods Temple doesn't know either. Yun Nuoshing pressed his palm on his chest and looked at everyone with his colorful eyes. I am the observer of the realm of the gods. I am a miserable employee who was chosen by it. I am the last barrier of the realm of the gods. If you have all come into contact with the ancient fragments of information, you should know a little about this. Everyone present, except for Xian and the others, rolled their eyes and almost fainted. Ning Qianxue was even short of breath. Observer, legend, one of the two priesthoods of the realm of the gods. This was a secret among secrets. Throughout history, only those who were qualified enough could come into contact with this information. They could only learn about this from the bits and pieces of information hidden in the realm of the gods. This was a legend among legends. Because it was too old and too ridiculous, some people even thought that it was a rumor that spanned dozens of eras. No one believed that the world created by the first great heavenly god still had any observer or guardian. It should be a completely free world. Since ancient times, those who mentioned this were all laughed at as delusional. However, only those who were truly qualified enough could come into contact with this part of the information. Moreover, no one had ever spread this information to the outside world. It was also because it was too mysterious and too unbelievable that even Ning Qianxue couldn't calm down after hearing it. Even though the Golden Queen and the others knew that the 10th Temple Master was very powerful, they had never thought in this direction. It was the same even if he had some connection with the Pillar of Creation. This was because no one dared to believe in this kind of ancient legend. The observer and guardian involved things that were too ancient. They had been washed away in that almost eternal time. Almost no one knew about them. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand to calm everyone down. Then, in a soft and slow voice, he spoke of many things: the demon world, the void fog and world fragments, the war in the myriad realms, the ancient world-class life forms, the realm of the gods without a guardian. The truth that had been buried was not very complicated. It was just that to trace back to the distant past, back to dozens of eras ago, there were many, many things that needed to be explained clearly and in detail. Halfway through, he felt that he was not speaking human language. The very soft words were deeply engraved in everyone's souls. During this time, Yuan Shang brought a few important people from the Yuan family to visit, but no one paid any attention to them. Instead, they were sweating profusely as they listened to the story. A few supreme elders took out their handkerchiefs to wipe their cold sweat. In just an hour, everyone felt that the 4 seasons alternated between cold and hot. Cold sweat poured down their faces, and even their clothes were wet. I've finished. This is the current situation of the realm of the gods. There are disasters everywhere, and power is equivalent to nothing. The surging undercurrent is as small as a grain of sand in the face of the hard, ancient disasters. I don't believe in people's hearts. I don't think that others will do anything. Even if they do, it will be useless. Those disasters are already established facts. They have not erupted yet because it is not the time yet. The world shard could completely shatter the barrier of the Pillar of Creation and blow up the Zenith region. After an era, it would be exposed to the great reincarnation. Apart from the gods and some of the divine beings, no one would survive. However, before that, the rioting world-class beings would trample the realm of the gods clean. This is inevitable. The former would happen in less than half a year. The aftermath of the first disaster would forcefully awaken all the world-class beings, and then I don't know what to do. Many things are still fresh in my mind, as if I had just dealt with them yesterday. When I woke up, I didn't seem to have done anything. I have to face it all over again. But this time, I don't have them by my side. I'm alone, and I'm dragging my half-baked body along. Other than carrying out another round of destruction, I don't have any other special methods. Moreover, I can't deal with that world shard. The realm of the gods must be preserved. This is the information I got from the Pillar of Creation. It's a matter of great importance that must be traced back to the mythological era. However, I don't know what it involves. I only know that I can't preserve it. I might not survive this era. The air was so silent that it was almost frozen. In fact, in the past hour or so, apart from Yun Nuoshing's detailed and serious voice, no one dared to make a sound. Xian and the others had already heard it once, but hearing it again still sent chills down their spines. The air was so quiet that it was unbearable. They looked at him in surprise. They had thought that he would take on everything alone. They never imagined that he would be so open and honest with everyone. In fact, this was also the first time he had really asked for help from others. For the first time in dozens of eras, he was already very tired. He carried too much on his shoulders, and it was very heavy. He didn't say it, and it was very dark. He couldn't say it, and he had been holding on silently, because only he could bear it. He had been forced to this point. His eyes were dim as he asked for help from others. Ming and Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly. She was distressed, but also afraid. Her heart was connected to his. That mark connected the two of them together. She was his lock, his key. Therefore, she could also feel his feelings. Hidden beneath that weary heart was endless darkness and twisted madness. The madness and darkness that could devour people suffocated her. He was already on the verge of collapse. No one could predict what would happen when the limit was crossed. Chapter 1091. His deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. It was hollow, dispirited, and somewhat stiff. The feeling of exhaustion seeped deep into everyone's hearts. They had never heard him speak in such a tone. Numb, gloomy, and powerless. There were many words, but when put together, it was actually just 3 words. Help me. Everyone could understand the meaning behind his words. It was just that he didn't say it clearly. Everyone roughly understood the situation, but how to solve it, how to help? This, at least from their point of view, even the observer himself was somewhat helpless. To put it bluntly, they were people with mortal bodies. When faced with such a big problem that only heavenly gods could solve, they also had a headache. Otherwise, why would those secrets be buried so deeply that no one could unravel them? With this matter in front of them, they wanted to help, but could they? No matter what, looking at Yun Nuoshing's gloomy and somewhat sad face, the Golden Princess, and the others felt a little sad. This guy who had always been at the front line, it was rare for him to show his weak side. They also wanted to do their part, but they couldn't think of a way. But at this moment, even if they had to squeeze their brains dry, they had to come up with an answer. God knows what this awkward guy was thinking in his heart. Maybe he was just joking. In fact, he himself knew that what he said was a fantasy to others, and no one would dare to believe it. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and went to the front line himself. This was also very possible. I'm done. Yun Nuoshing slowly shrugged and sighed deeply. A deep sense of exhaustion came from the bottom of his heart. Everyone looked at each other and frowned. This was the most frightening news they had heard in their lives. It caused their minds to be in a mess. However, there was one thing that they were certain of. The turmoil in the heavenly realm this time, the impending disaster, even if the power of the demon world increased by 10 times, it still wouldn't be comparable. What do you plan to do? Ning Qianshue's pretty face floated with an icy blue light. She had just stabilized her breathing. Compared to the others who were drenched in sweat, she was much better. She could still maintain her calm voice. I don't know. Yun Nuoxing shook her head calmly. I'm just bringing it up. These matters have huge implications. Everyone has the right to know. Even though there are many idiots, they still have the right to know. If this news gets out before the demon world attacks, the people of the myriad god world will destroy themselves. Palace Master Guang muttered to himself. This wasn't just a very big news. Any one of these news could change the entire divine world. No one could avoid it. However, to unite everyone, including the people of the demon world and the demon world, was simply nonsense. It was simply impossible. If we still can't resolve this in the end, I will take this space with me and leave. The god realm can do whatever you want, Yun Nuoxing said indifferently as she rubbed her bangs. Everyone was speechless. Aren't you the observer? Is it really okay for you to abandon the deity realm? Yun Nuoxing sighed. It's not a problem. Even if only 1/10 of the deity realm survives, it will still be preserved. The last 1/10 of the deity realm will never be destroyed. Besides, I have something I want to do in this life. I must do it. Everyone looked at her. After thinking about it for a while, they could understand. Although she had the title of the observer of the deity realm, if she had to unconditionally sacrifice herself because of this title, it would be a little too unreasonable. The ancient records mentioned that the observer was chosen by the world itself. Furthermore, it was imposed on her. She would not be given any special help because of this title. At most, she would be able to do things in the deity realm a little more smoothly. However, what came after was that she would have to monitor everything in this huge world. When necessary, she would have to step in and prevent certain things from happening. Yun Nuoxing sighed. I didn't become the observer because I wanted to. Even with this title, it did not force me to do anything. I have full authority to deal with it. So naturally, I can leave it alone. I only need to reinforce the 1/10 of the deity realm that will definitely remain. As for whether or not I can leave behind even a speck of dust in the great samsara, that's not something I can control. Palace Master Jin's shocked face slowly recovered. Golden light flashed all over his body. What do you want us to do? I don't know. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. I've said it before. Everyone has the right to know. I'm telling you now because the situation has already reached its worst state. I hope that you're mentally prepared. When these devastating events erupt all at once, you won't be unable to do anything to save yourself. Let's just do what we need to do. There's still some time. We still have to deal with what we need to deal with now. We still have to live our lives for the time being. Yun Nuoxing forced a smile. However, it was a smile that was even more heartbreaking than crying. Helplessness was deeply imprinted on her face. Who knows, we might be able to find a safe way to solve these problems in the next few months. Everyone smiled bitterly. Was that even possible? In the past, when these disasters erupted, there were countless post-God level powerhouses overseeing them. Disasters caused by world-class life forms had only occurred once during the mythological era. There was also a secret outbreak during the ancient era. They were certain that 95% of the people in the divine realm would not be mentally prepared for this disaster. It would only take half a day for the entire divine realm to fall into a state of panic. Whether those sleeping gods would be of any use was still an unsolved mystery. The observer was at a loss. He was only reminding everyone. As for how to let the entire divine realm know about this shocking news, that was another matter altogether. Since he had mentioned it and reminded them that everyone had the right to know, it was obvious that he wanted them to spread the news. The 9 deities' temple's influence in the divine realm was still very strong. Palace Master Jean and the others thought about it and scratched their heads in distress. No matter how they put it, it was hard to bear. Just make up a little bit and spread it out bit by bit. Push the blame to the divination masters and give some vague hints. What can't be solved easily? Chu Yingzhan spread out her hands and said nonchalantly. Everyone suddenly realized that this was definitely a good idea. Anyway, the divination masters were always mysterious when they spoke. Who didn't know that this group of people would be anxious to death when they spoke? Through the name of the divination masters, this news would slowly spread out bit by bit so that the people would slowly accept it. When the disaster came, they would be able to react faster and increase their mental endurance at the same time. As for whether it would be useful or not, and whether it would be of any help to the disaster, no one knew. Even if it was useful, it would probably be very little. Seeing that Palace Master Jean, Yuan Shang, Qin Hai, and the others were engrossed in their discussion, Yun Nuoxing sighed, helplessly, and took a few steps back. Just as he was about to leave, Ning Qianxue hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed his hands. "Promise me you mustn't do anything rash." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Seeing her extremely concerned gaze, a troubled smile appeared on his pretty face. He nodded lightly. "Yes, don't worry. I've also said that this life is the limit. I have to continue walking. I have to reach where I should go. I won't risk my life." Ning Qianxue stared at his colorful eyes suspiciously and tried her best to ignore the charm of those eyes. She squeezed his hands hard. "Absolutely, absolutely, promise me. If there's anything, you must call me. Definitely. Just like you also have things that you can't give up on. So do I. I can't watch you leave. These hands. I don't want to let go anymore. This time, let me protect you." Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned. He blinked his eyes and nodded with a smile. He squeezed her hands hard. "Yes. By the way, the things that you asked for before have all been collected." Ning Qianxue thought of something and hurriedly let go of his hands. She took out a blue crystal from somewhere and took out the Book of the Myriad Realm. She solemnly placed it in his hands and said, "The Book of the Myriad Realm seems to lead to the 8 Elements realm, but I don't know which world it is. It also uses the common language of all races. The materials that you asked us to collect have all been collected." Yun Nuoxing's palm gently stroked the blue crystal. Hearing this, he revealed a trace of surprise. How long had it been? And they had already collected all the materials. Among those things, many were comparable to fairy items. They were even the most precious treasures from other worlds. Even the gods could hardly find them. Some of them were still wandering in the endless starry sky. In short, they were very difficult to find. He had already mentally prepared himself that he would have to wait for a long time. It might even exceed the time that he had set for the arrival of the Devil Clan. Although this time had no specific meaning. "Yes, I have received it." Yun Nuoxing nodded and solemnly put the crystal into the pendant. It carried everyone's efforts. He wanted to open his mouth and thank them, but Ning Qianxue was one step ahead of him. She covered his mouth and shook her head. "Go do your things. We will take care of things here. If you need anything, just call me." Ning Qianxue smiled gently. She held his face and rubbed it. Then she looked at Xian and the others. "You guys keep an eye on this guy. You must keep an eye on him. Even if it is for your own sake, you have to hold him down. He will only listen to you occasionally." Xian nodded vigorously. As soon as Ming opened his mouth, Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes. "Who can control this guy? Look at his expression. There is nothing on the surface, but I don't know how many things he is hiding in his heart. This is an old monster who has lived for more than 70 years. What is he thinking? Chu Xianling quickly covered her mouth. She could already see Yin Nuoxing's slightly darkened face. Sister, stop talking. Yin Nuoxing looked at her with a slightly darkened face. She said with some bitterness, Aren't I changing? Can you stop nagging? Chu Yingzhan slapped Chu Xianling's hand away. She put her hands on her hips and sneered. If you are really changing, do you dare to swear here? Yun Nuoxing was stunned and hesitated. You are right. You must be thinking about something else in your heart. Chu Yingzhan shrugged. Seeing her hesitation, she could guess most of it. Xian and the others were also a little helpless. Although they were delusional that Yun Nuoxing could settle down immediately, that was absolutely impossible. Therefore, they more or less guessed some of it. It was a tacit understanding. They didn't expect the former to say it out like this. Yun Nuoxing glared at her fiercely. You know more. I dare to swear. You dare to listen? Do you dare to take the oath of the gods? Then everyone present was stunned. The only one who could take the oath here was probably Ning Qianxue. Yun Nuoxing curled his lips and didn't discuss this matter in detail. His tacit agreement made Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, There's definitely something fishy going on with this fellow. Everyone else actually knew this. They knew that this fellow who was a bit straightforward and had a half-black personality definitely wouldn't compromise so easily. Let's not talk about this. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. Now, it's time to go to another place. Little Chen, where is the gathering that you mentioned the other day? We will teleport there. The southern plains, probably the southern plains. It is quite lively. There should be a lot of people there. Chu Chun said, It is said that not only the younger generation, but also some famous masters, god emperors, and so on will be there. The scale should be very large. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while, then turned to look at Xian. She nodded slightly and looked at everyone. Then it's arranged like this. Some of you will go to the gathering. I won't go this time. What about you? I will take Xian to the Forest of Gold. It happens to be in the southern plains. The origin of wood and the origin of gold might be there. Yun Nuoxing's eyes turned and swept across everyone. Those who want to go with me can come. Anyway, the forbidden area isn't really a forbidden area now, so there is no danger. Those who want to go to the gathering can go and have a look. But be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, Ming, Feng, Bing Er, and Little Moon gathered around Yun Nuoxing. They grabbed his hair or clothes with one hand, instantly making their stand clear. Big brother, I'm going to. Little Purple Soul ran over from not far away. The little girl ignored the adults' conversation because it was too serious. At this moment, she ran over energetically and jumped into Yun Nuoxing's arms. Yun Nuoxing smiled weakly and spun the little girl around twice. This little girl was always by his side, so he wouldn't leave her behind. I'll go. Chu Yingzhan also raised her hand and quickly moved to Bing Er's side. She poked her head out to look at everyone and giggled. I'm a fairy who wants to see all the sceneries in the heavenly realm. How can I let go of the Forest of Gold? Although the forbidden area is a little scary, the sceneries are very, very good. Everyone looked at her and suddenly felt a little speechless. Forbidden area? Sceneries? This girl's head must have been hit by a door before. How could a place that was notorious for killing countless people every year have any sceneries? The Forest of Gold's reputation was exaggerated. Part of it was because it was a forbidden area for life, and the other part was because the sceneries were pleasant and beautiful. Looking at it from the outside, the sceneries were pretty good. It would be better if it wasn't so exaggerated. But unfortunately, it still killed a bunch of people every year. Yuanxi looked left and right and suddenly grinned. He hooked his arm around Chu Chen's neck and pulled Nightmare along. Little Star, you guys go to the Forest of Gold. We'll wait for you at the gathering. Chu Chen was shocked. I think, what's there to be afraid of? Come with us to see the world. It's the same. Nightmare patted his shoulder and grinned sinisterly, almost scaring Chu Chen to tears. Chu Xianling looked left and right and thought for a while. Then he moved to Yun Nuoxing's side and waved at Chu Chen. Little Chen, have a safe trip. Chu Chen's face was ashen. Ever since he left the music world, his daily tasks were either being thrown around or being kidnapped. Qin Yan smiled and glanced at him. Then she silently walked behind Yun Nuoxing and continued to be a statue. Qin Yan couldn't help but sigh. His daughter really had a lot of opponents. After they finished discussing the itinerary, Palace Master Guang thought for a while and also stepped forward. He said to Yuan Shi and the others, I'll go with you. Huh. Everyone was stunned. Palace Master Guang shrugged and looked at Palace Master Jin and the others. You guys contact the Phaseless Cult and the other Guardian Forces. You can report to them what Little Star said. We've been a Guardian Force for so many years and aren't easily frightened. We can still take this kind of thing. As for what we'll do after that, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Then you can contact the others at your discretion. Palace Master Jean nodded and felt that it was feasible. I heard about the gathering from others. There will be many people coming. The scale might not be as big as the Taiyuan Grand Meeting, but the people who will come will be from all walks of life. There will be many forces participating, and the news will spread quickly. Some rumors will spread there. It won't directly disturb them, but it will spread quickly and widely. Moreover, it can be modified into something miraculous. Palace Master Shui also nodded and looked at Palace Master Guang. You have to be careful. For such a big event, those deities and divine forces might get involved. They already dared to put pressure on the Yuan and Qin families. Naturally, they would dare to make a move on the 9 deity temples. If they come to us, if they cause trouble, beat them up. If they don't cause trouble, let them go. They have to carry the name of the 9 deity temples when they're outside. This is their last hope for reputation. If they're scared and show weakness, what's the point of being a guardian force? Just beat them up. Yun Nuoxing put her hands on her hips and swept away the gloomy atmosphere. She spoke in a very domineering manner. Everyone was so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. They had forgotten that this living ancestor was standing right here. If I beat them up, I can't even defeat a deity. I can run away with the children. Palace Master Guang smiled bitterly. He was only a thread away from that realm. However, this thread was enough to make everyone who stood at that realm stop in despair. The rules of this world suppressed them so severely. He didn't know how those deities managed to advance. What are you afraid of? I'm right here. How can we let those who are outside suffer? The 9 deity temples' fierce reputation has to be preserved. I'm still hoping that this can become a trump card. Yun Nuoxing swung her long, colorful hair and said forcefully. Then she stretched out her hand and beckoned to the sky. She shouted softly, "Come here." Everyone looked at her blankly. They followed her line of sight and raised their heads. Then they saw a dim golden sun suddenly shrink and fall towards him. In just a few breaths' time, it flew to his hand. Its huge size also shrunk to the size of a fist. It emitted a bright golden light on his hand and shone on his body, making him feel warm. The haze in his heart also disappeared. It seemed to have the power to cleanse his soul. Yun Nuoxing made a hand sign, and several small formations appeared around the golden sun. They circled it a few times and then slowly merged into it. those formations turned into several rings, and each ring had 2 points of contact on the same line. When the sun shone on those points, it was extremely bright. It was as if there were binding chains around the golden sun, and the center of the rings completely overlapped with the sun. Here, it's for you. It won't be a problem even if you're not a deity. With your strength, you'll be able to kill a low-level deity. If you encounter a high-level deity, you'll be able to ignore their divine right suppression. You'll be able to escape. Yun Nuoshing through the golden star to Palace Master Guang. When Palace Master Guang heard that, he immediately sweated. He hurriedly caught the sun in his hand. As soon as he touched it, he felt that the light element in his body had risen to a domain that he couldn't understand. It also contained an extremely terrifying power and might. That power made his heart tremble. He had been working hard for this power for many years. Palace Master Shui wiped the cold sweat off her pretty face. She looked at Yun Nuoshing gently and laughed dryly. Releasing a sun in the city isn't very good, is it? Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and said to Palace Master Guang, "What's not good about it? This is made by little Guang's pure light element. With the help of my formations, it can be controlled very well. You don't have to worry about the energy. It won't use up all your energy." "Oh, then I'm relieved. I was worried that this thing would become an uncontrollable killing machine and destroy a city or something." Palace Master Guang smiled and wiped the sweat off his forehead. "How can that be? If we throw it out, it'll only blow up a region." Yun Nuoshing grinned. Everyone was speechless. They felt that they had misheard something, but they felt that it was probably an illusion, so they ignored it. After repeatedly explaining that this thing wasn't thrown out like a brick and its energy was easy to control, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. A few palace masters looked at the smiling Palace Master Guang with a strange gaze. Looking at his smiling face, they didn't know why, but they wanted to stamp a shoe print on his handsome face. "Cough, then I'll leave it to you. This child is always worrisome." Yuan Shang coughed dryly and cupped his hands at Palace Master Guang. Palace Master Guang smiled and nodded. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. With a wave of her hand, a huge teleportation gate appeared in the air. She looked at everyone and said, "There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and set off. The days of peace are getting shorter and shorter. There's no time for leisure." Everyone nodded. Just as they were about to enter the teleportation gate, Yun Nuoshing let out a loud cry. Then she dashed into the Light God Palace and disappeared. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what had happened. 2 minutes later, Yun Nuoshing returned. She tugged at her clothes and smiled at everyone. "It's nothing. I almost forgot to take something." "What is it?" Xian asked curiously. "That world. It's growing quite well. I think it's all ready." Yun Nuoshing chuckled. Everyone was stunned. Xian, Qin Hai, and the others all trembled. At the mention of the word world, they remembered something. That's right, it was the world-type god weapon that he had mentioned before. When they saw the uncontrollable smile on his face, they felt cold sweat all over their bodies. This guy was about to awaken some terrifying ability again. Chapter 1092. The vast energy seemed to have fallen into a cage and was trapped in this place, unable to dissipate quickly. They would be entrenched here for many years. The vast energy caused a series of bizarre phenomena in this place. Purple electric arcs left a trail that was only a dozen meters long. Then they quickly spread in all directions and lasted in the air for a minute. Finally, they expanded to a size of 1,000 miles, forming a huge electric net. Dense electric arcs swept across like whips. The purple electric arcs persisted until they reached their limits and shattered, turning into a large patch of purple light spots. Like a rain of light, a portion of the light spots condensed into energy clusters. while the rest turned into other strange phenomena. All of them fell into the huge abyss below. This was a huge crater with a bottomless abyss at its center. All kinds of strange energy phenomena were happening above and inside this huge crater. Looking into the distance, one had to travel millions of miles before one could barely see the ground at the edge of the dark abyss. Only after traveling millions of miles could one see the flat ground. The whole place had become a crater, a complete spherical void. At that time, there must have been two huge bursts of energy erupting from the center of the spherical void to the top and bottom, creating the huge crater. In the sky above the crater, there was an unnatural distortion of space. Some of the space that tried to recover collapsed into fragments, revealing a golden time barrier. Many people appeared at the edge of the huge pit, looking at the huge destruction that was definitely not caused by a natural disaster. Their faces turned pale, and their hearts sank. They knew that this place belonged to the Yuan family, where the celestial Yuan city was located. Now that a huge pit had been blasted out, and thinking about what had happened previously, they subconsciously thought that the Yuan family had been wiped out. This was a transcendental force in the divine realm. If even they could be wiped out in one go without any news, then was there any place in this world that was safe? The answer was obvious. Therefore, when the huge pit appeared, many people who had seen the terrifying scene here flew to various places with the news that was enough to cause panic. They were not willing to stay for a moment longer, afraid that they might be spied on by people who might not stay here. They also planned to spread the news as soon as possible. I hope that those stubborn old people who have lived for thousands of years will raise their spirits after seeing the destruction of the celestial Yuan city. If this continues, the human race will be done for. This was what many people who didn't know the truth were thinking. Even those who stood here and watched for a while before quietly leaving. No one went deep into the center of the crater. At this moment, above the huge abyss, space twisted into a vortex in an abnormal manner. Powerful spatial fluctuations emanated from the vortex, causing a portion of the chaotic energy in the space to be destroyed and temporarily return to normal. The whirlpool twisted for a while, and a weak white light flashed and disappeared. As the white light expanded and quickly dissipated, a group of people suddenly appeared. If one looked carefully, they were naturally yin nuashing, and the others, wow, where is this place? Chu Yingzhan exclaimed when she saw the huge pit that appeared out of nowhere. Idiot! You didn't have to create such a big hole just by teleporting, did you? How much resentment do you have against this world? Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes, the old site of the celestial Yuan city. When I left 6 hours ago, I left behind a huge energy ball. It blew up those people who tore down my barrier and the divine token in their hands. Have you forgotten? You're blowing up wherever you go. Palace Master Guang's face twitched violently. When he saw the phenomenon of energy blooming in the distance, he could almost imagine how terrifying the explosion of energy had been here not long ago. Within a radius of 100 meters, space and rules had been shattered into pieces, looking like sashimi. No matter what, it's still a divine token. It can't be blown up without using some force. Aren't hooligans dangerous after stealing a deity's weapon? Yun Nuashing shrugged. The last sentence was just a joke. Divine spirit weapons were far from easy to use. Everyone understood what she meant. Then we'll do as we agreed. I'll teleport directly. When we pass by that city in the southern plains, I'll throw you guys down, and we'll continue to the Golden Forest. Yun Nuashing identified the direction. We should be done soon. We'll go to your place then. If we're not back by the time you're done, you guys can go back to the Holy Temple first. Don't worry. Yuanshi patted her shoulder and grinned. Yun Nuashing's gaze swept across his surroundings. Although this place had been blown to pieces by him, and all kinds of energy were chaotic and disorderly, it obviously did not affect him. After holding on for a second, the teleportation gate was successfully opened. A group of people filed in, and the center of the crater was occupied by all kinds of energy phenomena. Suddenly, a blurry golden light burst out from the distance and rushed into the chaotic energy space. It paused there for a few seconds and wandered around like a headless fly. The surrounding energy phenomena seemed to be affected and gradually weakened. The concentration of the chaotic energy in the area was also decreasing visibly. In the end, a large area returned to normal. The light spat out a colorful energy halo in a very human way. It was like a burp. Then it paused there for a minute. Suddenly, it flashed toward the southeast and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Yun Nuwashing, who had already teleported away, naturally did not know what happened after they left. At that moment, a teleportation gate was opened from the void. She kicked Yuan Shi and the other two out. "We're here. Let's go." Wah! A sorrowful cry gradually faded away. Palace Master Guang wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. When he saw Yun Nuwashing looking over, he hurriedly waved his hand. "I'll do it myself, I'll do it myself." Yun Nuwashing laughed mockingly. "I'll leave those three idiots to you. Yuan Shi and Xiao Chen are fine, but if Nightmare is disobedient, just pick him up and give him a beating." Palace Master Guang nodded and slipped out of the gate. His body turned into a brilliant light and caught the three people who had been kicked out. They were dizzy from spinning in the air. Then they landed in the city below. When Yun Nuwashing saw that they had landed safely, she waved her hand to close the teleportation gate. Then she took the group of girls behind her and rushed through the void. The nearby void trembled slightly because of her movements. Even a casual acceleration caused the void to tremble. Because of the urgency of the moment, Yun Nuwashing did not wander around in the real world like before. Instead, he directly rushed through the void. He constantly used the power of rules to distort the void and shorten the distance. He even used teleportation to fly through the void. It was more boring than before, but it was really fast. It only took a few minutes to go from the western region to the southern plains. Right now, they were rushing to the Golden Forest from the top of the Wanyuan city, where the gathering was held in the southern plains. It did not take too long to reach the Golden Forest, which was closer to the small divine land. "Did you just open the teleportation gate into the southern plains, holy city's protective barrier?" Chu Yingzhan rubbed her eyes. She suspected that she had seen wrongly. Does the teleportation gate in the void have to be restricted by those god formations that no one is controlling? Yun Nuwashing glanced at her. If the formations and energy barriers do not have a corresponding spatial seal, it is impossible to keep me outside. Chu Yingzhan thought for a while. Then she casually asked, "Then how did you walk into the city in the past?" "In the past, when I was traveling, I was slow. Now that I'm on my way, those who are in my way have either been killed or stepped over." Yun Nuwashing yawned. "Don't worry, no one can sense it." Chu Yingzhan mumbled and wrinkled her nose. She was also a formation master, but she could not understand what realm he was in. She felt that everything she had learned before had been overturned. Everything was brand new. The Golden Forest was located in the southern plains of the Divine Continent. It was closer to the small Divine Continent than the southern plains Holy City, which was closer to the center. Unlike the other three elemental realms in the Divine Continent, this place had the metal element and the wood element. However, the two realms were completely split in half, so it was called that. It had not changed for many years. The southern plains of the Divine Land was basically a flat land as far as the eye could see. There were very few hills and mountains scattered across the entire southern plains. If one were to change the scenery, it would be like an oasis in a desert. There were very few oases. In the southern plains, 70% of the land was flat land, while the other 30% was mostly made up of huge forests that reached tens of thousands of feet tall. They were densely packed together in the center and scattered evenly across the southern plains. The most special one was the Golden Forest. Across a plain, it suddenly appeared in one's sight. One was a dazzling golden forest, and the other was an emerald forest. There was an invisible boundary between the two forests. Not a single leaf crossed the boundary, but the boundary was only a foot wide. From a high altitude, one could clearly see that the two forests were directly attached to each other. The layers were well-defined and well-arranged. Dense, ancient trees intertwined with each other, but there was also an open space. The towering ancient trees reached high into the sky. Next to the huge trees were smaller trees. The latter's curved body gradually formed a circle around them. Countless branches and leaves reached out from the trunk, carefully reaching out to this world, like an ignorant child reaching out to touch the unknown world. When the wind blew, one could see that the two forests trembled at the same time. Swaying leaves fell from the sky, making a crisp, rustling sound when they collided. The faint golden halo dissipated at will, leaving behind the sound of crystals colliding with each other, accompanied by the sound of the wind in the grassland. It was like a peaceful melody. Who would have thought that this pure and peaceful forest was an elemental domain? The term forbidden elemental land was just a term used by the people nowadays. Yun Nuashing still liked to call the four places the elemental domain. It was called a forbidden area because no one understood these places, a domain that was piled up with a large number of the same elements. For thousands of years, only the same element existed. Many unimaginable things would happen in these spaces, but it was also what he used to like to study. Therefore, he studied some things. The so-called Earth elemental domain was the Nirvana behemoth. Fortunately, when he studied it back then, it was still in a deep sleep. It had not woken up for 16 trillion years before it was slapped by him. In this life, it was about to wake up, but he pressed it back to sleep for a period of time. The Nirvana behemoth was probably depressed to death. After forcing itself to sleep for more than 70 eras, it was probably going to die from sleep. When Yun Nuashing and the others arrived at this vast and boundless elemental domain, the former's body suddenly trembled. He looked down and suddenly sighed. After this calamity, there will be no more forbidden elemental land in this world. Don't tell me you're going to, what are you doing? Chu Yingzhan thought that he was going to do something bad. She glanced at him, but was shocked to find that all the energy in his body was quickly dissipating. All the energy was retracted into his body. His breath became so weak that it was almost undetectable. Even his life force was restrained to the extent that it was almost undetectable. Before he was about to lose control, Yun Nuashing quickly pulled Ming and let the dazed angel hold him. Then he waved his hand and threw weapons and formations to Xian, and the others, keep them first. Feng, enter my spiritual world. Bing Er, too. Feng, and Bing Er looked at each other. They tilted their heads and looked at him. They did not ask anything. They nodded slightly and then turned into two rays of light and went into his spiritual world. Xian, and the others kept the pile of things that he threw them. Then he took the time to look at them and asked, "What's wrong?" "Ming, let's go down first." Yin Nuashing turned around and said, then she pointed down and said, "There's a big guy under the Golden Forest. It's sleeping like the Nirvana behemoth, but the seal is about to break." Xian's expression changed. "Is it one of those world-class creatures?" Yin Nuashing nodded. "It's buried deep underground. The Golden Forest is a part of its body. I didn't look at it carefully, when I was in the realm of the gods. I just found it when I came out. My breath contains powerful divinity. Bing, air, and foam have a soul contract with me. They are also infected with powerful divinity. We have to restrain it well so that it won't wake the big guy up. The seal is on the verge of breaking. Even the slightest movement will make it tremble. Not to mention that we're going to enter its body later, Yun Nuoxing said. Chu Yingzhan glanced at the golden forest that they couldn't see the edge of. She silently estimated and broke out in cold sweat. How big is this big guy? The 4 world-class creatures in the forbidden elemental grounds aren't that big. They're only a few 100,000 miles wide, Yun Nuoxing said calmly. Xian, and the others thought about a few 100,000 miles wide. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. That was equivalent to a small city. How could such huge creatures not be considered big? Then how big would those really big guys be? The world-class creatures are extremely powerful, and their bodies are huge. Their exaggerated size is a kind of natural strength and natural defense. Their divinity and precepts are not low. The power of precepts basically doesn't work on them. Large-scale spatial annihilation also needs a certain degree to cause substantial damage. Their recovery ability, I'll be blunt, as long as the realm of the gods is not destroyed, they won't die. Only when they're almost half dead and reach the threshold of damage can they be put into hibernation. Before that, even the seal might not have much effect. Chu Yingzhan heard it and gasped. Her molars almost fell out from the cold. How did you deal with these big guys back then? While they were sleeping, I quickly knocked them out. In their complete form, I dealt with them for millions of years and kept wearing down their strength. When they were tired, I would seal them again. If we really had to fight them head-on, I reckon that I would have to destroy half a large area to kill them. Yun Nuoxing frowned. Thinking back to the time when he was busy sealing these guys, he felt a toothache. How could he encounter such a troublesome thing twice? Doesn't that mean there's no other way? Ming shuddered. These guys were basically indestructible. Only those who were at the pinnacle of heavenly gods could deal with them. However, in this era, there were only 5 heavenly gods in the realm of the gods. According to Yun Nuoxing, they were just ordinary heavenly gods. Yun Nuoxing could not help but sigh when he saw the drastic change in the expressions of the girls. That's why I said that I shouldn't have told you this from the start. And when we came back to our senses, you would rush out alone. Chu Yingzhan asked subconsciously, even though she was still in a daze. Then what could I do? Yun Nuoxing frowned and sighed. He could feel the hands around his waist tightening a bit because of his words, and said faintly, I won't necessarily rush out. I've been protecting this world for many years, and I need to rest occasionally. But if I let them go, the deity realm will be done for. I can't die in this era. The realm of the gods must exist for a reason. What can I do? The 2 results are in conflict, contradicting each other. Things in this world are just so unreasonable. Fantasies and legends at least have logic to be found, but reality is such a F***-up stage play. It will never let you live in peace. It aims to play you to death. It will first torture your mind, whip your soul, and then slowly watch you walk into the abyss under the burden, or close your eyes and ascend to heaven. Yun Nuoxing sighed heavily. After Feng Air and Bing Air returned to the soul realm, Yun Nuoxing thought about it for a while. Ignoring Little Moon and Yu-Er's objections, he took them into the soul realm as well. Along with the 2 little girls, Chu Xianling was also pulled into the soul realm. In the end, there were only 5 people left. It was rare that he didn't have to involve a lot of people. Every time he went out, he felt like he had a lot of people. He rarely went out with just 4 or 5 people. Xian was holding the Nether Void sword. Chu Yingzhan was happily holding the Wind Pearl and the Earth Pearl. There was also a pile of formation diagrams hanging on her waist. Qin Yan was using the Gold Pearl and the Wood Pearl to constantly sense the huge forest. Ming was in charge of carrying Yun Nuoshing and flying. Due to the problem of divinity and rules, this operation would be greatly hindered. At the very least, Yun Nuoshing couldn't do anything casually. There was a big guy sleeping below, and if he wasn't careful, he could wake him up. It was like standing on the top of a balance tower. If he moved a little, the tower would collapse completely. Therefore, he could only act as a pathfinder, sensing, and providing all kinds of weapons and technical support. To put it bluntly, he was just a support member. As for the Godhead weapons, if one didn't know how to use the power of rules and divinity, they could only activate great power. Without those 2 points, they were just super powerful weapons. With only pure power, it wasn't a problem to deal with some small matters. Therefore, Yun Nuoshing was very happy to give those things to Xian and the others for the time being. He wasn't worried that they would wake up the sleeping big guy. Yun Nuoshing and the others didn't immediately go deep into the forest. The forest was very big, and there was an inexplicable energy flowing in it. He didn't want to rush in rashly. He hadn't explored this place much before. He hurriedly sealed the world-level life form here and left. He never thought that one day he would have to come again and go deep into the forest. He felt that it was better to explore it from the outside. As most of his abilities were under his control, only his eyes were moving around. The other abilities that would cause divinity to spread out, such as the power of the stars, the power of the soul, and the power of the spirit, were all well hidden. The world-level life form was different from those divine champions. The latter might not be able to sense the abnormalities in his body, but the former definitely could. He had to be careful. If he accidentally woke the big guy up, he would have to consider using the chaos formation to blast the area of 10,000 miles around the Golden Forest into a zone of chaos. Completely killing a world-level life form would cause them to dissipate into pure energy and fuse into the conceptual layer of the rules of the divine realm. They would then wait for resurrection. They would be resurrected anywhere in the divine realm. First, their body and soul would reform and reappear in the divine realm. Then, they would go into a long slumber. When they completely recover, they would wake up again, and could only be sealed again and again. At least they would know where they were sealed and could be sealed forever. Yun Nuoshing sighed. That's why there are so many words left in that cave. Those are the messages left behind by generations of people who sealed them. Xian said softly, "How long has this been going on?" "Very long. So long that you can't understand," Yun Nuoshing said casually, and waved his hand to signal Ming to turn in another direction. They observed from the sky and did not directly enter the Golden Forest. There was a layer of energy membrane there. Xian and the others cut off the topic. She saw Yun Nuoshing's slightly gloomy and reminiscing expression and did not probe further. She did not want him to remember what had happened in the past, but sometimes, whether she was willing or not, did not seem to affect anything. Yun Nuoshing did not think too much about it. If they asked, he would answer. If they did not ask, then he would talk less. He was just absent-mindedly exploring the forest. Ming hugged him tightly. The girl's soft body was pressed against him, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Previously, when they were in the Jiesu realm, he was carried by Ming for a long time. However, he had something on his mind at that time, and his mind was always elsewhere, so he did not feel anything special. At this moment, he could only use the eye of the ocean to carefully observe. Most of his senses were left on his body, and this made him react. He was a little depressed, but Ming hugged him tightly, and he did not seem to mind. He did not know whether to move or not. Sensing Yun Nuoxing's weak movements, Ming could not help but chuckle. She moved closer to his ear and said, "Big brother, are you not used to it yet?" Yun Nuoxing mumbled a few words, and his face was a little red. He wanted to reason with her, but when he thought of how this girl would not listen to him every time he tried to lecture her, he gave up. Seeing his extremely interesting reaction, Ming licked her red lips, her playful heart stirring. Yun Nuoxing seemed to have sensed something, and hurriedly turned his head to point at a place that... over there. Then he was stunned. Xian and the others turned their heads, and they were all stunned. Chapter 1093. Purple and black light intertwined, covering everyone's vision with an overwhelming momentum. The light condensed into a dim curtain of light in the air, falling on the ground, dividing the ground into huge blocks. The sky became dark, as if it was about to burn with dark flames. The huge dark star, with a terrifying impact, entered everyone's eyes, occupying half of their vision. "What is this?" Chu Yingzhan was so shocked by this spectacular scene that her scalp went numb. With a whoosh, she slipped behind Yun Nuoxing. "Big brother, it's the sun, it's the sun. The sun has turned black." Little Purple Soul, who was in Yun Nuoxing's arms, excitedly reached out as if she wanted to hug the huge ball hanging in the sky. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a full 10 seconds before he regained his composure. He had just casually pointed and wanted to divert his attention, but he did not expect to point out such a thing. He was completely sure that it was definitely not this scene just now. Just a second ago, the sky was still normal, and there was definitely no such strange scene. The squirming black sun was releasing a mysterious purple light, and the center and edges were bright dark purple. The surface was like lava that was constantly surging, stirring up and sprinkling a force on the ground. The ground trembled slightly, as if it was about to fall into the sun. "Little star, you didn't do this, did you?" Qin Yen carefully glanced at him. Seeing him shake his head, she frowned slightly and took a step forward. The two orbs in her hands floated and spun in front of her. The metal and wood orbs faced each other and released stable energy, creating a strange energy field. Could it be another kind of divine flame? She still remembered the two strange divine flames she saw at the top of the god realm. No, it's not a divine flame. There's no divine flame fluctuation, no fire element, and no heat. It's just that its mass is huge, and it's super big. There's nothing special about it other than that. It's not a sun. Before Yun Nuoxing could say anything, Violet Knight spoke softly. With her confirmation, no one doubted her. It was very easy to distinguish between divine flames. It's a super amalgamation of energy. Its size is much bigger than what you see. I think it's on the same level as the sun in the god realm. Yun Nuoxing reached out to block the black sunlight and narrowed his eyes. "It's been hanging here for many years. Look at the forest below." Xian and the others hurriedly looked around. The golden forest was gone. Some parts of the forest didn't change much, but the color and elements had changed. It was no longer a bright gold, but had been dyed a mysterious purple by the dark sun. Looking down from the bright light high up in the sky, the leaves had a metallic texture. The domain of the metal and wood elements was no longer pure. Another kind of energy had forcefully torn apart the balance here. Even the special energy field of the golden forest couldn't maintain the balance of elemental energy. The metal and wood elements still existed in the air, but the confrontation between the two elements had disappeared. A third kind of strange energy had forcefully squeezed in between the two elements. The energy here was no longer calm. There's something wrong with the metal and wood elements. It's a little strange. They're afraid of something, so they can only hide close to the ground, close to the golden forest. Originally, the metal and wood elements should be extremely dense in a radius of 10,000 miles. It wouldn't weaken even if it stretched thousands of miles into the sky. But now, Yin Nuashing muttered and looked up. A very strange energy. It's that energy that has broken the elemental balance here. What's going on here? Xian frowned and looked down. She quickly pulled Yun Nuashing's sleeve and said, "Little star, look down there." Yun Nuashing turned her head and followed Xian's guidance. They found what she was pointing at in a slightly sparse forest. There was a spot of white there. It was a white skeleton. Half of it was covered by the dark purple sunlight. The color was very dark and inconspicuous. They quietly landed in the forest. Yun Nuashing stuffed little purple soul into Xian's hands and squatted down to examine the skeleton. It was sitting against the roots of a tree with its head tilted back. There were cracks on its skull, as if it had been hit hard in the head and hit the tree behind it. However, there were no marks on the tree where its skull corresponded to. There were also no marks on the top of the tree. It seemed to have healed. The tattered cloth on the skeleton had weathered away. Only a few pieces of cloth were hanging on the bones, swaying with the weak wind. There was also a piece of powder sprinkled on the skeleton. It shone faintly under the dark purple sunlight. There were dark purple spots on a part of the skeleton, as if the powder had melted into the bones. "It's completely rotten." Chu Yingzhan frowned and said, "I've heard that there are people entering the Golden Forest every year. However, no one has ever reported that there's a huge ball of light here. Many people have died, but I've never heard of this." Yun Nuashing waved her hand across the air and said, "This is already another dimension. We were probably transferred here when we entered the Golden Forest. This is still the Golden Forest, but we should have entered another dimension. I've just taken a look. This dimension is very stable. I'm afraid it's going to take some effort to get out. As for why no one has reported anything, it's probably because those who saw this scene are all dead," Ming said softly. "Just like the skeleton, there must be more skeletons hidden under the ground. The Golden Forest didn't look like this in ancient times." Yun Nuashing patted the tree that had turned dark purple. She was at a loss. She did not know what had happened here. He rubbed the dark purple powder on the skeleton with his hand. Just as he was about to study it, his expression suddenly changed. The powder seemed to have a life of its own as it tried to burrow into his fingers. However, his body was protected by a lot of energy, and the powder could not enter his body. He rubbed his fingers gently and sprinkled the powder on the ground. "Don't touch the powder. It's a little strange." Strange, little purple soul looked at it and suddenly giggled. She ran out from behind Yun Nuashing and touched the dark purple powder with her little hand. Yun Nuashing and the others were shocked. However, they were relieved when they saw the little girl swatting the powder away. "Hee, brother, look." Little purple soul smiled and clenched her little hand into a fist. She placed it in Yun Nuashing's hand and gently opened it. Then some golden powder fell on his hand. Yun Nuashing was a little stunned. He picked it up with 2 fingers and looked at it carefully. Then he thought of something and quickly sank his consciousness into the spiritual world. He landed in the courtyard of the mansion and saw Zai and Saixia playing chess. He quickly ran over and showed the golden powder in his hand to the latter. "Is this dandruff yours?" Saixia almost dropped her chess piece when she heard this. "Huh." After a few seconds, Saixia reacted. Her pretty face turned red. A golden light burst out from her slender fingers and slapped Yun Nuashing's face. She said angrily, "You're the one who dropped dandruff. Elves don't have dandruff. Yun Nuashing rubbed his face that was shining because of the golden light. He said again, but the aura on the golden powder is yours. It's my wings. It fell off my wings. Saisha mumbled and turned around. The two beautiful wings of light spread out from her back. She flapped them a few times, and a piece of shiny golden powder fell from her wings. It's just some energy crystals. Elves will keep the energy they use. It's just that most of them drop from their wings. Oh, Yun Nuashing nodded and grabbed her wrist. Come out with me. I'll show you something. Saisha looked at Zai and casually threw a chess piece on the chessboard. She nodded at him. Yun Nuashing pulled her up from the spiritual world and disappeared on the spot. Zai looked at the two people who disappeared and sighed. He slowly tidied up the chessboard and called out to little Qing, who was taking care of Shi Yi and Shi Yun. He looked outside and could not help but shake his head. Seriously, we've run to another troublesome place. Not long after, Yun Nuashing pulled Saisha out of the spiritual world. She pointed at the white skeleton on the ground. Before she could say anything, Saisha's expression changed slightly. This is the power of the dark elves? How can there be other elves in the god realm? When we evacuated that year, all of them should have left. Even if they didn't leave, they should have. Kai Xia excitedly rushed to the white bones, trembling as she touched the dark purple powder with her trembling fingers. Her expression was trembling as she said, "It really is." Yun Nuashing pressed down on her shoulder and pulled her up from the ground. She was worried that she would be affected by the powder. Calm down. This is a trace left behind from a long time ago. Saisha's sun-like eyes trembled slightly. Her heart was in turmoil. Her pair of translucent wings flapped quickly and unconsciously. It was difficult for her to calm down. The collective evacuation of the elves from the god realm could be traced back to several eras ago. She was the only one who appeared in the god realm in this era. She had sealed herself away for many years and lived a difficult life until she met Yun Nuashing. Now that she knew that there might be other elves in the god realm, how could she not be excited? Seeing her emotional state, Yun Nuashing couldn't make any bad conjectures. The skeleton couldn't have been here for too long, but it couldn't have been here for too long. At the very least, it was here before she came to the god realm. As for this place, he didn't see such changes in the ancient era. It was very likely that it happened after that, or even in this era. In other words, either there were elves left in the god realm, or some unlucky elves who had lost their way came here. Yun Nuashing pointed at the huge dark purple light source in the sky and patted Saisha's shoulder. She looked up and her body trembled. That's the dark star corona that can only be left behind by the dark source elves. Using your knowledge, it's a technique that only high-tier gods can use. There was nothing to lament about staying here and looking at a skeleton. After Yun Nuashing captured the lively little purple soul, the group carefully flew towards the huge sun. They were only at the edge of the golden forest. Due to the abnormal phenomenon, they had to slow down and carefully fly across the sky. After going a little deeper into the golden forest, the group arrived at the sky above a plain. The trees on both sides suddenly disappeared, and a wide expanse of scorched earth appeared in front of them. The scorched earth was set ablaze by the flames of war, and the remains of various life forms could be seen everywhere. The ground was littered with broken weapons, huge broken horns, bones, and the remains of some creatures. The energy here was calm. It had been quiet for many years, and the aftermath of the war had long dissipated. They're all dead. The group stopped at the plain of war. Chu Yingzhan rolled up her sleeves and rummaged through the pile of bones, trying to find any useful information. However, she could not find anything. The pieces of clothes had been completely eroded by the wind. The weapons were also broken. There was a huge sword that was 10 meters long that was blown into 1,000 pieces. The sword hilt looked like a blunt weapon if it was not assembled. It has been buried for a long time. It's speculated that this was the place where the three races fought. Yun Nuoshing squatted down and glanced at the broken bones and remains. Her mind kept churning as she tried to recall the battle that had happened here. 3 races? But there are only bones of humans and demons? Xian was puzzled. There are 3 races. There's one race, the elves. Kaixia shook her head. Knowing that this place might have something to do with the elves, she did not retreat into her spiritual world. She walked slowly on the battlefield with a pale face. However, she still calmly said, "The elves are spiritual and energy beings. They are energy beings. They are very similar to Ming's angel body. They will not leave any traces after they die. I found many traces that seem to be left behind by the elves on the enemy's bodies. Could it be that the humans and demons broke into this place and killed all the elves who stayed in the Golden Forest?" Chu Yingzhan's face twitched. There were very few traces of weapons that fell on the ground on the skeletons of the humans and demons. Perhaps the weapons were once left on their bodies and disappeared with the wind. Perhaps they were not left behind at all. The broken bones on the ground were obviously scattered naturally after the bones melted. Other than that, most of the skeletons were still intact. If it was caused by weapons, there should be a lot of broken bones. During a battle, broken limbs and wreckage would easily fall to the ground. However, these skeletons, other than the natural loosening after the bones melted, the rest of them are still intact. Yun Nuoshing muttered. 80% of the skeletons died from the impact of energy. Ming nodded. Those that died from the impact of energy either did not leave behind a corpse or were directly shaken to death. It was very much in line with his guess. There are no other skeletons on the battlefield that are good at using energy. It could only be Chu Yingzhan rummaged for a piece of metal and casually patted it, intending to find something from it. However, she frowned after a while. Even the metal armor was too corroded. It was as if it was left behind tens of millions of years ago. Everything was completely corroded. Chu Yingzhan casually threw it away when she saw that it was worthless. I can't find any useful information. Chu Yingzhan was distressed as she pushed away a broken sword in front of her. She then picked up a piece of red metal and sighed. Everything has been corroded. There's nothing left behind. Kaixia had no memory of this place. Even if she knew that there might be information related to elves here, it would be the same. She was thrown from her hometown to the realm of the gods. The only connection she had was her identity as an elf. However, this battlefield was already empty. There was no energy left behind. As elves were made of energy, they would not leave behind any remains after death. Kaixia could only slowly observe, hoping to find some useful clues. Everyone wandered around this scorched plain. The place that was burned by the flames of war was thousands of miles away. There were also many traces of battle that stretched far away. This huge battlefield was piled with countless bones. This was a battle, but it was an encounter. The scorched plain was obviously the place where the battle was most concentrated. However, there were no traces of pre-battle preparations in the surrounding areas. Perhaps it had been corroded by time. There were no traces left behind, causing them to mistakenly judge that this was an encounter. However, this did not hinder them. There was no use in analyzing the nature of this battle. It was enough to know that there was a battle here. This is the pile of crystals left behind by the dark elf when she sacrificed herself to release all of her energy. Kaixia saw the pile of crystals and quickly ran over. Her tone was a little uneasy. The elves would not leave any traces when they died. However, when they released their energy, they would leave traces. This pile of crystals could almost be regarded as the last trace left behind by the dark elf that they had never met before. The crystals did not fade away with time. Instead, they were left here. It fought against two powerful demonic beasts by itself. Chu Yingzhan searched the two huge piles of skeletons and the surrounding forest for a while. She came back with a dusty face. She patted the dust off her body and muttered, "You elves did not leave any weapons behind." Kaixia shook her head. The elves are masters of energy. Occasionally, there would be elven warriors who liked to fight in close combat. They would also use their own energy to form weapons and solidify them. The weapons they created were the most suitable for themselves. However, those weapons would quickly disappear after their death. It would be very difficult to find any of the elves' relics except for this. She pointed at the pile of dark, purple crystals on the ground. Chu Yingzhan felt a little helpless. This pile of things would be stained with the strange black spots when she touched it. It felt very strange. She was just looking for her collection. She did not want to stain herself with any strange things. This space was probably the last trace left by the elves in the realm of the gods. Although it appeared in front of them as the remains of a battle, they still did not know why the war started. But standing here, they could still feel the ferocious aura of the fierce battle. Until the battle turned thousands of miles into a wasteland, the beautiful lives and scenes that were said to be in the legends were placed here, cold, dead, and covered in dust for tens of millions of years. By the time they left the wasteland, they had seen countless corpses. There were more corpses on the edge of the wasteland than in the center of the wasteland. Many of the corpses near the center of the wasteland were directly destroyed by the powerful blast. At the edge of the wasteland, there was not much energy that swept across the battlefield. Instead, there were more corpses. "Hey, brother, there's something over there." Little Purple Soul suddenly interrupted their thoughts. She tossed around in Yun Nuoxing's arms and quickly pointed at a place. "There's something over there. It's very similar to Sister Kaixia's." Yun Nuoxing and the others looked at each other and immediately quickened their pace. They bypassed the woods and soon came to the place pointed by Little Purple Soul. A crater that was probably thousands of feet wide appeared in everyone's sight. The ground had sunk dozens of meters, but the ground around the crater was still scorched black. There were strange bulges on the ground, which were not caused by the movement of the earth or by heavy objects hitting the ground. It was more like something had triggered it, and the thing that had triggered the change of the earth was most likely a high-level earth element god. The thing that had appeared in the center of the crater had confirmed Yun Nuoxing's guess. At the bottom of the crater, there was a skeleton that looked very similar to a human skeleton. It was kneeling on the ground with its upper body upright and its head tilted to the sky. Its right hand was stretched out towards the sky, as if it was trying to grab something. On its left and right side, there was a rock pillar that supported its upper body. A dark purple sword pierced through the skeleton's chest and stabbed into the ground. At the end of the sword's hilt, there were some energy crystals that had condensed into an exquisite decoration. The sword was engraved with runes that Yun Nuoxing could not understand at the moment. This high-level earth elemental god was pierced through by a sword that came from the sky and nailed to the ground. The person who threw the sword that year, an elf, who knew how strong she was. Didn't you say that elves would not leave behind relics? Chu Yingzhan glanced at Kaixia and pointed at the dark, purple sword that was stabbed into the ground. "There is a strong aura on this sword that is very similar to the aura of your life origin. Don't tell me that this was left behind by a human." Kaixia scratched her cheek and quickly thought about it. After a long time, she said, Under normal circumstances, elves would not leave behind relics like weapons unless the elf put most of his energy into weapons. Just like you human blacksmiths, we call them weapon elves. It is a subprofession that can create special weapons that are suitable for elves. But the future is bleak because elves like to make their own weapons. The weapons made by other elves are more or less unsuitable, but it is true that they are very powerful. Some royal soldiers like to buy weapons made by weapon elves, and after they fully accept the weapons, they can integrate them with their own bodies. It is a higher level of cultivation. As long as they can get through the early stages of familiarity and accept the shape of the weapon, they can become more powerful. Yun Nuashing nodded and said, although it was like this, there were still many elves who liked to use the weapons they made themselves. Just looking at the battlefield, there were many wreckages left behind by humans and beasts. It was hard to find an elven relic after traveling so far. Then this sword should be made by weapon elves, but I don't know who left it behind. Chu Yingzhan carefully reached out and wanted to touch it, but after thinking about it, she did not take the risk and only blew at the exquisite sword. Probably Kai Xia squatted down and looked at the dark purple sword with a dignified expression. I don't know either. Yun Nuashing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If you don't know, then why are you so serious? You're usually like this too. Kai Xia stuck out her tongue and forcefully turned her head. Her blonde hair was thrown in his face, making him dumbfounded. Everyone did not know why they thought of the saying that things were like their owners, and it quickly filled their minds and could not be erased. Chapter 1094. After millions of years, the once beautiful scenery had unwittingly changed. Most of its land had been flattened by a wide scorched earth before being cut apart by a dark purple fissure that ran through two forests. It was like a hideous scar branded on the land, as if the power of some weapon had torn the hard earth apart, causing the surrounding space to become chaotic. Even far away, light streams would be bent as they passed. The bottom of the fissure was brimming with mysterious and unsettling light. The floating light and shadow gathered into illusions of the past, and one could still vaguely see the beautiful scenery of the golden forest. Jumping into the fissure that flickered with dark purple light was like falling into a bottomless abyss, with no bottom to be reached. The distorted and chaotic light and shadow indicated the chaotic energy turbulence here, and the 100-mile-wide fissure felt as if the cliffs on both sides were right beside them. Yun Nuashing and the others were rapidly diving into the fissure. Around them, bizarre and inconceivable flashes of light would suddenly brighten and quickly disappear, as if stars were extinguished and galaxies were disintegrating. The fissure was the only trace of energy left at the edge of the battlefield. Everywhere else was deathly silent. Logically speaking, this place should have been the center of the Golden Forest, but the heart of the forest that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles had become a scorched wasteland. There were no signs of life, and only the towering trees were left swaying in the wind. They were the witnesses of the war millions of years ago, but they were just silent witnesses, unable to tell anyone what they had seen. 10 minutes later, floating spots of light began to appear in the surrounding space. The dark, purple spots of light formed a long strip here, lining up towards the two ends of the crack. They moved up and down rapidly, like restless spirits. The frequency was very fast. At a glance, it looked like a dark, purple bolt of lightning flashing across the 100-mile-wide crack. Following the intrusion of the uninvited guests, the orderly little elves suddenly stopped. Like fireflies in the dark night, they flew up from the grassland in panic and circled around the crowd in confusion. Like a storm, they were startled. When the dark, purple light spots fled in disorder, the crowd seemed to see a scene contained in those light spots. A firestorm that went out of control, dark, purple lightning that filled the sky, a mountain that appeared in the sky, and a huge shadow of a demon beast that appeared in the sky. The light spots that filled the sky exploded, turning into rain, lightning, and flames that fell from the sky. Even the fury of nature could not stir up such a storm. The world was filled with figures, elements, and various energies that almost filled the entire field of vision. In the end, it was impossible to distinguish what they were looking at, and they all had an expression of not knowing what they were looking at. You haven't told us why we suddenly jumped down. The energy barrier flickered rapidly. For a moment, everyone felt that it was trembling rapidly, as if it was about to break. Chu Yingzhan was so shocked that she trembled violently. She could not help but lean closer to Yun Nuoshing and say hurriedly, Qin Yan and Xian were holding the celestial weapons to maintain the barrier. Even though the weapons themselves were controlled by Yun Nuoshing's power and did not require much energy from them, they still subconsciously poured energy into the barrier. The concentration of energy in the surroundings was so concentrated that it could squash people, which made them feel a little nervous. This was the first time they had done something like this. In the past, Yun Nuoshing was the one who did things like jumping into a trap and maintaining the energy barrier. But now, she was afraid of someone who was dozing off under the ground, so she had no choice but to leave it to them. In the past, he looked like he was taking a stroll in the park. It was not until they took over the task that they realized it was not simple at all. You've asked 12 times. You haven't stopped since you jumped down. Ming sighed and glanced at her with his golden eyes. Then he quickly said to Xian, and Xian, Sister Xian, you must hold on. I'm trying my best. Xian smiled bitterly. She was holding a divine weapon and a God's Park weapon, which made her feel like she had a mountain of pear. These violent things were much more difficult to control than she had imagined. Qin Yan's face was also covered in sweat. She felt like she was not holding a divine weapon that could protect them, but a bomb that could bury them here, even though this bomb was really quiet. So why did we come down to this place? Chu Yingzhan was going crazy. She was the first to discover this big crack. She did not expect Yun Nuoshing to suggest that they jump down to take a look. Then, a group of people jumped down unexpectedly. Except for himself, no one could react. By the time they came back to their senses, they had already fallen for a long time in the crack. The energy barrier had already been opened. The energy of the battle thousands of years ago has been entangled in the crack, and it has not dissipated yet. Xian's origin of golden origin of wood are likely to have rushed into the golden forest. They also need a powerful source of energy to restore themselves. So far, there are only 2 huge sources of energy found in this fake golden forest. Yun Nuoshing pointed down, and then to the sky. Ming said, the big crack and the dark purple sun in the sky. Yun Nuoshing nodded. But we can't rule out the possibility that we haven't found yet. And to be honest, I suspect that the 2 origin of wood and origin of wood have rushed into this place or the golden forest. I still don't know how they came in. Of course, I have shrunk all the energy into a ball, so I can't find anything. We can only look around like this. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly. Xian waved away the dark purple light that was spinning in front of her. She forced herself to turn around and give Yun Nuoshing and the others a thumbs up. She smiled and said, Don't worry, leave it to us. Yun Nuoshing sighed. Girl, your hands are shaking. Focus. Xian quickly turned around and tried to control the dark ruin sword and the dark origin bead in a fluster. Actually, the former was easier to control as it had its own soul and consciousness. She was also familiar with the dark ruin sword, so it was easy for her to control it. However, the energy contained in the dark origin bead was not something she could easily control. The dark ruin sword still had to help control the dark origin bead to prevent Xian from messing things up. Also, I told you that you only need to use a little bit of energy, but if you can't control it, then use it steadily. Imagine that you are elegantly pouring tea and pulling out a thin stream of tea. Don't throw a pot of tea at someone's face. Yun Nuoshing raised her eyebrows and taught them in a serious tone. Xian and Qin Yen hurriedly tried to do as she said. However, it was their first time using a weapon of this level, and it was too difficult for them. Even if they were talented and intelligent, it was not easy for them to control it. They were still working on it. Brother, I suddenly feel like you've given up your authority to kill and handed the task to us, Ming whispered into Yun Nuoshing's ear. Her breath smelled like orchids. Yun Nuoshing shuddered violently. This girl knew that he was afraid of this move. When she hugged him, she would blow into his ear from time to time. He shuddered as if he had been in the North Ice Realm for 10,000 years. Oh, I do have that thought. After shuddering for a while, Yun Nuoshing returned to normal. He coughed dryly, leaned back, and whispered into her face, "Do you want to take over this task? From now on, it's not me who will protect you. It's you who will protect me. Let me enjoy the shade under the big tree." Okay, Ming smiled sweetly. Unfortunately, I can't. I'm just asking for your help in an emergency. When Ming heard this, he puffed up his cheeks and glared at him with some hidden bitterness. In the next second, he used his holy and delicate cheek to rub against his beautiful face, as if to express his dissatisfaction. Hey, it's fine if you whisper in my ear, and I can tolerate your flirting, but can you not show off your love and intimacy here? Look at this place, okay? When Chu Yingzhan saw the two's unscrupulous appearance, she felt her face turn green. This was a disaster. Bah, this strange place. There was something sleeping under the ground, and after it woke up, it wouldn't be able to live. There was also a sun hanging in the sky. Conservatively speaking, if it fell, it would be something that could destroy the world, but these two guys were still so carefree. Kai Xia covered her face and shook her head speechlessly. However, one of her hands was still firmly pulling Yun Nuoshing's sleeve. She just subtly moved a little further away. Everyone continued to go deeper into this crack that was filled with all kinds of powerful energy. The bright, dark purple light in front of them was almost as dazzling as the sun, and it always remained that way. They originally thought that as they went deeper into the crack, they would be able to see it. It would be so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. However, no matter how deep they went, that light spot seemed to be fixed at a certain distance in front of them, and they would never be able to touch it. Behind them, the sky was getting farther and farther away, until they could only see the cliffs on both sides that seemed to be closed. As they went deeper and deeper into the crack, more and more bizarre energies began to gather from all directions. There were also a lot of thoughts that were somewhat intelligent, but not rational. With blind hatred and hostility, they evolved into energy blasts and energy storms again and again, trying to stop the intruders. All kinds of phenomena created by the energies pounced on the energy barrier, splashing layers of ripples. I feel it's very difficult. The difficulty is too high. Qin Yen used all of her soul power and spiritual power to control the power of the God's Park weapon. It would be more appropriate to say that she was borrowing it. It was impossible for them to control this kind of power. Relax, Qin girl. I said that there's some of my power left in there. You just have to imagine that my power is me. If you poke me, I'll fly up. When I fly up, I'll help you hold the weapon. You don't have to exert yourself to control the weapon. You won't be able to control it, Yun Nuoshing reminded them again. Ming looked him up and down. Suddenly, she freed a hand. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Her slender jade finger lightly poked his waist. Wah! Yun Nuoshing Immediately, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't move, he would have flown up. Even so, he was still wriggling like a bug. Seeing this, Ming was very interested. Her jade finger poked him a few more times. Girl, stop it. You want to kill me. Xian, help. Protect me. This stupid angel is going to kill someone. She's going to murder her own brother, Wawa. The girls were furious. You too, be careful. Yun Nuoshing's face was full of shame and anger. It's none of my business. After a long while, it was Kaixia's turn to hug Yun Nuoshing. The two pairs of butterfly wings behind her flapped gently, subtly pulling him away from Ming. As for Ming, she was flapping her wings and following behind them with a silly smile. Her golden eyes were bright as she looked at Yun Nuoshing. Even though her hands were still bound in front of her body by energy, her brain was still working hard. Her gaze made Yun Nuoshing tremble. How did you get involved with such a person? Kaixia asked with lingering fear as she looked at Ming, who was obviously not normal. She was normally normal, but when she was tormenting her brother, she was a little, inexplicably crazy. You're asking me? How am I supposed to ask? Yun Nuoshing trembled violently. That girl was tormenting him as if she was crazy. If he could not tell from her eyes that Ming was still Ming, he would have thought that this girl was intermittently delirious. The two huge energy barriers were resisting the huge amount of energy, and the signs of the barrier's turbulence were becoming more and more obvious. Everyone could feel that the space inside the barriers was shaking violently. The space was out of balance, and there was some kind of force pulling them. The various kinds of energy that collided with the energy barriers were deflected and rushed towards the distant rock wall. The shattered rocks rushed towards the dark, purple light below at an inexplicable speed, and they quickly disintegrated halfway. I feel that falling and will be a little bad. Chu Yingzhan swallowed her saliva. Don't you feel that something is wrong? Everything around us is normal for the time being, but it will not be normal soon. Yun Nuoshing roared loudly, using his voice to cover the howling wind in their ears. There is a weak distortion below, and it is getting worse. The space where the energy barrier was located was fixed as a whole, and it was surrounded by huge rocks. Those huge rocks were quickly disintegrating, and some of the huge rocks that fell side by side with them were reduced to fragments smaller than a grain of rice within a few seconds. After the ball-shaped energy barrier crossed a critical point, it suddenly squirmed and changed shape like a bubble, as if a giant hand was squeezing the bubble and squeezing it. Xian let out a soft cry, and her eyes lit up. The Netherworld Sword and the Dark Origin Orb also released their light, and a powerful aura spread out in all directions with her as the center. The distorted barrier was instantly restored to its original state. This aura did not spread too far, and she was very careful to control it. Although it would consume more of her energy, it was better than waking up the world-level beings that were sleeping underground. After all, the two weapons she wielded were in the realm of the gods, and some of the aura of the gods would inadvertently spread out. Everyone was descending rapidly under the blinding light. The space inside the barrier was still stable, but they could already see many strange distortions outside. The space was severely distorted, and they did not know if it was an illusion, but it seemed as if time had slowed down. There was a flash of thunder exploding above their heads, and they could actually see the traces of the thunder exploding with their naked eyes. It was as if everything was in slow motion, and they could not hear the rolling thunder for a long time. Suddenly, they crashed into a cloud of energy in front of them, and their surroundings became blurry. However, the dark purple light was still there, and there was a loud roar with inextinguishable resentment all around them, as if there was a giant vengeful spirit roaring in the sky, and the space was about to shatter. Yun Nuoshing quickly waved her hand twice, and let Kai Xia carry her to Xian's side. She put one hand on her hand that was holding the dark origin orb and clasped it on her wrist. She turned her head and shouted at her, "Release the fixed rules and make this space independent of all rules and energy at the moment when we jump into the light." But Xian suddenly panicked. She had never used the power of the rules before, but she had seen it many times and felt it many times. As the saying goes, if you haven't seen a pig run, you've seen a pig run. But her mind was a little confused. Believe in yourself. After following me for so long, you are already very familiar with the power of the rules. Grab it. There is enough power of the rules in the dark origin orb for you to use. Yun Nuoxing's hand gently stroked her fluttering hair, and her colorful eyes stared straight at Mei Mao, who was a little flustered. If you don't believe in yourself, just believe in me. You have my power in your hands, and I will respond to your wishes. So just do it. Qin girl, I'll leave the reconstruction and stabilization of the rules to you. Remember what the realm of the gods is like normally, and do as you say. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and shouted at Qin Yan again. The latter nodded solemnly, and the two dark origin orbs that were revolving around her body returned to her hand. Her jade-like hands were slightly sweaty. Yun Nuoxing was also sweating by the time he finished speaking. He was even more nervous than the two girls. Using the rules and energy that he was familiar with to create a domain, to cover an area, and stabilize, it was a piece of cake for him. But for Xian and Qin Yan, the difficulty was no less than asking them to challenge the gods with their current strength. Even if he divided the process into 2 steps and let the 2 of them carry it out at the same time, it was still very difficult. Behind him, Ming's hands were free, and she was holding 2 dazzling objects that were blooming with divine power. Her expression had also returned to normal and became serious. She was ready for emergency treatment. Not long after Yun Nuoxing finished arranging several methods, a bright light suddenly bloomed in front of them, almost blinding everyone's eyes. That dazzling dark purple light instantly smashed toward them. Almost instinctively, Xian and Qin Yan gritted their teeth, their jade-like hands exerting force as if they were about to crush the source pearls in their hands. The dark source pearls and the metal and wood source pearls released extreme light. Bang! A strange feeling came from the heart. At that moment, everyone felt as if their body, mind, and soul had been separated into 2 parts, and they had 2 different feelings. They saw themselves stop in place for a moment, and then continue to rush forward. It was as if one of their senses suddenly felt that they were stuck in place while the other was still rushing forward. It was impossible to tell which was real, or it was as if both of them were real and reality had been separated into 2 parts before their eyes. Buzz. Gold and emerald green colors bloomed at the same time, and the feeling of reality being separated disappeared without a trace. Their senses returned to normal. The group, except for Yun Nuoxing, was in a daze for a while. They looked left and right and realized that they had stopped. They had stopped abruptly without any intention of slowing down. They had just stopped suddenly. The daze lasted for a minute before everyone slowly came back to their senses. Chu Yingzhan shook her head and shuddered from the dazzling light. This is so King exciting. Yun Nuoxing shook his neck. He suspected that his neck was hurting from the effect of reality being separated, but he recovered after a while. When he heard her words, he couldn't help but point forward. There's something even more exciting. Come back to your senses and look in front. We've arrived. Everyone slowly came back to their senses. The moment they opened their eyes, their bodies trembled violently. What appeared in front of them was a piece of land covered in dark purple light. It completely occupied their entire vision, and they couldn't see the end of it. The surface of the land was like a sea of magma, and a weak crease could be a huge wave that stretched for thousands of miles. The energy generated by the huge wave hitting the surface of the sea was enough to annihilate a group of the arch-god experts. All they could see was dark purple light. It was supposed to be a dazzling white, but at such a close distance, they couldn't see its color at all. It was just that the strong light was filtered out by the law barrier. Furthermore, they couldn't feel any gravity here, and their bodies were light. There was air, but this wasn't a big deal. Besides light, there was more light around them. Thinking of their falling posture, everyone tried to adjust their movements. However, they realized that there was no gravity here, and there wasn't even up, down, left, or right. This caused them to spin around strenuously. In the end, they settled on a direction and let the huge light ball land under their feet. During this process, some dark purple balls appeared around them and seemed to be curiously looking at Yun Nuoshing and the others. They spun rapidly around them, but they only spun around. After a while, they stopped in the distance, and some of them simply disappeared. At this moment, everyone understood where they were. What else could there be other than the huge light ball hanging in the sky of the Golden Forest? When they turned around, they saw a 100-mile-wide spatial crack. However, this crack was too small compared to this huge thing that was as big as the sun, so they couldn't notice it at all. There was an ant lying on their legs, and they couldn't even sense it if it didn't move. So, how did we drift to this place? Chu Yingzhan wiped off her sweat. They had just charged over with the energy of a huge star. It was no wonder that space and time were almost distorted halfway. They were already within the range of the sun's influence. If it weren't for the resetting of the laws, they would have crashed into it. However, even though the laws were changed in time, they still charged forward for a long distance. There were still a few thousand miles left before they crashed into it. That spatial crack is a spatial crack. It's a crude spatial teleportation method. I think it's used to trick people. Elves use it to trick people. If you fall into it in a hurry, even a peak emperor god would die. This is a sun condensed from energy. Its power is not the same as those naturally condensed ones in the star field. The difference in power between a man-made creation and a natural creation is not as simple as its size. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. Then she pointed to the sky and said, "Look above." Everyone raised their heads and trembled again. It was a piece of land. The surrounding space was distorted, causing the land to be slightly curved. They could vaguely see a forest on the land. That was probably the Golden Forest. Chapter 1095. It was an indescribably huge ocean, an ocean of light, and even a portion of it contained immense heat energy. This was very strange, as this wasn't a true sun, nor was it an energy cluster formed by the fire element. However, everyone could feel the heat from the light that it condensed. The overwhelming pressure caused everyone to feel suffocated. Above this brilliant land of light, there was an inverted land. The dense forest was like a sword tomb that pointed straight towards this gigantic sun. Above Yun Nuoshing and the others was the inverted land, and below their feet was the scorching land that was emitting endless light. If someone could see this scene from the ground, they would see that they were hanging upside down in the starry sky. The rules of that place had been solidified and rewritten, turning into a gravity-free zone. In fact, there was a huge gravitational force above and below their feet. If they were not careful, they would be pulled by the gravitational force from both ends. An ordinary person would probably become as thin as a noodle. Of course, the possibility of being directly crushed was higher. A super-dense energy cluster. This passionate sun is similar to the 40 hanging in the space of the 9 divine temples. Oh, I plucked one. Now there are 39. However, the latter is more violent. If it had reached the level of the divine power weapon that I made, I'm afraid that when we were exposed to this big guy, we would have already rushed to the underworld with the Edict of Samsara. Yun Nuoshing blinked. However, this thing is also a big guy. It's not easy to deal with. If it's just a cluster of energy, it's easy to deal with. If it's a type of weapon, then this violent big guy should have an energy crystal that has been suppressed to the limit by a huge amount of energy and weight. It's a high-density energy crystal that's beyond your imagination. A crystal the size of a thumb can blow up half a medium-sized city. Chu Yingzhan was sweating. This thing can't be sold in the market, right? A restricted level bomb that can take out a group of king of underworld champions. It can even threaten the gods. Of course, it can't be sold. Yun Nuoshing nodded. She tossed a round golden crystal that was smaller than a fist up and down in her hand. Oh, that's good. What's that in your hand? Chu Yingzhan suddenly felt that something was wrong. I just told you, not many people have this thing, and no one has the time to make a sun. This is a problem of knowledge and technology. Even if they have the time to slowly condense and create a sun with their own power, they probably would not have thought that the violent big guy has such a thing in its core. So this thing is basically mine, at least in this era. Yun Nuoshing grabbed the round golden crystal and casually threw it to Chu Yingzhan. I called it the sun crystal. It was a name. I didn't think of it. It's a name. It's from sun blood crystal. I know you like shiny things, so I'll give you one. That thing can destroy half of the origin region. You don't have to be careful when storing it. It's resistant to falling, hitting, and sunlight. It can be smashed, defended, and thrown. It won't fade under the wind or the sun. It can even be used as a light source at night. You can't destroy that thing even if you use a stick to smash it. It will only explode if you send a thought to it. No one else can use it. Chu Yingzhan heard the first half of the sentence. Her pretty face turned as white as a sheet. She almost threw the crystal into the dark purple sun. However, she calmed down when she heard the second half of the sentence. She patted her chest and took a few deep breaths. In fact, everyone was sweating cold sweat. Why did this girl have to deal with these powerful and frightening things? This thing. Chu Yingzhan was sweating profusely. Just keep it. Crazy girl with dragon collection attributes. I have a bunch of them here, anyway. I picked them out of boredom back then. Chu Yingzhan stomped her foot. This thing is not peaceful at all. It's too dangerous. What if I throw a thought into it in my dream and it explodes? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. In your dream, everyone looked at Chu Yingzhan with strange expressions. The latter stuck out her tongue. I talk in my sleep. The fairy told me that everyone was speechless. Little star, how many collections did you leave behind? Xian asked curiously, seeing how he casually took out some things from the pendant that were beyond common sense. Everyone was curious about how many things were in it. There are a lot. I can't count them. I can't even remember some of them if I don't encounter some familiar scenes. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head. It's mainly because there was a big problem in the last era. At that time, I was leaving a lot of tricks for future generations. That's why I said that potential is squeezed out. If it wasn't for that era, I probably wouldn't have made these little things. Everyone raised their heads. They were standing in the middle of the star field, and it was hard to tell how far they were from the ground. The direct distance between them and the ground seemed a little blurry. It seemed far and near at the same time. It should be due to the influence of the power of rules. They saw a deserted and dilapidated land where many man-made traces were left on the land. In the middle of the short hills, the forest was unimaginably lush. In the forest, there was a cluster of ruins. The surrounding trees had all collapsed, revealing the continuous palaces that were originally built beside the trees. They were not as majestic and inviolable as the palaces of the human race. The palaces and buildings in the forest were very exquisite and delicate. Every process seemed to be handmade and perfectly integrated with the forest. The ruins of the elves' palaces. According to Kai Xia, the elves liked to condense the elements and energies between heaven and earth to build their buildings. The buildings would also be engraved with exquisite words and strange runes. Those things that looked flashy but were actually very useful. They would be engraved from the inside to the outside, fusing with the building itself as a decoration. No one could see its purpose. It had to be said that the elves' buildings were of a completely different style from those seen in the realm of the gods. They were too exquisite and beautiful. Even if they had collapsed to the ground, one could still see the exquisite corners of those dilapidated walls. They had lost the mysterious and dreamy atmosphere of the past and looked a little sad, causing those who saw them to sigh. Perhaps there was a group of elves here millions of years ago. They might have been left behind in the realm of the gods and survived with great difficulty. Perhaps they reappeared here and lived in seclusion in the Golden Forest, building another dimension and isolating themselves from the mortal world. This place might have once been a paradise, isolated from the rest of the world. What a pity! Those places were so beautiful. Xian looked up. There was a hint of sadness in her dark purple eyes. She quite liked those exquisite buildings. Just one look at them made her want to go down and take a look. She could feel the unity of the great Tao from the buildings and the true feeling of nature. But now they were all in tatters. Those signs of collapse were not caused by natural destruction, but by someone's attack. It's all destroyed. Kai Xia looked up at the somewhat familiar buildings. Her sun-like eyes dimmed, and her jade-like hands holding in Nuashing tightened slightly. Those are the palaces that the wood elves were good at building. There are also the talismans of the dark elves, which are the earth elves created by the earth elves. The lava lake of the fire elves, which has been extinguished, and the river that the water elves used. This is a place of survival that was left intact. Most of the layout of the sacred origin is still preserved, and there are many additional traces left behind after the successful evolution. As long as the sacred origin is not destroyed, they will be able to survive here for a long time. But back then, didn't the elves have no choice but to return because they were not suitable for the conditions of the realm of the gods? Xian asked curiously. Kai Xia shook her head. I'm not very sure. There are very few records of the deeds of the sages who found the realm of the gods. The sacred origin requires a place of absolute peace and tranquility to be created. It can allow the origin of nature to merge with our origin of elves. That way, the origin of elves would slowly be born naturally. But in the realm of the gods, the elves came to the realm of the gods in ancient times. There were wars all year round, so there was no place of absolute peace and tranquility unless it was a space of their own creation. But the elves probably did not understand the rules of the realm of the gods, so they could not create a space at will. Without such a tranquil place, they could not create a sacred origin. The Golden Forest is still too small to sustain the lives of so many elves. Yun Nuashing continued Kai Xia's words. To be honest, being able to create a sacred origin in the Golden Forest is already very shocking. This is an elemental domain, a forbidden elemental area. I really don't know which one of you came up with this idea. This space should be an elven space created by gathering the origin of elves from several source elves. It is very different from a space created by oneself. It is just a small distorted space that can be used in emergencies. Although it can last for many years and is very well hidden, it cannot be expanded. It is only a small space, and under normal circumstances, no one would be able to break in. Kai Xia's voice was a little low. We can come in because of me. Back then, those people broke into the elven space and broke in Chu Yingzhan thought for a moment. Back then, those people probably wanted to explore the Golden Forest, but they accidentally found another space. Fate really makes fools of people. Yun Nuoxing looked up for a long time and finally felt that this posture was not right. She twisted her shoulders and said, "Let's go down and take a look." Kai Xia was silent for a moment, then nodded. She carried him and was about to fly up, down, towards the ruins in the forest. The others also prepared to follow. Staying next to this huge sun was too depressing. The scenery was indeed very beautiful, very spectacular, and very shocking. It was difficult to describe the feeling of standing in front of the sun, but after looking at it for a long time, they would feel suffocated, as if they would be sucked in by the sun and be annihilated. Chu Yingzhan, who was at the back, suddenly heard something and quickly called out to everyone. "Did you guys hear a strange sound?" Kai Xia was about to fly out, but she quickly stopped when she heard her voice. Yun Nuoxing also lowered her voice. "What sound?" "Listen." Chu Yingzhan waved her hand. She was a little anxious and couldn't tell what the sound was. "It's a very strange sound. Gulu, gulu, are you hungry?" Yun Nuoxing was speechless. Chu Yingzhan was furious and was about to rush up and bite him. Yun Nuoxing's expression was also slightly serious. Xian and the others raised their vigilance and were on guard in all directions. They also heard the sound. It was very strange, a dull sound like the beating of a heart, but also like the muffled thunder in the distant sky. Gulu, gulu, it really sounded like the sound of someone's stomach. When Yun Nuoxing heard it, she felt a little hungry. However, she was only stunned for a moment. She thought for a while, and thought about where the sound could have come from. Then, she slowly lowered her head. The rumbling sound became clearer and clearer, and it sounded like someone had a stomachache. It was not impossible to say that, but the person who had a stomachache was not a person, but that huge ball. The dark light in the depths of the resplendent sun under their feet was shrinking and expanding, beating like a heart. The light that it revealed made him feel a little scared. Looking down from this height, they could see that the entire sun was revealing dense white spots that looked like honeycombs. From the front, they only looked like small spots, but in fact, each of them was tens of thousands of miles wide. The side facing Yun Nuoxing and the others had reached an unprecedented level of brightness. It was so bright that they had to close their eyes. Huge waves that were hundreds of thousands of miles high surged up from the magma-like sea surface and were swept high into the star field. The bright particles condensed into balls of light that were the size of a face and whizzed across the entire surface of the sun. Xian and the others didn't understand what was happening, but they knew that this situation was definitely not normal. It seemed like a strong will was guiding this violent sun. They hurriedly stood in front of it. "Little star, what happened?" "How would I know?" "Oh, Kai Xia, what's going on now?" "Is this dark star corona provoked?" Yun Nuoxing quickly turned around and asked Kai Xia, who was hugging him. "How would I know? I've never seen the dark star corona before. I've only seen it in books. It's the dark elf's last resort." Kai Xia smiled bitterly and shook her head. "But I feel a sense of hostility. It seems to be coming from the dark star corona in front of us." Chu Yingzhan almost jumped up. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." "We won't be able to leave for a while. We've been captured." Yun Nuoxing shook his head. "We're too close. The space has been sealed by the power of the laws. If we use the Netherworld sword..." Before Yun Nuoxing could finish, Qin Yan's exclamation grabbed their attention. "Look over there, under the sun." Everyone shuddered and quickly turned their gazes. Then they all gasped as they saw an unbelievable and strange scene. The surface of the extremely bright sun was rippling like a pool of water. Light spots and light patterns covered the entire surface in a disorderly manner. They had already retreated a long distance, but they still saw huge waves rolling into the star field, almost sweeping them away. The complicated light patterns slowly twisted, and a huge image appeared on the surface of the sun. It was a person in the shape of a human. She was lying on her back on the dark star corona, like a young girl lying on the surface of a lake. A person as big as the sun emerged from under the sun, as if her body had merged with the sun. The person formed by the sun was very complete. On the huge body, one could see a lifelike and beautiful face. The huge waves of lava kept painting the tiny details of the body, making it seem as if she was constantly moving. The dark purple face quietly looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others who were trying to get away. On the surface, the eyes were flashing with heart-palpitating madness and fury. Boom! She lifted the planet-sized arm lightly, and a terrifying giant pillar of energy soared into the sky, along with a thick lava pillar. It rushed into the star field like a volcanic eruption. A series of huge lava pillars also erupted from other parts of the sun's surface. She opened her mouth, and with a ferocious face, she let out a silent roar. The arm connected to the sun rose, as if it was pulled out of the water. The falling water droplets smashed into the ocean and splashed up huge waves. Retreat. Yun Nuoshing's expression changed slightly. Without him saying anything, everyone was already sweating in fear. Kaixia hugged him tightly. Xian and Qin Yen hurriedly controlled the energy barrier and dragged the group of people to hide in this star field. Lava pillars that were thousands of miles wide soared into the sky, and when they passed through the energy barrier, everyone felt a wave of heat hit them in the face. Ming shouted softly. He held the light bead in his hand and displayed a speed close to the speed of light. He dragged everyone to hide desperately. The entire Earth turned into a hellish scene. Even though they knew that some of the energy pillars couldn't touch them at all, the horrifying situation still made everyone's souls leave their bodies. Chu Yingzhan hurriedly grabbed Yun Nuoshing's arm and trembled all over. Idiot! WWW, what is that thing? In front! Yun Nuoshing was shocked. He hurriedly pulled Ming and dodged the huge lava hand. He turned around and shouted, How would I know? How would I know? Kaixia was also sweating profusely. She looked at the giant sprite that was as big as the sun in shock. Her eyes flashed wildly. That's a dark elf. A dark elf. The dark star crown is the incarnation of a dark elf. Are you kidding me? You're telling me that thing that's the size of a chicken is a sprite. Yun Nuoshing was also stunned. Boom. On the surface of the dark star crown, the sea of lava surged wildly. The sprite's body kept coming back to life, as if it was struggling to stand up from the dark star crown. Its huge face became even angrier. Violent energy was brewing in the depths of the dark star crown. An earth-shattering energy erupted, and a huge energy pillar that was almost half the size of the sun rushed out of the surface of the dark star crown. Then it quickly exploded and formed an inescapable net. Even with Ming's speed of light, he couldn't escape from this area. He was trapped in the star net, and his light-like speed suddenly disappeared. The light is gone. Ming was shocked. There's an even bigger light down there. It's restricted. Use the power of the rules. Use all of the power of the rules. Yun Nuoshing gritted his teeth and looked at the giant sprite that was struggling to stand up on the surface of the dark star crown. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. We might have to fight that thing. The dark star crown is the manifestation of a dark elf's consciousness. I remember now. The dark star crown is the dark elf herself, just like your incarnation. The entire dark star crown is a dark elf. Kaixia quickly said. I don't care what she is. I only know that she's angry for no reason. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched violently. She might have been alerted by us. Be careful. A ball of energy the size of a planet rushed out from the surface of the dark star crown and slammed into the star net at the speed of light. With a loud bang, it smashed into the energy barrier of Yun Nuoxing and the others. He said that he wanted to hide, but he couldn't. The star net had sealed off their escape route. The ball of energy was bigger than the star net, so there was no way they could avoid it. A violent explosion of energy exploded in the star field. The torrential energy smashed into the energy barrier, causing it to flicker rapidly. However, it was still a barrier of the rules, so it was still in a stable state. It wouldn't be broken in a short period of time. Ming, come on, Light Orb, use the power of the rules to break through the seal. We'll be done for sooner or later if we're trapped here and become targets. Yun Nuoxing quickly said. Give me some time. Ming was so anxious that he was sweating. There was no need to rush things so quickly. Damn, it's coming again. Chu Yingzhan cried out in alarm, but before her voice even fell, an energy pillar that was enough to intimidate everyone rushed into the star web, fiercely smashing into the barrier, pressing them together with the barrier to the other side of the star web. Their internal organs were shaken to the point where they were about to be deformed, and the scorching tongues of flame burned her until she cried out in pain. Stupid idiot! Stupid idiot! Didn't you say that this thing won't burn unless it's under the sun? Chu Yingzhan screamed in shock as a corner of her robe burned. A highly concentrated energy aggregate. It can be cold or hot. It's a must-have for home or travel. It's up to you. Bah! When did I say that it can't be hot? Yun Nuoxing was sweating profusely. The energy barrier flickered faster and faster. Dense energy balls and energy pillars rose from the dark star crown and slammed into the barrier one after another. They were trapped in this corner of the star net and couldn't move at all. They couldn't even defend themselves, let alone dodge. Xian and Qin Yen hurriedly controlled the 4 weapons to strengthen and maintain the barrier. However, even the powerful barrier showed signs of dimming under the indiscriminate bombardment. Crash! The sound of a tidal wave reverberated in the star field, causing everyone to tremble. The huge person slowly sat up. A huge hill suddenly rose from the huge dark star crown. It was unknown how many millions of miles tall it was. The dark purple energy sea slid down the hill with a rumble and gradually revealed its shape. At first glance, a strange structure was connected to the back of the dark star crown. It was actually 2 pairs of butterfly wings that looked like light. The lower half of the wings was connected to the bottom of the dark star crown. A dark star crown that's as big as the sun. All right, I believe it. I really believe it now. Yun Nuoxing's eyes twitched. Chu Yingzhan didn't care what that thing was. She quickly asked, Then what do we do now? Blow it up, Yun Nuoxing suggested. Everyone was stunned. What? Chapter 1096. The violent attacks from the dark star crown overlapped one another. The small energy barrier was like a small boat in the raging flames of the sun. It swayed unsteadily in the stormy sea and almost capsized a few times. There was no way to avoid it. The huge sun had already changed. From afar, it looked like a sea urchin. The side facing Yun Nuoxing and the others swelled up. On the other side of the star crown, the huge elf slowly sat up straight. The 2 pairs of wings behind her spread out and covered the sky. The dark purple lava, falling from the rain of light, smashed onto Yun Nuoxing and the other's barrier and the sea surface. The dark star corona was on the verge of shattering. From the shape of a sea urchin, half of it was forcefully torn apart. The appearance of the giant dark elf did not take away a single bit of the dark star corona. She had appeared out of thin air. The details of her body had become extremely detailed. The expression on her face became even more distorted. Huge pillars of lava fell from her eyes like a line of tears. She opened her mouth wide and let out a soundless shriek toward the starry sky. Soul scream. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. She quickly broke free from Kai Xia's embrace. She spread her 6 wings and wrapped everyone inside. An ancient bronze lamp appeared in her hand. The wick of the lamp lit up with colorful light. Retreat! Wong! An invisible energy slashed across the space, causing the space to shake violently. The starlight was distorted. The invisible energy slashed across the 6 wings and the barrier, causing it to shake violently and shatter silently. A ray of colorful light immediately appeared and took over the barrier to block the impact of the soul scream. The entire light barrier rippled, but it still stabilized. Under the 6 wings, everyone only shook their heads. They were a little dizzy, but they didn't suffer any injuries. Chu Yingzhen saw this and gasped for breath. Phew, I almost thought I was going to die. Yun Nuoxing quickly retracted her wings and placed her hands on Kai Xia's shoulders. She turned her head and saw the tears falling from the side of the huge dark elf's face. She couldn't help but be stunned. She's crying? Don't worry about whether she's crying or not. Hurry up and think of a solution. Chu Yingzhen quickly shook her head. She held the wind and earth pearls in her hand with a blank expression. I didn't expect to die in a sun. Not even ashes would be left. Yun Nuoxing's 6 wings flapped. She looked at Xian and Qin Yen, who were struggling to hold up the barrier. She pondered for a while and turned to Kai Xia. I'll exchange a few blows with your people. Remember to explain later. Kai Xia was stunned. Before she could react, she suddenly felt her shoulder lighten, and then she saw Yun Nuoxing rushing to the barrier. He spread his 6 wings and waved his hand. All the source pearls floated to his side, and the rest of the source pearls floated out from the pendant one by one. Dozens of source pearls circled around him. He waved his hand, and thousands of magic formations, the smallest of which was thousands of feet wide, and the largest of which was perhaps 100,000 miles wide, suddenly emerged in the air. Go, you bastard, he shouted. Boom! The tens of millions of arrays crazily condensed energy. With a series of thunder-like explosions, monstrous energy burst out from the tens of millions of arrays. Energy clusters, energy light pillars, flames, fire tornadoes, and all kinds of energy phenomena instantly exploded. Strange phenomena appeared out of thin air. The scene in front of them was extremely strange. It was difficult to describe anything seen in the world. It was so strange that it was like a nightmare. Boom, boom. The energy condensed by the tens of millions of arrays, and all kinds of energy phenomena fiercely collided with the energy of the dark star corona. Violent energy vortexes constantly formed and then quickly exploded into sparks. The entire battlefield of destruction spread out for millions of miles. It was as if several armies were fighting with their lives on the line, but in fact, it was just one person and a sun roaring and bombarding. The energy light pillars and huge energy clusters that rushed up from the dark star corona were constantly smashed into sparks by the attacks of the arrays. However, the attacks of the dark star corona overlapped one after another, crazily condensing like endless waves. In just a moment, they could form a crazy firepower net, but in the next moment, they were shattered. Ugh, you lunatic! You are not the sun. Don't go head-to-head with the sun. Chu Yingzhen was stunned when she saw such a crazy energy attack. Looking at the destructive firepower net in the sky, her face turned pale. What if we wake that big guy up? One of the big guys has already woken up. Even his face is covered. Let's deal with the matter at hand first, Yun Nuoshing said without turning his head. His eyes moved quickly. Dense, dark, purple energy pillars burst out from the spikes of the dark star corona, shattering his arrays. However, the light from the shattered arrays dispersed and reformed into a huge array, exploding with dazzling energy. Currently, the area of the energy bombardment had shifted from the shield to the space of the star field, leaving a large area of safety. It was not that he did not want to leave. The dark star corona had sealed the space, and the light net of the rules suppressed the power of the light element. It was fine, but the former would require some effort. If he wanted to break through the defense line, he would probably have to let this crazy dark elf calm down. Xingchen incarnation, Yun Nuoshing shouted. His body and 6 wings quickly darkened and were dyed with the color of the star field. It was as if he was reflecting the starry sky. The starry sky reflected by his body seemed to exist in a certain corner of the world. As he moved, the starry sky moved as well. The stars and light within it changed positions. It was as if he had turned into a mirror. Through him, one could see the starry sky of the distant star field. As his position changed, the starry sky reflected by the mirror also changed. Star God Bao. Yun Nuoshing fiercely waved his hands, making the posture of shooting an arrow with both of his hands. The 100,000 miles long magic formation on the left and right abruptly quaked. 2 beams of energy shot out from the center of the magic formation, crossing the star area and forming a curved starlight bridge. The other beam of energy connected the 2 beams of energy together, looking like a gigantic longbow. Following Yun Nuoshing's movements, the straight beam of energy slowly stretched backward. Tens of thousands of miles long energy arrows condensed from starlight were placed on the bowstring. Waves of arrows emerged as the destructive power crazily condensed. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. He slowly turned the starfield bow and aimed it at the huge dark elf. The light of wisdom was rapidly surging in the dark elf's huge eyes. She was gradually coming back to life. She was probably about to wake up. No matter what, it would be bad if this big fellow moved. Why not give her a shot before she woke up? Go, you bastard! Yun Nuoshing shouted softly. The star god Bao shot out with tens of millions of starlight arrows. The violent energy almost condensed into a huge pillar of starlight that shot towards the dark elf. The dark elf was still staring blankly at the starry sky. Her eyes, which were bigger than planets, were dripping with hot lava tears. Kai Xia looked at the dark elf's side profile in a daze. She suddenly rushed forward and pulled Yun Nuoshing. Wait a minute! I think I know what's going on. Ah! Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He hurriedly waved his hand and had the star god Bao dissipate. The starlight arrows that had condensed into a torrent suddenly turned and rushed towards the dark star corona below. The destructive torrent that could overturn heaven and earth plunged into the sea of lava. The destructive energy that was enough to destroy half a sun was suddenly extinguished. The destructive energy dissipated and turned into extremely pure starlight energy. It condensed into a huge starlight shield that blocked all the energy from the dark star corona. How many minutes can the star god shield last? Yun Nuoshing stretched out his hand towards the huge starlight shield. A dozen source beads quickly revolved around him. If you have something to say it quickly. We can't keep going on like this. Kai Xia hurriedly nodded and tilted her head to look at the dark elf. Ever since that soul shriek, she had not moved. She was sitting on the surface of the dark star corona in a daze. One of her hands was reaching towards the star region as if she was trying to grab something. Her beautiful face was twisted with madness and anger. Kai Xia closed her eyes and suddenly said, "This could be the elves who did not have time to evacuate in the ancient era and were left here. Didn't the elves all evacuate in the past?" Xian was puzzled. That was only a perfect situation. However, in reality, such a thing could really happen. The elves' homeland is in another timeline. It requires a lot of energy to cross the timeline. I learned from the ancient books that when we retreated from the realm of the gods, we sacrificed 1/20th of the elves of our race to open the gate. However, the number of elves was huge. Perhaps the elves did not have time to enter the gate, and the gate closed, leaving a portion of the elves here. Kai Xia's eyes flashed. I can sense remnant soul energy from the dark star crown. It's enormous. It's the souls of countless elves. There are many, many elves. Unresigned thoughts, unwillingness to perish here. Regret, obsession, hatred. Kai Xia pointed at the crazy sun. This must be the descendants of the elves who stayed here in the ancient era. Perhaps there are still sages alive, but she was so excited that she couldn't speak, so Ming Ming hurriedly took her place. The sudden calamity caused these ancient elves to be buried here. Unwilling to be destroyed just like that, they gathered the will of an entire race and fused it into the gigantic sun. Elves in the form of energy are born without a fixed form, and they die without a trace. Their souls and bodies are extremely close, and they can switch between them at will. When the calamity suddenly struck, the elves that remained in the realm of the gods were almost completely wiped out. The remaining souls fused together to form a will. They wanted to live. They wanted to return to their homeland alive. Oh, Chu Yingzhan looked at Yun Nuoshing, but she could not see his expression. He was surrounded by a star field. Chu Yingzhan could only hurriedly say, "Idiot, you alone can't support the power of half an entire race and an entire sun. I can hold on for a while. Don't underestimate me. I'm just worried that the power I release will wake up the big guy below. So if you do anything, I'll blow it up." Yun Nuoshing's voice came from afar. It was as if an entire star field was whispering in their ears. "I think if I go over, I might be able to stop him." Kai Xia clenched her hands and looked at Yun Nuoshing seriously. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a moment. His hands formed a seal, and the star god's shield, imprinted with the star domain imprint, suddenly opened. An extremely dazzling barrier immediately blocked all the energy. He turned his head, looked at the rosy clouds, and said, "Have you thought it through?" Kai Xia clenched her hands tightly. "Yes, it's very dangerous to rush over. That's my race. It'll be fine." Kai Xia smiled. Then she said softly, "And you're here, aren't you? You'll send me over, right? Little star." Yun Nuoshing didn't even have a face at this time. Naturally, no one could see his expression. Just as he was about to nod, his expression suddenly trembled. Destructive strike of the laws. Oh no! As soon as his voice fell, everyone felt a strange feeling. They had never felt it before. In the past, they had seen Yun Nuoshing use it, but it was different. The methods he used against enemies were all targeted at others. This was the first time he used that kind of attack directly on them. It was a very strange feeling. They felt as if they were locked on by something, and their consciousness was being altered. They could feel that an extremely dangerous energy was gathering crazily. If they were hit head-on, not even ashes would be left. However, their bodies could not produce any danger signals. They only knew about it. Wake up, calm down. You can't deal with this kind of attack. Seal off part of your senses. You'll be trapped. A gentle and distant voice sounded softly in their ears. Xian and the others immediately came back to their senses. When they looked up, they saw a huge dark purple energy palm facing them. In the palm, There was something that looked like a magic circle, but its structure was completely different. The strange magic circle swallowed and spat out energy that made their souls tremble. Ming, after this attack is over, Kai Xia and I will rush over. You guys stay here. Yun Nuoxing said in a deep voice. Can you do it? If you can't, I'll think of something else. Yes, brother. Don't worry. Go. Ming smiled and interrupted him. Then he nodded vigorously. Yun Nuoxing saw this and nodded. He suddenly opened his right hand, and a black dot appeared 2 inches above his palm. It was a pure black that was only the size of a thumb. At first glance, it looked like an endless void. There were many distorted energy lines around it. They were supposed to be straight lines, but they were distorted by the black dot. There seemed to be an invisible energy vortex that attracted everyone's attention. Chu Yingzhan wanted to reach out and touch the black dot, but she was scared half to death by Yun Nuoxing's calm words. Do you want to die? The strange dark purple array suddenly collapsed in the next second, and a chaotic torrent of energy that tore through the laws burst out. That energy was not necessarily violent, but it made Ziyan and the others feel completely disheartened. If that energy were to come at them head-on, it was likely that no one other than the Yun Nuo planet would be able to block it. Chaos, endless devour. Almost at the same time, Yun Nuoxing waved his hand, and throughout the black dot, the surrounding space suddenly returned to normal, as if something that could distort reality had left. Everyone's senses instantly returned to normal. Let's go. The moment he threw out the black dot, Yun Nuoxing handed the source bead and divine weapon to Ming and the others. He grabbed Kai Xia with one hand and rushed out. The moment he rushed out, he felt a weight on his back and a small body pressed against him. He did not even have time to react. He could only rush out while carrying the small body. The dark purple energy torrent and the black dot rushed out at the same time, and at the same time, Yun Nuo planet also rushed out. 3 things happened in an instant. The former, which was almost at the speed of light, suddenly collided with each other. There was no explosion of monstrous energy, only an invisible impact that hit the end of the space in an instant, causing countless strange phenomena along the way. But everything returned to normal in an instant. Then the black dot crazily expanded, and space and time became distorted. Under the collapse of the rules, the time barrier could hardly appear in the space, and only 1 or 2 faint golden spots were exposed from the space crack. The black dot and the dark purple energy torrent collided and destroyed the rules of a large area at the intersection. The space was purely destroyed, and the void could be seen easily. However, the void of the 8 elements sector was very hard and could not be destroyed so easily. Around the void, one could see the golden and purple barriers flickering with light spots. Only the light spots appeared, and the rules of that space could no longer support them to appear in the space of the real world. At the moment when the impact dissipated, Yun Nuoxing, Kai Xia, and Little Purple Soul had already rushed to the surface of the dark star corona. Waves surged in all directions. The boundless viscous liquid was like an ocean of magma, clumsily rolling up layers upon layers of giant waves. The dark star crown had also changed its shape. Behind it was a gigantic wall of magma that was at least 1,000,000 miles tall. The ocean of energy was surging violently, and the entire land was burning brightly. Even the dimmest light was brighter than the light of an ordinary sun. If it weren't for the many barriers supporting this place, one would have been blinded by the light. Standing on the surface of the dark star corona and looking around, there wasn't a single spot that wasn't bright. It had even changed its form of energy, becoming incomparably hot. It really was like a gigantic sun hanging in the sky. Looking up, one could see that the gigantic pillar-like arm had yet to be lowered. A gigantic drop of liquid slid down her face, smashing into the brilliant energy ocean, splashing up huge waves hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Gradually, 2 eyeballs appeared in her eyes, making one think of the phrase, the finishing touch. She had completely awakened, and the moment she woke up, she had given them a destructive attack of laws. Oh, there are hundreds of different types of energy and states added up. Draw a barrier around us. Yun Nuoxing looked at the constantly changing barrier and couldn't help but twitch his cheeks. Don't look at how arrogant he was now. If the barrier really broke, he would instantly fall into the dark star corona. He wouldn't even be able to make a splash before he died. Little purple soul lay on his shoulder, her purple gold eyes looking around happily, looking at the majestic pillar of flame that shot up to the sky, and the huge wall of magma that stretched to the sky like a pillar to the sky. She tried her best to stop herself from rushing out. But even if she rushed out, she would not be in trouble. She had been running around the 5th and 11th divine flames and was still fine. The dark star corona could not hurt her. All right, it's your turn now. Calm her down. Yun Nuoxing patted Kai Xia's long hair and said, I can give you enough time until I remind you to retreat. Kai Xia nodded nervously, grabbed his hand, and rushed towards the giant that was as big as the sun. After a while, they arrived at the back of the dark elf's head. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly when he arrived at this position. He could feel a surge of thoughts, countless thoughts, and countless souls were roaring. Unwillingness, regret, and despair after hope destroyed the soul of this race. It had become irritable and crazy. The monstrous hatred and anger almost materialized and overturned the entire world. Kai Xia took a deep breath. Her slender body shook and turned into a head-sized ball of light. Then she slowly entered the dark elf's head and disappeared with a pop. When he saw the golden ball of light explode, Yun Nuoxing was absent-minded. However, when he felt that Kai Xia's soul was still fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he slightly relaxed his mind and carried out the spiritual connection. He could also see the scene that Kai Xia saw. The changes in his mind seemed to be slowly drilling into a warm pool. It was warm, but violent, crazy, and turbulent. It shouldn't be so calm. It should be a violent ocean. That's right. When his mind went deep into the bottom of the pool, what he saw was a crazy, endless ocean. This crazy nightmare was the memory fragments left behind by the dark elf. There were only a few fragments left. What rushed into her mind was the scene of the destruction of the Golden Forest. Humans and shifters rushed into this otherworldly space. Those bewildered humans and shifters did not stop just because they came to another strange space. Instead, they fearlessly explored. Then they discovered this hidden race, the elves that had been living in the ancient era. They had been struggling to reproduce. There were still millions of them. The elves also discovered these uninvited guests. They thought that they were guests who had accidentally intruded. However, these were all executioners whose blades were stained with blood. When the first elf dissipated into light, the chaotic war instantly began. This small elf city that was isolated from the world and stood aloof from worldly affairs was instantly destroyed. The strength of the celestial realm practitioners was far beyond what the elves could compare to. Even after dozens of eras had passed, the elves still had not fully adapted to the rules of this place. They could not receive the blessings of the celestial realm. Naturally, the elves lost. In the Battle of the Wasteland Plains, they sacrificed 10 times or even 100 times more in exchange for the lives of their enemies. Then, they were defeated. The remaining elves in the celestial realm were wiped out so easily. The only remaining elf of the dark origin received the chaotic souls of its people. The chaotic thoughts washed away all the rationality of this usually docile elf. The dark star crown almost instantly rose into the sky and scattered the light of destruction over the entire forest. Everything was over. They had persisted for dozens of eras. They did not manage to send out the kindling of life. They did not manage to return to their homeland. They were suddenly destroyed, just like that. That's not all. Yin Nuoshing shook his head. There was some information that he was very concerned about in those fragments. It was just a flash, but he still saw it. He pointed at the two runic towers that appeared in the inverted memory fragment. They were towers that were condensed from various runes. Do you know what this is? Kai Xia looked at them in confusion. It looks like the ancient records. It's to open the time axis. Ah. She immediately understood why the will that represented the remaining elves would carry so much unwillingness and regret. The elves have a very long lifespan. The powerful elves have an eternal lifespan. If they do not die, they will not be destroyed. There are many immortals who have survived. The Pillar of Creation, the Golden Forest, and the elves have blocked the Great Reincarnation. They did not die. They have been hiding here, preparing for a long time. They have been waiting and working hard for a long time. Yun Nuoshing's eyelids drooped slightly. They wanted to return. They had made all the preparations to return to their homeland. But they fell in the darkness before dawn. After persisting for dozens of eras, they did not manage to wait for dawn. They plunged into the darkness and fell forever. Chapter 1097. A frenzied and noisy voice resounded through the universe. The irritable, dark, purple giant was disintegrating. It was almost falling apart. The silent, starry sky was filled with roars of despair. Endless anger, regret, and hatred spread through the starry sky. It was as if it had materialized and spread through the starry sky. It almost distorted the existence of the laws. Those who were caught in it were about to be destroyed by this despair. The dark elf that was as huge as the sun had completely come back to life, but she was still roaring at the starry sky. Despair filled her entire body, and she was almost paralyzed. She was crying. Her cries of despair and pain almost shattered the starry sky. The hand that reached out to the starry sky seemed to be touching the home that she could no longer return to. That was her only obsession. She wanted to hold on to the world that she could no longer see. It's gone. It's gone. A low, sobbing sound came from the soul. He knew that it was the dark elf's voice. It was lifeless and so desperate that it made one's heart ache and pity. I can't find it. I can't find the way back. I can't go back. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Kai Xia was so anxious that she did not know what to do. Although she seemed to have lived for a long time before she met Yun Nuoshing, she was just an ordinary elf. She had no interest other than reading books. She was so anxious that she did not know what to do at all. Yun Nuoshing sensed her panic and was about to guide her when Ming's nervous voice came from the soul. Brother, this sun is disintegrating. Half of it has been cut open. Its core looks unstable. There is a mass of super-concentrated energy that is about to explode. Yun Nuoshing's forehead was covered in sweat. They could not withstand this kind of super large-scale energy nova. This big guy's nova was enough to destroy the floor of the southern plains. The souls of countless elves splashed. Chaotic voices sounded from all directions. It was as if hundreds of thousands of elves were whispering at the same time. I can't find it. I can't see it. Go back. We have to go back. Door, open. It's about to open. Leon, hold on for a few more days. The Holy Elven Tower is ready. We can go home soon. 65 eras, long years. Go back to our homeland. Countless thoughts mixed together, like a basin of water splashing ripples from all directions. Noisy voices, accompanied by a huge amount of thoughts, crashed into her mind, making Kai Xia dizzy. Just before she was about to be destroyed by this tide of spirit, Yun Nuoxing's soul force and spirit burst out, protecting her spirit behind her back. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly shouted, "Don't be noisy! I'll take you back! Talon! The seventh timeline world, the upper plane, Tucker World Group Center, First Star Zone, Talon!" Countless thoughts stagnated, and the dark soul space suddenly quieted down. Yun Nuoxing and Kai Xia could feel that many thoughts were curiously observing this foreign object that had suddenly been noticed. They felt an extremely familiar aura from the latter, an aura and power of the same origin. Fairies of light. They have the aura of the same race. Talon, Talon, Talon. Can we go back now? But it has been so long. Kai Xia trembled and looked at Yun Nuoxing in surprise and puzzlement. She did not know how he could so accurately report the place where Talon used to be. Yes, it used to be probably the place where it was 65 eras ago. Now, it had drifted to who knows where. It had even gone through several reincarnations. It was simply a miracle that it was preserved. However, it had drifted to another place. As for where it went, she was not too sure. There were not many records of it. You can go back now. Your persistence was not in vain. Absolutely not. Look at this girl beside me. She came from Talon. She was not used to the rules of the realm of the gods, so I protected her. I've been to that world. I've been there. Yun Nuoxing said loudly to the surroundings. Although there was no one around, he could feel that this dark space was filled with hundreds of thousands of souls and thoughts. It doesn't matter what's left. It's fine as long as we can go back. If we can go back to our homeland, what can't be solved? Go back, go back, go back to our homeland. Go back. The elves' words of longing echoed in the darkness like an echo. Their longing for their homeland had reached the point of insanity. Together with the aura that Rosy Clouds was emitting, the elves no longer suspected anything, nor did they have the strength to suspect anything. They wanted to vent their dissatisfaction with this world, but the only thing that awaited them after that was the disappearance of the elves. Brother, it's calmed down. It's calmed down. The disintegration of the big guy has stopped. It's extinguishing. Ming's joyful voice and Xian's sighs of relief came from the souls. It seemed that the situation had stabilized. That's really worth celebrating. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched as he replied, with a bitter smile. If he had not heard the name Talon and tried hard to recall, he would not have realized that he had been there before. It was really a close call, and he almost exploded along with this big planet. Many blurry shadows appeared in the darkness. It was just a ball of colorful light. Many golden balls of light gathered around Kai Xia. He heard a voice faintly ringing in his ears. Is Talon all right? Did it escape the cycle of eras and survive? Kai Xia nodded vigorously. Talon is still here. It's still here. The period of the kingdom's division has long passed. Talon has been unified, and now we are exploring other worlds in the star field. We have discovered many beautiful and big worlds. The worlds are very big. That's good. The 65 eras of waiting were not in vain after all. Thank you, little girl. Thank you, God of the human race. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. He wanted to say that he was not a human, but in the blink of an eye, the darkness in front of him suddenly receded like a receding tide. When he opened his eyes again, he only saw a dark purple light flashing. The sea of magma rumbled and returned. The towering wall of magma collapsed on the surface of the sea, splashing up huge waves. Such a magnificent scene was very shocking no matter where one looked at it. Those monstrous waves suddenly split open and avoided them when they were about to hit them. Rumble, the light of the dark purple star gradually extinguished. It began to collapse and gradually dissipate in the star field. The huge dark elf froze, maintaining its final movement like a sand statue. At this moment, it was collapsing. Countless fine sand slowly fell and disappeared into thin air. In the dissipating light, tens of thousands of head-sized balls of light appeared. They slowly floated away from the star and the statue and floated to Yun Nuoshing and the others. They were once angry souls, but now they finally calmed down. They slowly revolved around Yun Nuoshing and the others, letting out a clear and peaceful crisp sound. We are about to return to Talon 65 eras ago. We have held on for too long, even if it's just a glance. I want to see what our homeland looks like, but it's no longer possible. Let it bear witness for us. Talon, God of the human race. Please, the last wisp of the flame of life. She was born in the realm of the gods, the last dark elf. In the swirling ball of light, an exceptionally small ball of light fell from the sky. It was only the size of a fist, and it floated in front of Yun Nuoshing. He was stunned for a moment, but he slowly reached out his hand and caught the ball of light. He looked up at the ball of light and nodded slightly. Yes, I've received it. It will be fine, I promise you. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless elves surrounded the ball of light. An incomparably vast, bright, and beautiful natural world appeared in front of them. They were the treasures of this world, born from heaven and earth. They were the remnant memories in the hearts of the elves. They vaguely saw how Talon used to be. It was beautiful, a beautiful world hidden from the world. Wait, you guys are just like this. Oh, don't you hate us? After holding on for so long, we were about to return to Talon, but Kaisia was a little anxious, and she hurriedly jumped up. She clearly saw what happened in her memories, and it was so despairing that she almost couldn't breathe. A series of buzzing sounds came from all around, and it sounded like the elves were sighing. The sound of their sighs was mixed with complicated emotions. Hate, maybe a little, but it's more of regret. After working hard for so many years, generation after generation of self-replacement, persisting for more than 60 eras, it's all for naught. It would be a lie to say that we don't hate them. If we didn't hate them, we wouldn't have collectively gone crazy. But it's all in the past. The elven dimension no longer has any signs of life. Everything has disappeared, and there's no point in looking into it. It's just that AI Lu had to bear the brunt of the broken souls of millions of elves. That child was driven mad, and the Dark Star Crown went out of control because of that. Yun Nuoshing quickly pulled Kaisia. What's self-replacement? Kaisia whispered in his soul. The elves go through a self-replacement and preserve everything. It's a method of self-replacement. If you really don't understand, you can think of it as I gave birth to myself. Except for the fact that it's not starting from scratch. Everything else is easy to explain. Yun Nuoshing, what a scoundrel. Kaisia rolled her eyes at him and said, so that thing in your hand might be a real newborn elf. A brand new one. The first elf to be born in the divine realm. Not even the sages of the past could do this. Yun Nuoshing looked at the little ball of light that was rolling around in his palm. It seemed to contain a heart that was beating powerfully. He solemnly muttered in his heart. This was the continuation of half a race. This race had finally left behind a life that belonged to them in the divine realm. It was no exaggeration to say that this was a huge symbol, a monument. After a long time had passed, this was the first time that they could withstand the laws of the divine realm. Perhaps one day they would really be able to establish themselves in the divine realm. They would no longer hide in this corner of the divine realm. Instead, they would appear in the divine realm openly, interacting, living, and fighting with the tens of thousands of other races here. The children of Taran will remember the crisis and the mission. They will forget their hatred, but that doesn't mean that we will forget what happened in the past. If we are blindly driven by hatred, we will only sink into the abyss and never be able to escape. We have not forgotten. We have just filtered out our hatred. Life still needs to move forward. We cannot let this one incident stain our race with an indelible stain. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a moment. He quietly nodded and did not say anything. This was their philosophy. He did not intend to say anything. Kaixia glanced at him and did not say anything. She knew that this awkward fellow had hatred in his heart. It was just that he did not have a clear target. So, at this moment, he was hiding everything. We should go. The ancestral spirits of Turan will protect us. The old fellows are still waiting for us in front. The largest ball of golden light circled Yun Nuoshing and Kaixia a few times. It could sense Kaixia's nervousness and could not help but smile. Child, there is no need to be sad. This is the course of life. The elves of Turan are not afraid of any challenges. If you return to Turan, please write a sentence for us nameless old fellows in the Star Forest Mountain. We have been here before. After saying this, the hundreds of thousands of balls of light trembled slightly. They floated upwards and slowly dissipated. Yun Nuoshing sighed. Just as he was about to send them off in silence, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a minute! Did you see 2 balls of light? One is golden and the other is green. They floated in about 20 years ago. Someone beat us to it. Dark Star Crown. Center. Go and find." The gradually drifting elves' souls quickly dissipated. They did not have time to leave behind a complete sentence. However, the few words they left behind allowed Yun Nuoshing to understand a little. He put his hands together and bowed slightly. Kaixia also bowed. It seemed to be the custom of the elves to send off the deceased. Ming and the others appeared beside them. They saw the balls of light floating in the sky like fireflies and gradually disappearing in the star field. They also thought of something. They slowly closed their eyes and softly mourned. Pooh! The scorching earth below their feet made a sound like a balloon leaking air. The large starlight that had almost split into 2 dimmed to the point that it almost turned into a black stone. The embers were extinguished and the energy dissipated. It did not go through the most passionate and heroic extinguishing ceremony. It was just like a broken balloon, constantly leaking air and drying up. Its size was crazily shrinking. In just a few minutes, the dark star crown had completely shattered. Half of it was like a funnel, while the other half was like a flattened gourd. Furthermore, the splitting continued. The fragmented dark star crown shattered into countless pieces. The bright core was so dim that it was almost impossible to distinguish it. When it was completely extinguished, this large dark star would also completely disappear, leaving no trace behind. The dark star crown was the incarnation of the dark elves. It was the last elven of the source of darkness. She seemed to be called Ai Lu. She had persisted until the last moment on the battlefield. In the end, her rationality was devoured by madness, and her body turned into the dark star crown. It was another form of existence for the dark elves. It should have been able to be retrieved naturally, but at that time she had already gone crazy. After turning into the dark star crown, there was no way to reverse this process. She could only dissipate with the elves. Her obsession was also eliminated. So this is the end. Xian stood beside Yun Nuoshing. She watched the large star shatter and gradually dissipate. Her pretty face was as calm as water. Mei Mao looked at the ruins hanging upside down above her head and could not help but sigh. We were just one step away from home. After so many years of perseverance, we still could not escape destruction in the end, Yun Nuoshing raised his hand and stroked her hair. There's nothing we can do about it. I've traveled the void before, and I've seen the birth and destruction of many worlds. To be honest, the fall and destruction of a race can happen in the blink of an eye. If we're not careful, everything will vanish, and nothing will remain. The glory of the past, the history of a race and a world can be destroyed in just a moment. Pinching her left arm with her right hand, Yun Nuoshing's eyelids drooped slightly. Millions of years of time, millions of years of evolution, billions of years of sublimation. When we stepped onto the world stage, there were threats everywhere. You people did not stand at my level, so there are still many sentiments about life. But in my eyes, they are all too insignificant and frail. What I saw was the extinguishing of stars, the tearing of stars. Sometimes it only takes a sigh for the entire world to come crashing down. No one could sense the impending doom. However, life is still strong, and all life is stubbornly pushing on. Here, when one race falls, another will rise. Moreover, the elves of Turan are not extinct. They are still alive and well. That stupid elf is also living well in that world. The elves of Turan will be fine. He smiled and patted Kaisia's head. The latter was immediately upset. She turned around and glared at him, only to see his eyes that were as deep as the void. Thousands of words died in her mind. She lowered her head sullenly and said nothing. That gaze made her unable to say anything. It was as if she was facing the truth, and anything she said would be wrong. Yun Nuoshing slowly raised his hand. The little orb of light floated around on top of his head. The little purple soul ran circles around him and kept jumping up and down, trying to grab him. Some colorful sand appeared on his raised right hand. It slid down from his palm and fell with the gravity of the star that had not been extinguished. He gently waved his hand, and the colorful sand floated out as if he was pulling up a galaxy. Have a safe journey. The dark purple star under their feet had completely disintegrated. There was nothing left of the huge core. It was originally an unsolidified energy creation. So naturally, there would not be any residue left after its destruction. Looking at this empty place with only pure energy left, everyone sighed. Who would have thought that a huge sun hung in this place just now, and now it had disappeared completely? Just as Yun Nuoshing was about to take people to the original core of the dark star corona, the surrounding starlight suddenly came to life. Countless rays of light condensed, and a dim dark purple figure suddenly appeared in front of them. They were stunned again. Upon closer inspection, they could see traces of the huge dark elf on her body, but it was a smaller version. Ai Lu, Kaisia cried out in surprise. The dim figure nodded gently and waved her hand gently to signal everyone to follow. Then she took the lead and flew down up. Anyway, it was the inner part of the original dark star corona. The highly concentrated energy aggregation had condensed an unknown amount of energy. Even if it dissipated, the influence left in the space of the main world would not dissipate for a while. Occasionally, large clusters of energy could be seen gathering, twisting into a vortex, and then slowly disappearing. Ai Lu took them to a place where there were still dense spatial distortions. This was the place where the core of the dark star corona used to be. The traces of spatial distortions could be seen with the naked eye. A large cluster of invisible energy was gathered here, and they could even feel a slight change in gravity. As for time and rules, they had already slowly recovered when the dark star corona disappeared. Ai Lu stretched out her hand and pointed forward, smiling slightly. She walked forward and hugged Kaisia. Then she opened her mouth and said something to Yun Nuoshing. There was only the shape of her mouth, but no sound came out. Then She revealed a beautiful smile and nodded. Her figure slowly dissipated, and those forcibly condensed light spots returned to the star field. This time, it was really over. She also dissipated with the elves, returning to the former Turan. What did she just say? Chu Yingzhan asked, as she made two comical gestures towards the dissipating specks of light. Kai Xia looked at Yun Nuoxing and said, "She was saying thank you to Little Star, thanking him for freeing our people from the hatred they had for thousands of years." "I didn't do anything." Yun Nuoxing shrugged and said, "I just moved my mouth." Kai Xia smiled faintly and didn't care about this guy. These words had become his catchphrase. He didn't do anything, and everything happened naturally. The girls also looked at him with half-smiles. Yun Nuoxing trembled, coughed, and quickly said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's not talk about this. Let's quickly see where the main target went this time." Chapter 1098. This was where the core of the dark star corona used to be, and there were still traces of the upheaval. Distorted space and a large number of strange energy phenomena appeared frequently, and the remaining energy would return to the star sector. Distorted space vortexes of various sizes covered a large part of the space, and no one knew how long it would take for it to return to normal. These traces were all left behind by the great battle that had just taken place. Yun Nuoxing floated around with a ball of light in his hand. The place he went back to was the same. However, as he slowly went back, he could not sit still. He felt uncomfortable even if he did not move. Just now, he habitually went back to hundreds of millions of years ago. Now he was starting again. He slowly went back. 1 month, 2 months, half a year, 1 year, 3 years, little purple soul was running around in this spacious star sector. She waved her little hands and caught the distant starlight in her hands. She condensed them into crystals and threw them around casually. Those crystals either disappeared into thin air or were thrown into the distorted space vortexes by the little girl. The latter would be smashed to normal before dissipating. She was now more adept at controlling her own energy, and she especially liked to use her energy for fun. As they were still in the Golden Forest, Feng, and the others didn't sneak out of the spiritual world. However, they had just made a big fuss. Who knew if that thing under the ground had shivered or not? Now, they were still in the elf space. Without the energy provided by the dark star crown, the elf space was constantly disintegrating and was about to collapse. "Found it." Yun Nuoxing suddenly stopped and said. Everyone hurriedly gathered to the side. He projected the book of Epic's backtracking image in the air so that they could clearly see what had happened. The timeline is very tight. It happened about a month ago. In the image, a crack suddenly appeared in the space of the Golden Forest. A young man came out of the crack with a scroll-like object in his hand. He was wearing a strange gold and red outfit, which looked like a combination of armor and a silk robe. He looked majestic and heroic. After he entered the fairy space, he was stunned for a moment. He wiped the spatial crack behind him and then kept running around in this space. He stayed in the scorched plains for a while and flipped some bones on the ground. After a while, he charged straight into the dark star corona. The dark star corona emitted a strong light as if something had happened inside, but it did not wake up like today. A few minutes later, the young man rushed out of the dark star corona in a sorry state. He was holding 2 orbs of light in his hands, one golden and the other green. They were trembling at a high frequency in his hands like 2 restless elves trying to break free from his hands. However, when the golden scroll shone, the 2 orbs of light could only calm down. The image stopped abruptly when the young man tore open space with the golden scroll and rushed out. Ming and the others looked up in a daze and looked at Xian. She could not help but mumble, "Sister Xian, are those your 2 origins?" Xian blinked and frowned. The Book of Epics backtracking is very real, but it's a bit far. When I saw the two orbs of light, I could barely feel some movement in the earth and water origins. I'm not sure if there's no need to be sure. I can guarantee it's them. A deep voice that sounded like a storm came from the side. Xian and the others looked up and saw Yun Nuoxing's dark face. His colorful eyes flashed with a frightening light. His anger came out of nowhere. It was a sudden burst of anger as he recalled what had happened in the past. Brother? Ming pulled his hand and was a bit worried. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath, blinked his eyes hard, and shook his head as if he wanted to shake something out. After a while, his expression slightly retracted, but it was still a little dark. His eyes were filled with faint coldness and brutality. Nothing, I just thought of something bad. Ming frowned and reached out to hug him. She said softly, "You're tired. Sit down and rest." Yun Nuoxing nodded and sighed. Xian also came forward and said softly, "Don't worry. I saw it at the reincarnation lake. The 5 elements body has been restored, so nothing will go wrong." Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and said softly, "The origin of the 5 elements body. Theoretically, no one else can use it, but in fact, it's still a powerful energy source. Moreover, it's entangled with some of the rule fragments that belong to the 5 elements body. Xian, it doesn't matter whether the energy is limitless or not. The important thing is that those rule fragments are unique to your physique, and it's not that they can't be taken by others to refine. In history, the pursuit of the divine body of the 5 elements body was just like that. If you took the origin, you could create another divine body of the 5 elements body." Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes and suddenly had a bad feeling. Since the origin can be separated, if the person who captured the 2 origins intends to reassemble the 5 elements body, then wouldn't that be... She looked at Xian. "Wouldn't that be troublesome?" "Idiot, that golden scroll, could it be the token of God that you mentioned? We seem to have seen it once at the Yuan family's place." Chu Yingzhan said again, "Indeed, but I don't know if it's the token of God. It's just that there's a very powerful divinity coming out of it, and there's the aura of a post-god level in it." Yun Nuoxing frowned and nodded. "Since it's a god, then it's not surprising that a god can do anything. Isn't it very dangerous for the origin to fall into the hands of a god?" Kai Xia was a little worried. Yun Nuoxing nodded. She was right to be worried. A post-god level person could come into contact with more fundamental problems of the origin. It didn't take much effort to analyze and deal with the origin of a body type. He could also do a lot of testing and research on the origin of the 5 elements. He could even dismantle, destroy, or transfer it to someone else without a problem. Do you guys remember the one in the golden red robe? Yun Nuoxing looked up at them and also found the 9 temple masters, the Golden Queen, and the others in her soul. She quickly told them what had happened and played the image in her soul again. 1 month is enough for a god to do a lot of things. Even a half-dead god can do some things. I'm just worried that the origin has been smashed into another person's body. When the origin is separated again, it may damage the origin. Qin Yin shook her head. "I haven't seen it, but I've already informed my father. He's sending people to look for the symbol." "Little Star, is it serious? Do you need help?" Ning Qianxue asked with concern in her soul. "Serious? I don't know yet, but if we can't find it, then we'll be in trouble. I'm just worried that those people won't be able to do their research, and we'll destroy it." Yun Nuoxing frowned and felt very annoyed. "The god's token. Don't tell me it was made by those people you mentioned. 1 month is enough. It's not too early or too late. It's just that 1 month it was stolen." The Golden Queen's voice was full of curses. When she heard that Xian's things had been taken away by others. She started to take action. Now, there aren't many people in the realm of the gods that can still produce fresh and hot gods tokens. You can guess it even if you think about it. The symbol on this robe seems familiar. Let me look for it. Temple Master Jean sighed. You don't have to look for it. There's a living specimen here. A faint sigh stunned everyone. This tone and the way he spoke sounded like light was trembling. It seemed to be Temple Master Guang, who had gone to attend some gathering. Yun Nuoshing stood up with a bang. He was about to slap the space open when Xian and Ming hurriedly pressed him down. You just fought with a sun. You should at least take a rest. What's the situation? What did you see over there? Temple Master Jean was stunned. Literally, it's quite lively here. If you're interested, you can come over. I'll try my best to delay it, Temple Master Guang said calmly. There was no fluctuation in his voice. Lively? Then let it be lively. I'll let you guys have a good time. Ha ha ha. Yun Nuoshing laughed in a low voice. Wait for me. I'll be there in 10 minutes. It's okay. Nothing's wrong. Senior, you guys hang in there. We'll go over now. Xian hurriedly held him down and smiled embarrassedly. I haven't asked you guys yet. Where did you go? Why is Little Star so weak? Ning Qianxue frowned. Although she couldn't see, she could feel that Yun Nuoshing's soul power was slightly weak from the soul transmission. She suddenly felt a little nervous. Chu Yingzhan turned her face away and muttered in a low voice, the idiot just fought a fierce battle with an entire race and an entire dark sun. Everyone was stunned. Huh, what kind of shocking thing did this guy run off to do again? This was the courtyard of a mansion. One side of the magnificent pavilion was completely open and was completely connected to half of the courtyard. This mansion occupied a very large area and was built halfway up a mountain. It was surrounded by golden-red ancient trees with a faint metallic luster. At first, it looked strange, but after looking at it for a long time, it made people feel dizzy. It was very strange, as if it had the power to devour the mind. Most of the trees on this mountain peak looked a little strange. From the foot of the mountain to the top, the colors were constantly changing. One could vaguely see that those colors were like flames that were constantly extending, or some kind of strange beast that was roaring at the sky. The rocks hiding in the corner were also dyed strange colors by unknown plants. Other than the distorted colors in the woods, the plants in this huge mansion were very ornamental. A slender stream of water flowed down along the ridge of the mountain and gathered into a small lake in the courtyard before continuing to flow down the mountain. Short, ornamental plants were placed half a circle around the small lake. Strange, purple-red tree trunks stretched out from the other side of the pavilion and circled around the third and fourth floors of the pavilion. Dense metallic leaves with a metallic luster fell down, reflecting the golden light of the sun and covering half of the pavilion. The novelty made people a little curious and couldn't help but take a few more glances. They felt that the terrain of this place might have something to do with these strange plants. It was just that they couldn't stare for too long. It always gave people a strange feeling of time and space splitting. Those who just came in felt that this place had probably been uninhabited for tens of millions of years. The trees were twisted and wrapped around the pavilion, but the new and clean pavilion and elegant furnishings gave a novel feeling. There were figures standing in the pavilion and in the courtyard. Each of them had an outstanding temperament, as if they were bearing the divine splendor of the sun and moon. Their bodies carried all kinds of auras, and if any one of them was placed in a crowd, they would be particularly conspicuous, standing out like a crane in a flock of chickens. On the circular platform that extended out from the second floor of the pavilion, which was enough to attract people's attention, a young man wearing a bright golden robe with bright golden hair and a faint golden glow to his skin. Even his eyebrows and eyes were golden. It was as if his entire body was covered in gold. The depths of the realm of the gods hides a deep darkness that we have never come into contact with. The tide can be traced back to ancient times, and the uninvited guests of the stars will descend as the stars gradually extinguish. An unprecedented crisis of survival shrouds the veil of darkness. The memories of the past are pale and powerless, and even the tide of darkness seems weak before the coming crisis. This has nothing to do with the races, and no one can be independent. This is an earth-shattering event that is bound to happen, and yet we still don't know what form it will take. The time span is huge, and the disasters that are about to happen and have already happened are tangled up in chaos, and there is no way to separate them. In the pavilion, Yuan Shi, who was wearing a white robe, was stuffing a handful of fruits into his mouth. He poked Nightmare and said, "Senior Light is really good at fooling people. He's been around for 2 or 3 eras, and the number of people he's seen is more than the number of times I've taken 2 breaths. He can take a snippet of what Boss said and edit it a little, and he can fool people half alive. Paranoia, schizophrenia, self-doubt, worldview reconstruction, conscience questioning, enlightenment. What am I talking about?" Nightmare grinned and laughed dryly. Yuanshi rolled his eyes fiercely and turned his eyes to a table not far away. There was a man in golden red clothes sitting there, and there was an unusual aura about him. He was tall and slender, and his face seemed to have been carefully sculpted. He was not handsome to the point of blinding people, but he was much more handsome than ordinary people, and there were no flaws to be found. His side profile and his slightly raised eyebrows gave him a heroic spirit, as if he was a god of war who had walked out of a painting. Just from his appearance and aura, there was an aura of perfection. His eyes were a pair of strange gold and green, and there was an aura that was not very harmonious with his body, but somehow managed to blend into one. It was a bit like some parts were swapped out, which was easy for ordinary people to overlook. Compared to his appearance and other things, people were more concerned about his aura. He was a god, and he was already at the late stage. He was only 1 step away from a high-level god. These 4 words might not be a big deal, but if you added his age, it would be different. He could be squeezed into the ranks of the younger generation. In other words, he was still very young, even if he was thousands or tens of thousands of years old. Although many people would only pay attention to his current achievements and know that he was a god, it was undeniable that he had potential. This was also the point that many big forces paid attention to. So ugly. Nightmare sighed. They were watching carefully. The little trick they learned from Yun Nuoshing allowed them to watch for a whole day without being discovered, unless they were facing a high-level existence. Yuan, she almost choked on a mouthful of fruit. He punched himself hard so that he would not choke to death. Speechless, he said, "Nightmare, did you get too close to Little Star, that your sense of beauty has been distorted?" The golden red man was naturally not like what Devil Nightmare had described him to be. At the very least, he could not be considered ugly. His appearance could be considered handsome in the eyes of the human race. It was just that a certain person was always by the side of a certain person who looked like a woman but was actually a man. He had received quite a bit of stimulation, causing him to be slightly distorted. Nightmare scratched his head and did not refute. He pointed at Hall Master Guang with his chin and said, "How much do you think the people here will listen to old Guang's words?" "Who knows?" Yuan Shi's gaze swept across a few places. There were truly powerful existences in those places. Those people who were hiding didn't seem to care about anything at first. Only when Palace Master Guang came out to speak did Yuan Shi become a little more spirited. Perhaps some people will speculate and be suspicious. There are also some people who might treat Senior Guang's words as nonsense, such as those. He pointed at the golden-red man, with his eyes. Nightmare nodded with a smile. There was no need to guess the identity of those people. They were the pure-blooded descendants of the gods. Only they could exude such an aura. However, compared to the shadow in their hearts, these people were still a little inferior. Sigh, I can't control my thoughts anymore. I keep thinking about Little Star, especially these things. Yuanshi smiled bitterly. Ever since he started traveling with Little Star, his worldview collapsed and rebuilt, collapsed and rebuilt again. In the end, he did not even rebuild it. Reality proved that his approach was correct, because later on, his worldview collapsed even more. It was shattered and destroyed. If he had not become numb to it, it would have broken down sooner or later. Hall Master Guang quickly and simply explained a lot of things that could distort the truth. These were all just preventive measures. They did not intend to reveal everything at once. If they did, who knew what kind of chaos would ensue in the realm of the gods? Naturally, this kind of vague truth that brushed against the edges of the truth naturally made many people suspicious. Many people also jumped out to ask for clarification. You ask me about the seers? How am I supposed to ask? Light God King rolled his eyes. A bunch of people who know the truth, but don't say it. If he doesn't say it, do you think I'll hang him up and beat him up? Everyone laughed dryly. Divination masters were always annoying, but they had their own reasons, so no one suspected anything. Even if it was because of Hall Master Guang's reputation, no one would say anything. The high-level gods sitting here were all experienced and knowledgeable. They knew Nine Gods Temple's personality. They were straightforward and didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. If there was anything they wanted to say, they would beat the person up. In the past, those who dared to go against Nine Gods Temple would only make a fuss about some unimportant matters. They were like children who wanted to prove something. Once it involved a life-threatening matter, Nine Gods Temple would basically do whatever they wanted. There was nothing they could do. Nine Gods Temple was the guardian force of the god world, and it had stood tall in the god world for such a long time, so they had no choice but to submit to it. 9 deity temples. Decaying guardians left behind from the old days? Are your actions really protecting the realm of the gods and not dragging down the pace of this world? A voice came from an unknown corner, drifting and indistinct, unfathomable. The air was silent for a long time. Everyone's necks were drenched in cold sweat. It was starting. Hall Master Guang of the Nine Gods Temple rarely appeared, and he even personally came out to issue a warning. In the end, he was rebuked like this. The vague voice came with a trace of laughter. Many legendary experts in the realm of the gods are about to awaken. The powerful existences who dominated an era have awakened and completely revived. They have the final say in this world. They did not issue any warnings. So why are you so diligent in coming here to warn everyone? Or is this a self-directed show? The decaying guardians can't hold on anymore and want to find something to put on airs or something. Oh, am I being too obvious? The voice laughed in a low voice, causing everyone inside and outside the pavilion to break out in cold sweat. This was pointing at the nose of the Nine Gods Temple and scolding them. Was there going to be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood today? Hall Master Guang yawned out of boredom and directly ignored the voice. That's all I have to say. If there are any further developments, we will send out another voice or let the phaseless cult inform you on our behalf. This is just a precautionary measure. Whether it is for the information that seems fake or for the things that will happen in the demon world 1 month later, we need to be mentally prepared. Hall Master Guang's good temper made everyone who was drenched in cold sweat breathe a sigh of relief. The corpses of gods and demons that they had imagined did not happen. If it was any other faction, they would have already picked up their weapons and started a fight. They did not believe that the former would not be able to find out who was secretly saying these things. However, the words spoken by that person still made them very concerned. The people who dominated an era, those experts who had been dormant for a long time, were about to move again. This should be a good thing. It just so happened that the demon world was about to descend, with those people overseeing the situation. Even if a great war did not break out, it would still make people feel more at ease. However, these people appeared out of nowhere and seemed to want to mess around in the divine world first. The voice in the dark continued, "That's right, that's right. My clan found an ancient record and learned a lot of ancient things. Among them, there are a lot of special paths. It just so happens that this era is about to end. We might step onto a supreme path. Therefore, we are recruiting powerful heroes from various clans. If you are willing to pledge allegiance to my clan, you will be able to ascend to the supreme land together with us in the day after tomorrow. This is a great honor." The voice paused for a moment and continued, "Oh, although it is a little difficult, we think highly of the Nine Gods Temple. The decaying guardians have a lot of value. How about it? Do you want to consider it?" Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. Their hearts were thumping loudly. They all felt that something was definitely going to happen today. This person was taking advantage of them. Hallmaster Guang calmly drank his tea and calmly conversed with Yuan Shi. He listened to them talk about some of the things that happened when they went out with Yun Nuoshing. As for the words spoken by that person, he completely pretended not to hear them. Chapter 10:99. Above the dark forest, there were remnants of light that had yet to dissipate. The clear sky had a mysterious dark purple color, but there was no starlight in the sky. There were only some torrents of energy that could not be observed with the naked eye. The energy that was forcibly condensed together was disintegrating and escaping to various areas, causing some strange energy scenes in the air from time to time. The ruins of the buildings hidden in the forest were being swallowed up. The collapsed, exquisite buildings were lying between the soil and gravel. The debris was embedded in the ground at an angle. The broken buildings were entangled by trees and vines. Huge plants drilled out from the toppled soil. The wreckage of the buildings was everywhere. This was a small development in the forest. The buildings were almost swallowed up by time. It was difficult to determine what each building was used for. They were still standing here, telling visitors that a race once existed here. There were once living beings. Now, only the broken ruins were left, gradually merging with the trees. The traces here were gradually fading. It had been tens of millions of years. The most well-preserved building was just a strange building next to a tree, and only a small part of it was left. Looking at the traces left on the tree, it should be 14 or 15 meters high. At this time, there were only ruins of 3 or 4 meters high and broken pieces on the ground. There were no other living beings in this forest. Some birds and beasts that should have existed in the forest, but because it was a forbidden land of elemental elements, they did not dare to set foot here. Even the races that once lived here had disappeared. At this moment, it had truly become a forbidden land of life. Touching the glass-like building fragments with his palm, his hand felt cold, and there was a feeling of leakage. These fragments once carried an amazing amount of energy, but now it was just an empty shell. It had been worn away and lost its function. However, it still preserved its original appearance and had not been completely weathered. These building materials are very strange. Xian rubbed his fingers lightly. Even after tens of millions of years, there is still no decay. There is a kind of coldness. It feels like there is a mind, but there is only emptiness. The elves' buildings are built through our imagination, built with spiritual power. It is an extension of our spiritual power. Almost all the physical substances in our lives are made up of spiritual power. If we use something that actually exists, it will use spiritual power as the connecting framework. Other things will be solidified or merged with spiritual power to build it. Rosie said, "Only spiritual power is enough?" Of course not. Kaisia shook her head. It still needs to be supplemented with a lot of energy. Spiritual power can be condensed without limit. If it is an object built purely with spiritual power, it will disappear with the collapse of the object and the death of the builder. Therefore, it needs to be firmly stabilized with energy so that the spiritual condensed object can give birth to a physical body. You can feel that there are thoughts because you have touched spiritual power. Chu Yingzhan thought for a while and said, "Is the spiritual power you're talking about the same as our spiritual power?" "Probably. The same?" Yun Nuoshing jumped down from the 3-meter-tall wreckage of the building. "Basically, it's the same. It's a different kind of power that's born from the brain and thought convergence zone. It's released through imagination, control, and other means. It's called psychic power. The psychic power that's born from cultivation in the realm of the gods isn't much different from the psychic power in other worlds." Chu Yingzhan frowned. "After I came to the realm of the gods, I also used a special cultivation method to give birth to psychic power. But that method is very similar to the cultivation method I used in the 7 elemental realms. The latter didn't let me feel the existence of psychic power. Is it a problem with the laws or the energy in the realm of the gods? There's a reason for both." Yun Nuoshing said, "The laws and forms of energy in different worlds can be so different that it's strange. Naturally, the cultivation system will also be different. The power that is mastered and the means to release power will also be different." He thought for a while and continued, "I've seen many, many worlds, and the cultivation system as a whole is more or less the same. There are some unique ones, but they're only different in form. The different forms of life will also be different. I won't go through them one by one. I might not even be able to finish talking about all of them in the upper 3 heavens. It seems that psychic power is rarely used." Qin Yen rubbed a fragment. She could feel a burst of energy similar to psychic power flowing in the crystal-clear fragment. She couldn't help but think of the cultivation in the realm of the gods. Ever since psychic power was born, it seemed that this kind of energy was not used in other places except for when it was used to assist in alchemy. She once learned from the books at home that the energy system contained in the realm of the gods was close to perfection. The life that was born in this world, due to the laws, would not have a hard time controlling the energy of other worlds. There was a mention of psychic power, but it was written very vaguely. It was as if the author of the book didn't really understand this aspect. It did mention that psychic power could be used to assist in control, but it was only an auxiliary role. Alchemists, formation masters, and blacksmiths basically used the power of the soul. Psychic power was only used for control. It was about the same when it came to fighting enemies, and the effect was not obvious. However, on the path of cultivation, psychic power was a must. When one reached the level of demigod, they still needed to use divinity and psychic power. In the end, they were only passively cultivating psychic power, but they didn't use it much. They didn't even know what it was used for. Oh, powerful gods could open up a spiritual world, and it was said that it could evolve into an appearance no different from an ordinary world. Other than that, it wasn't too clear. It's normal to use it less. If you don't know how to use it, it's very wasteful to use it casually. Yun Nuoshing smiled. "Look, these buildings that the elves built all use psychic power. You must want to ask, psychic power that has been cultivated since childhood is used to assist in alchemy, the flow of energy, and the fight against enemies. It's not very useful, right? Xian and the others nodded. That was the extent of their knowledge. None of the places they came into contact with were proficient in this kind of energy. Yun Nuoshing took little magic from Qin Yan's arms and threw him up and down like a ball. He grinned. That's very normal. The people of the realm of the gods cultivate psychic power to prevent themselves from being quickly defeated by other life forms when they go to other worlds. In other worlds, there are many people who are proficient in psychic power. The elves of Turan are one of them, but when it comes to psychic power itself, in the ancient times there were many inheritances of psychic power left behind, but as for now, he stopped and held little magic in his arms and smiled without saying a word. Everyone understood and couldn't help but sigh. It was almost broken, and there was probably no way to use psychic power. The only thing left was the original idea, to use psychic power to guard against outsiders. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the cultivation methods of material life forms, like you are completely different from energy life forms. Apart from some super high grade divine arts that can be used, the other details are much worse. However, the system is still unified. Us. Chu Yingzhan pointed at herself, stunned. Yin Nuoshing rolled her eyes. I'm already half an energy life form. Other than the fact that I can't turn my body into an energy body, some of the details have changed. It has been like this since I retrieved the elements of chaos. The way I see it, mental energy is just a kind of energy that is relatively unorthodox in the realm of the gods, but it's still very powerful and has many uses. Even if it's not because of the spiritual godly body, to me, there are thousands of kinds of energy. Aside from the different ways they can be used, they all have the same function. Internally, they can adjust the body and mind, cultivate the soul, and externally, they can even touch the heart of the enemy. Having a lot of energy is not a burden. Even if it's not that powerful, it can still be used to annoy you to death. The girls were speechless. They felt that something was not right. Ahem, so what's the use of psychic power? Chu Yingzhan wiped off the cold sweat and blinked at Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing smiled and slowly raised her hand. Her slender finger pointed at her temple. Psychic power, imagination, the energy of a life form that was born from a brain or some kind of organ that didn't even have a brain and only had a thought convergence zone, naturally had to be connected with its birth. The brain is a good thing, but it depends on whether you know how to use it. Xian tilted his head and had an expression that said, I seem to understand, but I don't know what to do or what the use of imagination is. Yun Nuoshing was a little helpless when she saw this. She shook her head and said, It's okay if you can't master this method. These are things that people who feel that their energy form is not enough would consider. You'd better play with the energy and form that you control first. Xian originally planned to go directly to the gathering and then beat up the living specimen on the ground. However, Home Master Guang said that it wouldn't end so quickly. After they kept watch, Xian ordered him to rest for a while. Only then did he manage to stand still and take a look at the elven ruins. Ever since the elves of Taran disappeared, the light on Kai Xia's body had dimmed a little. She looked dispirited. When she came to the broken ruins, she couldn't help but sigh. She looked like a girl who had left her hometown, but found traces of her hometown in another world. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but sigh. All the buildings had been severely damaged. Even the layout of the small city itself was not complete. The shape of a road could still be vaguely seen, but it was relatively small. Most of the residential buildings were hanging next to trees. The elves were a race that relied on flying to go out and shout. Most of them didn't know how to walk. Otherwise, what was the use of their wings? However, it was also possible that after flying for a while, they wouldn't know how to walk anymore. Their feet would only be used for walking. Traces of energy destruction could be seen everywhere in the ruins. The buildings that were not destroyed at the bottom could still be seen neatly arranged in the shape of a small city. There were fewer trees in this area, and this was the central area of the forest. There was a large pit on the ground. It was not difficult to imagine that there should have been an ancient tree that was tens of thousands of feet tall here. The trunk of the tree should have been dozens of feet wide. It was probably annihilated by the energy as well. The elven buildings were stronger than the ordinary pavilions built by the human race. After all, the elven buildings relied on mental strength and energy to build. There's nothing left behind. Yun Nuoshing could not help but sigh softly. He wanted to find something special to bring Kai Xia back to her senses. He was a little unhappy when he saw her in such a daze. The ones who broke in are probably a bunch of high-level gods. The elves can't adapt to the rules of the realm of the gods. There are many places where they are restricted. Even if there are sages that have been passed down from the ancient times, their power may decline with the passage of time. How could it be destroyed all of a sudden? Chu Yingzhan could not help but murmur. Yun Nuoshing glanced at her and said lightly, "Do you need a reason?" "I can only tell you that there is no reason. All the lives in the realm of the gods have 10,000 reasons to fight 10,000 battles, including the void. The human race is the most insatiable of them all. Looking at several eras of the void, I have never seen any race that is more excessive than the human race. Weren't you a human before? Why are you scolding yourself?" Chu Yingzhan muttered. "So be it. This is a fact that can't be changed. I've known it for a long time. I don't deny that there are weirdos and sages in every race, and the human race is no exception. But I really hate the human race. I even want to distort the rules of the primordial realm. I'm with you. If it weren't for the fact that I can't even do it even if I die, I would really wipe out the human race." Yun Nuoshing glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. His eyes dimmed, and he sighed deeply. He waved his hand and did not want to delve into this topic. Chu Yingzhan could not help but say, "Don't you have humans by your side too? Come kill me." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes at her and said, "What I hate is my own business. What does it have to do with you? I will decide how to deal with it." Chu Yingzhan sighed and said, "Tisk, you're just an idiot who only knows how to talk. Since you hate the human race so much, you should be a madman. Then use your power as an observer of the realm of the gods to destroy the entire realm of the gods. Then kill your way to other worlds until the void is cleared." Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. He looked at her deeply. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "I will consider it." His serious look shocked everyone. Chu Yingzhan even shouted, "Do you want to die?" "I'm just saying it casually. You shouldn't be thinking seriously at this time. Hey, don't go. Listen to me. Hey." Xian and Ming looked at each other. The two women shrugged and followed behind him helplessly. After walking around the ruins for half an hour, Kai Xia really couldn't find anything that made her feel homesick. She couldn't find any important traces left behind. She could only sigh and retreat into Yun Nuoshing's soul world. Zai hurriedly comforted the girl before he left with his people. There was nothing left in this place. Only the lingering sound of destruction lingered in the air. It recorded the evidence of the war and the extinction of an entire race, at least for the realm of the gods. Half an hour later, Yun Nuoshing's strength had recovered to its peak. At this moment, he was rushing towards Yuan Shi and the others' gathering point with the intention of destroying everything. He felt uneasy. He had an intuition that something was going wrong. It made him feel inexplicably irritable, impatient, and manic. He wanted to destroy something. He wanted to vent his strength. He knew that something was affecting him. Therefore, even when he was rushing, he looked like he was going berserk. It would be better to say that he was rushing towards a certain place like a comet. No matter where he landed, it would be a devastating disaster. I hope I can control it. Yun Nuashing sighed in his heart. There were some things that couldn't be helped. He hesitated for a moment, then sent a message back to the 9 gods' shrine through his soul seed. Xian and the others' hearts skipped a beat when they felt the berserk aura. She quickly grabbed Yun Nuashing's hand and asked nervously, "Little star, what's wrong?" "I don't know." Yun Nuashing shook his head fiercely. "It's very irritating. It's as if something has been destroyed. It's very annoying." Intuition? Chu Yingzhan was stunned. She was even more puzzled when she saw him nod. She knew that, at his level, his intuition would be frighteningly accurate. But what did he mean when he said that something had been destroyed? Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth. He crushed space and rules along the way and increased his speed to the limit. At this speed, it would only take about an hour to cross the entire origin region. In a few minutes, they would be able to reach their destination. The Light God King, who was in a mansion halfway up the mountain, suddenly felt his hand tremble. His teacup tilted and spilled tea all over the table. He felt an inexplicable palpitation. "Old Light, what's wrong?" Nightmare looked at him strangely. He lifted his blanket and poured another cup of tea. "That bastard only knows how to talk. Don't worry about him. It won't be good if he hurts himself because of anger. Let him talk nonsense. Boss will punish him when he comes." Palace Master Light's cheeks trembled. He looked at Yuan Shi with a strange expression. This guy was acting like an old man, and he didn't know what to say. As for why he was angry, he wouldn't get angry because of a junior's long-winded nonsense. Even if that person had been talking nonsense in the dark from the beginning and now stood out and pointed at the 9 gods' palace's nose and talked nonsense, it would still be the same. After living for a few eras, his state of mind wouldn't be so bad. The guy who had been talking in the dark just now stood out. It was the guy in the golden red robe. He announced in an unusually high-profile manner that he was an emissary of a certain force. As for this force, the others didn't know. They didn't understand just by hearing the name. It was a hidden force, and it was still so. However, Yuan Shi and the others guessed that this guy was most likely an emissary sent by a divine force. As for whether it was a divine force or an ordinary divine force, it was hard to tell. "Senior Guang, do you see anyone special?" Yuan Shi glanced around the pavilion and the courtyard. However, he had been away from the divine land for a long time. Moreover, he had been living in seclusion with Yun Nuashing for a long time, so he couldn't recognize the people here. Well, there are some famous people. It's meaningless to just talk about their names. Palace Master Guang took a sip of tea. His golden eyes narrowed as he spoke in his soul. "I reckon a few people from the deity's forces have arrived. According to what you said, a heavenly god realm expert passed away some time ago. His vast and mighty energy ripples spread throughout the entire deity's world and even into the void, awakening many people. Perhaps the people behind them have come out to take action. I reckon they are all emissaries, just like that one." He pointed at the young man in the golden red robe, who was talking with assurance, and said, "On the other floors of the pavilion, there are people similar to him. They are all divine masters of the younger generation. I'm afraid they are also from those places. Moreover, they are accompanied by people from first-rate or even transcendental forces." Well, Palace Master Light frowned slightly. His elegant and calm face showed some uneasiness, which stunned Yuan Shi and Nightmare. "I'm a little uneasy, as if something is going to happen. Palace Master Light said faintly. Palace Master Guang said faintly. He looked at some of the other old monsters and saw that they were suddenly restless. It was as if their hearts were being scratched by a cat. A few of his acquaintances made eye contact with him, but they were all at a loss. Senior Guang, do you have any? Someone transmitted a message with some uneasiness. They also had some inexplicable palpitations. Palace Master Light shook his head and said, I didn't take that grandson's words to heart. I accompanied these two fellows out this time to pass on some words. Upon hearing this, the few people smiled bitterly. They suddenly stood up and changed their seats. They gathered at the table next to Palace Master Light and Yuan Shi. Only then did they feel slightly more at ease. Hey, you're still saying that you're not planning to stir up trouble. Look at how my hands and legs are not shaking when I sit down. Even my heart is not nervous, that person secretly joked. I really didn't bring anyone out. Palace Master Light smiled bitterly. He was also inexplicably nervous. The man in the golden red robe stood up slowly. He opened his arms and smiled very brightly. It was very evil. Many women were looking at him with strange colors in their eyes. There are many legacies in the divine realm that have yet to be severed, and I'm telling the truth. That legendary being once said that this era has the best experience, pressuring the end of this era. Many unimaginable miracles will happen, and the divine realm will open up, and the infinite realms will reappear. However, the infinite realms will be stained with blood. This era is not bad, and those who are blessed by the heavens in the ordinary sense are no different from trash. Those who have not grown up will eventually be branded in the sad song of the end of the era, while those who are trampled and drowned will not leave any trace. He raised his head and looked at the upper floors of the pavilion and the courtyard. Those who were swept by his gaze, including the Netherworld King experts, could not help but look away. They did not dare to meet his gaze. Only the few people he was looking at smiled indifferently. They raised their cups and saluted each other from afar. It was as if they had silently agreed. Although Little Star also mentioned it to us, is this era really that exaggerated? Yuanshi muttered in a low voice. He felt somewhat unhappy. Palace Master Light shook his head. According to what I know, I probably said too lightly. Little Star also held back. He did not want to scare you. However, those are matters for the future. I only know that if we don't make it through this year, it will be really bad. Sai, this is really annoying. Nine Gods Temple has a stargazing platform. I guess you have not been there before. It is said that it was left behind by the ancestor. It just so happened that we used that thing to see the full appearance of the world fragment. We have already confirmed that that thing will really come crashing down. Moreover, it seems to be accelerating. Palace Master Light was vexed. He suddenly looked at the people at the table next to him and said, Hey, remember to remind the others when you go back. Be alert. Don't think that I am joking today. The few people who came over to seek a sense of security were stunned. They smiled bitterly. If they did not believe him, they would not have come over. Since when did Nine Gods Temple like to scare people? This group of people who had almost no desires and existed only to protect the divine world. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion came from the whole mansion. The door frame of the pavilion suddenly disappeared. The two doors flew out like darts and crashed into the forest, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. A group of people in the pavilion spat out water or toppled their teacups. They turned their gazes in surprise. Those who were almost hit by the door were furious. They slammed the table and stood up. They looked in the direction of the door. However, before they could say a word, their gazes froze. A layer of dead ash appeared in their eyes. Their bodies stiffened as if they were about to die. The mansion suddenly quieted down. At this moment, from the low-level gods to the high-level gods, they all felt an inexplicable pressure. It was so oppressive that it was as if the end of the world had come. Darkness cut through time, and history seemed to be frozen at this moment. It's over. Yuan Shi and Nightmare trembled and smiled bitterly. They did not even need to turn their heads to know who had come. The power that made the world turn gray, and the aura that was more intimate than the malefic star made them roar uncontrollably. Which bastard provoked this malefic star? Yun Nuwashing, the famous mobile source of disaster in the divine world, the walking malefic star of death, the crazy violent esthetician. Although she was an observer, she wanted to destroy the divine world by herself. She loved to torture herself and her enemies even more. She was a person who did not pay for her actions. At this moment, at this place, with a monstrous aura, she descended from the sky. That calamitous comet had finally arrived. The end of the world, the end of the world. Nightmare took out a piece of white paper and a pen and silently wrote the word "will" at the top. Then he looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. Yuanshi glanced at him and excitedly took out a piece of paper and a pen. Wait a moment. Write a will. Chapter 1100. Only 2 or 3 seconds had elapsed since the thunderous sound of the door being kicked open and the 2 doors flying out. In just a few short seconds, everyone in the pavilion and the courtyard reacted in shock. However, all of them froze in midair. Those who were about to start cursing were stunned when they stood up and opened their mouths, while those who were in a defensive posture were unable to keep up with the energy in their bodies. What was more uniform was that everyone's faces were ashen, and they could only let out weak whimpers, as if their throats were being strangled. An unprecedentedly terrifying energy engulfed the entire mansion. The magnitude of this energy could not be said to be terrifying, but the pressure was so great that it was strange. It was as if one was standing on the ground and watching oneself fall into a dark sun at such a close distance. The blazing tongues of fire, the overflowing energy, and the distorted space were all rushing toward them. It was like a nightmare, causing everyone to be unable to react other than fear. Hiss! Yuanshi squeezed out a little sound from between his teeth, and then hurriedly said in his soul, "Brother, calm down. Aim properly. If you want to fight or kill, don't accidentally injure them." Yun Nuwashing didn't even look at him, but the oppressive aura around them had weakened a lot, which made the few old men who were talking to Palace Master Guang let out a sigh of relief. "I'm old. I'm useless." "The young lad recently is so powerful," sigh. Hall Master Guang looked at them with a bitter smile, then looked at Yun Nuwashing in surprise and uncertainty. Finally, he turned to the young man in the golden-red clothes and frowned slightly. In the entire mansion, the only people who could barely resist the pressure were those who were suspected to be the descendants of the gods. Their bodies were also stiff and struggling. Although they resisted part of the pressure, it was only a small part, and their movements were severely restricted. Xian and the others silently appeared beside Hallmaster Guang and the others and sat down without a trace. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on Yun Nuwashing, and no one noticed them at all. The sudden appearance of the figure made Yuanshi's eyes tremble, but after seeing the familiar face, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Xian, you've come at the right time. What's wrong with Little Star? Who provoked him?" Ming chuckled bitterly and shook his head. "I was already like this when I was traveling through the void." Everyone was at a loss. Xian blinked and suddenly raised her head to look at the young man in the golden-red robe. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. "A bit familiar. It seems to be the aura of my origin, but it's so weak. Is that the bastard who stole your 5 elemental origins?" Nightmare grinned with a cruel smile. "Fight him at yen%. Xian shook his head. It's not him. It's just that his aura is too weak. It's less than 1/10,000th of his aura. It seems to have been separated. Hallmaster Guang said, it's a big deal if the origin is separated. It will damage the origin, and it may not be able to recover in the future. At this point, everyone realized why that guy had rushed in such a state. He must have felt that something was wrong and was as irritable as the sun. The next step was probably going to destroy the world. Thinking of this, everyone shrank back to avoid being affected. Now, little star, whoever tried to stop him would suffer. The southern plains was probably going to open up a fifth pit. The man in the golden red robe was also stunned by this sudden change for a while. When he finally reacted, his body was already somewhat out of control. His expression changed slightly, but he was not stunned. He still maintained his posture with his arms slightly spread out. He looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was already in a berserk state. When he saw him staring at him and sensed that he was only a demigod, he suddenly laughed. Friend, you have a strong aura. In troubled times, there are many useless people. You must have sensed our call and come here. Our clan needs talents like you. You don't need to feel humiliated. Under the general trend, you need to know how to seek protection. Only those who survive will be able to shine brightly. When we conquer outer space in the future and raise our clan to a higher level, we will become your supreme halo. You will become our clan's leader. He boasted that his words were reasonable. He revealed a handsome smile and said self-righteously, but he did not see that the few people who were similar to him were already sweating profusely and struggling to leave this mansion. Hall Master Guang and the others could not help but cover their faces. This matter had become even more serious. Please, you idiot, stop talking. The people inside and outside the mansion were also sweating profusely. Didn't you see that the man was already bursting with murderous intent? How could this guy still talk nonsense so leisurely? He was obviously here to pick a fight. You idiot! Countless people wanted to escape from this place, but the willpower in their hearts was quickly disintegrating. This energy was only at the demigod level, but it made everyone feel as if they were about to plunge into hell. Life and death were only as thick as a strand of hair. High-ranking gods realized that they could not move. Only a few people with extremely high divinity could struggle, but they were also trapped. Yun Nuoshing had been staring at the young man in the golden red clothes since he kicked the door open. His eyes were filled with indifference and distrust. What filled his eyes was a violent, murderous intent. However, he was very clear-headed and had not lost his mind. Otherwise, he would have dug a hole the moment he opened the door. He kept staring at the man who was talking nonsense. He stared into his eyes, and his gaze was like a knife that cut through every inch of his body. He felt a weak aura on him. It was very weak, but very clear. He was very clear that the aura did not belong to that person. The Netherworld Ruins sword popped out of his arm, and a sharp light flashed on the spot. The sense of crisis that rushed to his heart caused the expression of the man in the golden red clothes to change drastically. However, he did not have time to do anything. Before his brain could complete one round, a huge force came from the front and back of his body. Something pierced his abdomen, but before he could feel any pain, he only felt a blur in front of him. Bang! The moment Yun Nuoshing charged out, a ring of energy exploded and shattered the doorframe that was already on the verge of collapse. Like a ray of light, he charged out with the golden red clothes. The Netherworld Ruins sword pierced through his abdomen with unparalleled force, and a solid energy barrier appeared on the wall of the courtyard. It was condensed by Yun Nuoshing. He directly used the Netherworld Ruins sword to pierce through the golden red clothes youth, and the sword pierced through the energy barrier. Hot golden red blood spurted out from the wound on his back, covering the entire wall. It was extremely terrifying. Lowly ant, thief, scum, Yin Nuoshing gritted his teeth and spat out a cold breath. His eyes were filled with brutality. He slapped a round golden pill into the man's mouth, smashing his face into a pulp. Blood splattered everywhere. Bastard! Call out your master! Call out those lowly scum! Yun Nuoshing roared, and a sharp sword light flashed from his hand, leaving behind an invisible mark. The golden-red clothed youth's 4 limbs disappeared without a trace, and not even dregs were left behind. However, the 4 limbs that had just disappeared quickly recovered with the energy of the pill. Only now did the pain rush up to his brain. The young man's sharp scream pierced the silence of the mansion. That scream of pain caused countless people to break out in a cold sweat. What kind of scream was that? They couldn't describe it. They could only feel that it was a scream that was condensed from the pain of dying several times in an instant and being cut into billions of pieces. Just hearing it made them feel as if their blood had solidified. Everyone turned their heads in shock. What they saw was a hellish scene. Thick, golden-red blood slid down the 3-meter-tall wall, forming a pool of blood on the ground. Shattered bones, organs, and pulverized flesh piled up in a heap. The youth's limbs wriggled, and ugly chunks of flesh grew out of them. They were then pulverized into dozens of pieces by the sword light. Shattered bones, flesh, and blood flew everywhere. The pool of blood had unknowingly flowed 10 meters away. The stench of blood rushed into the nostrils, causing many of the women present to pale. Those with poor tolerance directly vomited when they saw this scene. Wu, the youth, was on the verge of death. He had lost all his strength with a single cry. His vision was blurry. He should have died from various wounds, but the powerful energy released by the golden pill kept him hanging on by a thread. He couldn't die at all. The light of his soul was so dim that it was almost extinguished. He didn't know what had happened. From the moment he regained his senses, he only had time to let out a miserable scream. He didn't know how he had offended this madman. The madman's face was astonishingly beautiful. It was as if the heavens had carefully crafted it and sacrificed countless amounts of spiritual energy to create it. However, a crazy soul had been stuffed under that face. Blood soaked half of his body and dyed his cheeks red. His face was hideous, and his eyes flashed with a red light that seemed to devour people. Bring out that pile of rats in your house. Roar them out. With a crazy roar, half of the youth's body disappeared. The netherworld ruin sword fell to the ground with a clang. The giant sword was submerged in a pool of golden-red blood. The shattered body slammed into the pavilion behind him, splashing blood onto the faces of the people present. Countless people trembled in fear. Despicable thief, ignorant ant, Yun Nuoshing's expression became even more furious. Black mist floated out from his body, and his diamond-shaped eyes flashed with a deep, dark, devouring darkness. You've gathered here. No one knew who it was, but they had withstood this scene of devouring people. This person bravely stood up and stared at Yun Nuoshing with a terrified gaze. You, clang! The giant sword fell beside him, and the cold metallic shimmer licked his face, making him feel the coldness of death. The purplish-black giant sword was pressed against his forehead, and what he saw was a pair of terrifying, multicolored eyes that were suffused with black light. The aura that seemed to come from the underworld made his heart break. Remove your hostility within 3 seconds, or I will treat you as an enemy. The cold words almost made him lose contact with the real world. The moment he reacted, his face was even paler than the ice mountains in the north. He hurriedly withdrew all of his aura and staggered to sit on the ground, trembling all over. When the people in the mansion saw this, they hurriedly suppressed their thoughts. They were afraid that this madman would see through their hostility in the next second and then chop them up alive. Yun Nuoshing came out bathed in blood. Every step he took left a trail of blood. His left hand was clutching a broken body. He was still recovering desperately under the catalysis of the pill, and his consciousness had already fainted. This scene was like an azura crawling out of a sea of blood. Everyone present was as silent as cicadas in winter. Even the high-level gods shut their mouths. They had never seen such a madman before. Little Star, Xian wanted to go forward. She had seen Yun Nuoshing's tyrannical look before. She couldn't bear to see him immersed in that place, so she wanted to call him back. However, she was pulled back by Ming and Hallmaster Guang. The two of them shook their heads at her desperately. Looking at the current situation, this was not the person they knew. He was simply a demon that had walked out of hell. Compared to him, it seemed that even demons were pitiful. Bang! An energy firework exploded in the sky, and a huge symbol bloomed from the sky. Under the complicated pattern was a Qilin that seemed to be roaring at the sky, as if it was about to step out of the sky with a terrifying aura. Boom! However, the aura didn't even last for a second before it was swept by a multicolored light and dissipated into smoke. The symbol was seen by everyone. After thinking for a while, they seemed to have seen such a symbol on the young man in the golden red clothes. It was the symbol of the power behind him. Everyone instantly understood what Yun Nuoshing was doing. Their eyes were filled with horror. They didn't know where this madman came from, but why was he suddenly looking for trouble with a god's power? Swoosh! Who dares to cause trouble in the realm of the gods? As the energy symbol bloomed and dissipated, streams of light rushed out of the mountain forest. Angry shouts resounded in the air, and there were ear-piercing whistles. Many figures floated in the sky. Those figures that appeared were uniformly dressed in golden red robes, and their auras were long. They were actually a team of high-level gods. Their terrifying auras descended from the sky, but they couldn't even see the mansion. When the team of high-level gods appeared, they saw the mansion that was already stained with blood. They then saw the young man who was on the verge of death, and half of his body was still recovering. They were stunned. Their gazes turned and finally fixed on Yun Nuoshing, half of whose body was covered in blood. They laughed angrily. "How dare you invade the realm of the gods? Just a mere demigod. You killed my emissary and destroyed my pavilion. Take him back, pull out his tendons, peel off his skin, and cripple him. Let him kneel in purgatory for the rest of his life." Another old man suddenly walked out. He looked around the mansion, then cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "It is a great sin to have frightened all of our guests. Now, this gathering can't be maintained. Let's end it here. I'm really sorry that I've let everyone see a farce." However, after he finished speaking, he strangely saw that no one dared to move at all. He couldn't help but frown. Everyone smiled bitterly. They didn't care about his seemingly tactful but forceful order to chase them away. The problem was that they couldn't move at all. Those who prided themselves on being calm started to feel strange. These people had come too quickly. It was as if they had jumped out from the rocks in the mountain forest. Could there be some hidden agenda behind this gathering? "Are you done?" Yun Nuoshing raised her head indifferently. She casually threw the broken body in her hand to the side. The golden pill also dissipated. The young man was completely dead. That old man's face darkened when he saw this. He said coldly, "Thief, you dare to be so arrogant after offending our realm of gods. You, thief, die." A clear sound interrupted the old man's words, causing them to be stunned. Just as they were about to curse, they saw the huge sword in Yun Nuoshing's hand fiercely swing in front of them. A powerful and almost terrifying energy immediately filled the surroundings, causing their faces to instantly turn pale. However, they did not see anything descending at all. They all blankly looked at their surroundings. Just as they were about to relax, their vision turned black and their consciousness instantly dissipated. Boom! An energy curtain that was over 10,000 kilometers wide rose into the sky and burst out of the ground with an indescribable amount of energy. It instantly engulfed the group of people who claimed to be from the realm of gods. The energy curtain pierced through the sky and scattered multicolored light down from the sky. In their line of sight, there was only that wall-like light that illuminated the dazed faces of the people present. The energy curtain only lasted for a few seconds before it disappeared. It disappeared lightly without a trace of dust. What appeared behind it was a regular rectangular abyss, half of the mountain peak, and the entire land had disappeared completely. What was exposed in the air was the space that was desperately repairing itself. As for the ground, it extended to the end of their line of sight before they could see faint traces of the ground. The cross-section of half of the mountain was extremely smooth, and there wasn't even a drop of stone. I beg you to be a human. You didn't kill chickens. They were high-level gods who cultivated for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. Nightmare's teeth were chattering. Those were 10 high-level gods. How could they just disappear with a wave of the sword? Yun Nuoshing's expression was cold. He waved his hand, and a few broken space containers floated up from the abyss in front of him. He casually crushed them and took out the tokens from them. The rest of the things were thrown into the void. He raised his hand and threw the tokens into the air, causing them to explode with energy. Bang! Bang! A few more energy fireworks bloomed in the sky, causing the hearts of everyone in the mansion to tremble. They couldn't wait to leave this place immediately, but they couldn't move at all. Those who could still rely on their high-level divinity to struggle now couldn't even struggle. One of them was still in the action of reaching into his arms to take something out. The exploding energy fireworks made everyone's souls leave their bodies. Was this lunatic going to call out those people from the realm of gods one by one and then kill them all? After the Kirin symbol appeared, Yun Nuoshing raised the Netherworld ruins sword and stabbed it into the ground of the mansion. A blue array died, with gold suddenly appeared. That huge array encompassed the entire mansion. The energy it contained shocked many people. This array was buried underground. Was it set up by those from the realm of gods? The Netherworld ruins sword stabbed into the center of the array and instantly tore it into pieces. With a bang, the array shattered into countless pieces. Bits of energy, light dissipated and disappeared. Boring ants. Yun Nuoshing's expression was cold. He didn't even look at what the giant sword dug out from the ground before throwing it at Palace Master Guang. And the others. Palace Master Guang reached out and caught the blurry object. When he opened it, he saw that it was a golden object. It looked like a strange object that was a ring within a ring. It was only the size of a palm and had been cut in half by the Netherworld ruins sword. Its core was damaged and couldn't be repaired. It's a forbidden array artifact. It can be used 4 or 5 times, but it condenses all of its energy into one use. Creak. Palace Master Guang crushed it into powder and waved his hand to let it fall to the ground. You set it up under the mansion to deal with everyone here. Use it as a deterrent. Slap a forbidden artifact on the table and send out that person. That emissary just now, right? Send an emissary to persuade us to join the realm of gods. If we join, then it'll be easy. If we don't, then we'll have to threaten and bribe them or destroy them. The threat has already been used. Nightmare chuckled. When everyone in the mansion heard this, their expressions changed slightly. So they had already walked into the trap of the realm of gods by coming to this so-called gathering? Sigh, when the gods fight, the mortals suffer. If those god-level powers want to cause trouble, why do they have to involve us? Yuanshi rested his face on his hand and sighed bitterly. He raised his head and looked at the few people who were struggling to leave. He smiled faintly and said, Hey, you guys. I'm talking about you guys. You guys aren't emissaries, right? You guys are also from god-level powers. Don't think that we don't know. The expressions of the people sitting in the mansion changed slightly. A large group of high-level gods looked at the few young gods who were struggling frantically. There are more here. Don't talk nonsense. A young man was shocked. We're just here to join the gathering. We're here to check out the situation, drink tea, and brag. We don't have any other plans. It's true. I dare to swear to the gods. That guy has a god-level power behind him. How can we win against them? A woman screamed. Her beautiful face turned pale, and her tone changed. Rumble. At this moment, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly came from outside. Someone sensed that the terrifying energy of a god-level expert was crazily condensing and dissipating with a loud explosion. The god-level expert who was on the stage for less than 3 seconds was instantly killed. Bang! Another few energy fireworks rushed into the sky. Yuanshi and the others raised their heads and looked outside. When they saw the symbol blossoming again, they couldn't help but sigh. This is the result of beating up the small ones. The big ones were forcefully called over, and then the old ones were killed. God-level powers? Thieves. Yun Nuoxing's cold laughter came from outside. It was like the sound of ice in the 9th netherworld. It was so cold that no one dared to move. Little Star, someone here wants to swear to the gods. Do you want to hear it? Yuanshi shouted outside. I'm not in the mood. These 2 simple sentences caused the god-level powers and the group of onlookers to tremble even more violently. Palace Master Guang thought for a while and hurriedly stood up. He said to the outside, Young Palace Master, take it easy. There are other people here. So, I'm only beating them up outside. The thieves are scum. They deserve to die. The air was silent. Oh, the scene was originally very quiet. It was just that it was so quiet now that it was as if everyone had died. The amount of information that had happened today was too much. Palace Master Guang gave Yuanshi and the others a thumbs up. Today, we can finally tell the outside world that our 9 deities palace has a young palace master. Hee, I've been holding back for so many years and never found a good opportunity. Hee, I'm the one who said it. Everyone. When Palace Master Guang became mischievous, his entire person changed.